And welcome to the Roundtable segment here at the Esports World Cup. I am sat here with two of the 16 competitors that are competing in Saudi Arabia this weekend, and I'll let them introduce themselves, starting with you.
I'm Mark 11, play for Team Footwiz, and I'm 20 years old.
I am Nicolas Nigerian FC. I represent Cloud9. I'm 24 years old, one of the oldest guys of this tournament.
Talking about old, oh my gosh. Anyways, we won't go there. Talking a little bit about your journey to the Esports World Cup. Obviously, you were invited. You've known for a while that you'll be here. So walk me through how that experience was for both of you. How does it affect your preparation for the tournament?
Qualified player, I guess I'm invited, so it's a bit different. People are like, oh, why is he invited, stuff like that, so it gets to you a little bit. But no, overall, it's like, of course, I'm happy to be here. My preparation hasn't been too great because I've been in Australia still, so I landed last night, so it's my first practice game against Nicholas actually. And
what did you say?
Say the score, please.
I lost 7-2 against him my first game, so it wasn't a great welcome to Saudi Arabia, but
for me, obviously, I qualified for the last chance, so I didn't get the invitation, so Mark was a bit lucky. But yeah, for me it was tough. Also the jet lag and those things, it's something that's happening and it's really hard to play. Maybe we played my last game midnight and maybe I woke up like 6-7 a.m. and it's hard when you try to get back to sleep and you can't. But yeah, I think I did really well. I qualified through winners. I play against really good players from here, from around the world, like Umut. But yeah, I came like for this LCQ, like just try to enjoy because this could be my last tournament of the season. So yeah, I enjoy it and I did really well.
So you both spoke a little bit about jet lag and distance, obviously from Australia and from Argentina, but servers too. Like you said, you can't really train or practice when you're in Australia, and I imagine it's similar for you. How does that affect the way that you prep? Obviously, last year you were both here, you both experienced the same venue, the same kind of atmosphere. Does it affect your preparation in any way, or does it like put off your mental when you're prepping, really prepping like 2 days before?
I think it's like for me at least, it's like a massive thing if I practice for like 1 or 2 days before. It's not like a lot for me. Like last year when I came second in the world, I was here for like a month in Riyadh. So like that was a lot for me, and like get to play everyone at least like 10 times. But here I'm probably gonna play under like 15 friendly. So it won't be ideal, but I'm still got the capabilities to do well.
You're here for a reason, so. And you need?
Yeah, I think like for the preparation it's really important because I don't know, maybe in South America for the LCQ I play only against Nathan and Guibarros, and was the same way how they play, so you can play against, I don't know, good defense, bad defense, really fast, really slow, so it's a bit hard, but I think it's really important about the partners. You know, maybe they want to play like 100 games in a row and that's okay, but imagine if there is only one guy and he plays 2 and say that's it. But yeah, at least we had some preparation, and I think yeah, be here, as he said, like 1 month last year was really important because you're getting in touch with every player, with the environment and everything, and you are playing and your mind is already here, you know? Mm-hmm.
So let's address the elephant in the room, and you guys can be as honest, as arrogant, confident as you want. Who's winning?
Oh, you can go first.
I think for the normal bet or something, they say always Anders, because he's playing really good, and also he did so good in the World Championship. But I think right now, I don't know, I'm so confident about me. I don't talk too much about it, but I think but if I do really well in defense, if I can do the same like in the LCQ, I think I can do really well, at least, I don't know, top 4.
Okay.
I do think, like as Nicolas said, playing like obviously 2 days ago is important. Him like Jofonso, I think they'll both finish minimum top 8, top 4. But like for me, probably like I think Manny and Levy have a good chance. Team Hullet's always good, so I'll go with them too.
You're not going to back yourself?
No chance. No.
Here for the vibes, for the experience. Okay, so 2 questions off topic. Moving away from FC a little bit. Your pre-match rituals, or like your pre-game rituals. Do you eat anything special? Do you do anything special?
Or I literally I wake up, I then eat, I have 2 to 3 bananas, and that's it.
That's it the whole day?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what time I'm playing.
Do you drink anything?
Oh, water, yeah.
3 bananas water the whole day, that's it?
Yeah, it depends what time I'm playing, but usually just bananas and that's it.
Every game?
Yeah, like unless like I'm gonna die of starvation, then just bananas.
Yeah, I understand him. Like sometimes now I'm changing it. Like I can eat during the tournament, but before I couldn't, because I don't know, I don't feel nervous, but maybe something inside me that say maybe I have it. I don't know. But the rituals, I think every tournament I change it, because for the LCQ, as I say, usually I don't eat, but for the LCQ, I was eating every day. And
like a normal person?
I hope so.
Wait. I explain for the tournament day. But yeah, for LCQ, for lunch, I ate like pasta bolognese. So I did, and I will do the same for here. But for some tournaments, I changed it. For example, for the Spanish League, the practice day, I was wearing, I don't know, white socks, and I was playing really bad. So I have to change everything.
To black socks.
Yeah, exactly. Or white shoes to black shoes, everything. But yeah, maybe a playlist about music and how
so
you feel.
You have like 15.
Yeah, I have everything. Maybe I'm crazy.
That's true. I get that actually. I've got like, so I'm wearing like the same pants, same shoes, same kit, same AirPods as all last year. So I'll be wearing all that for this tournament. So hopefully that can get me through the line.
So for the next 4 days, pasta bolognese.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Helps me a lot. Yeah, every day.
Well, we'll revisit that on Sunday. What is your go-to karaoke song?
Karaoke song?
Or if you were to go to karaoke, what song would you choose?
Taylor Swift love song.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Go on then.
No, I'm not singing. There's no way.
I don't want to sing it, but I have to represent my Spanish community, Spanish language. So I would say typical reggaeton song, Gasolina from Daddy Yankee. This normal song.
Samba, yeah.
You know it.
If I heard it, yeah. If he sings it, yeah.
No, I don't want it. But yeah, I think I would choose it. But I need a partner and yeah, more things.
Okay. Okay, so most likely to, it could be any of the 16, not just you two. Most likely to forget their controller or headphones.
Oh, Emre Yilmaz.
Has he done that before?
He just strikes me as the guy that would do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most likely to get lost going to the venue.
I think maybe Mati. Yeah, Mati is kind of weird in that sense.
Okay. Most likely to ask the same question a million times. In
Ooh.
Discord, at the event.
Manu for sure. He likes to ask a lot of questions.
Manu,
He loves
always.
the questions.
Maybe you have the rules and say, okay, guys, I didn't read. So this is the question.
That's a good one, yeah.
Most likely to be late to an event.
Late, wow.
I think me. Yeah, I think me.
Yes, oh my God. You know, fun fact, we versed in this tournament for the qualifier, right, in Dallas. He wasn't in my group and he missed his flight. And he
Got delayed.
He got delayed. Apparently delayed, and he wasn't in my group. And then I wake up the next day, and he's in my group, and we versed first game. I could not believe it.
But that was unlucky for me. He got delayed.
Most likely to always have excuses.
Me.
Okay.
Me in practice, I am.
Okay.
He's angry all the time, yeah.
Most likely to always be sleeping.
Me.
Okay, someone said you earlier.
Yeah. I really like to sleep a lot. If I can, if there is no jet lag, I prefer to sleep.
Okay. Your best story or memory of a tournament? Between the two of you, between other competitors?
For me, it's just the World Cup from last year, I guess. That's nothing will ever top that unless I win it, which is a bit difficult, but yeah, just...
Back yourself.
Of course, no,
Mark.
it's still difficult, it's still hard, but nah, for me it's just that. That's like probably the pinnacle point of my life. Lots of money earned from it, lots of...
At 20?
At 20, I was 19 back then,
okay.
yeah, so...
Sorry.
There's a lot. That was probably the best moment of my life in FIFA.
Okay.
I think, I don't know, it should be a major tournament, or for example, the last LCQ that was also important because I'm here. But I don't know, I think every tournament, if I win or if I did well, or a good memory for this season at the moment could be like the Spanish League, the La Liga. But yeah, no, I know I have to think a lot.
Okay,
and I don't want.
And then your kind of like starting story, your journey. Where did you guys start playing FIFA? How did you get from where you were to this point? And what advice would you give to other people that want to compete?
My first year was COVID year. I was online. I was 16 or 17.
Really? Only 4 years ago?
Yeah. My parents would cut the internet off at 9 p.m. every night. It was tough. And then...
Did you have school the next day?
Yeah, I did. And I only played Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then I came third in Australia that year. So that was probably my first year. I just watched a lot of pro players like Tex, Nicholas, all those people like that. Because they're a lot older than me, you know. So.
And now
we're sitting next to each other. Yeah.
With your idol.
But no, that was it for me.
No, for me, I started in FIFA 16. Mm-hmm. So yeah, when I was 16. So yeah, it was a long journey. I started to play in groups, like from social media and stuff. And I started, and then I started to play against the good players in my country. I was thinking, well, I can be one of the best of top 8, top 16 or stuff, and then I win it. And then my second tournament, I qualified for I can't remember, but it was a global tournament. So in my second tournament, I qualified to Paris. So when I was 16, so yeah, I think then I realized I was playing against, for example, Agui Rosenmayer, that is a legend from this game. And yeah, I think I performed well. Like I lost in groups, but I wasn't I wasn't a professional player.
Yeah.
So, but then yeah, that was my journey, and then yeah, I'm here. So that was a good thing.
I think that's like the milestone that everyone, especially parents, because parents never really fully understand at the beginning. They're kind of like, what do you mean you're playing? Like, what do you mean it's video games? But then once you start traveling and you start winning prize money, and I'm sure your parents are much more understanding now
a little bit
than they were before. So in previous years, there's been a different format off and on. There's been 1v1 tournaments and 2v2 tournaments. There's pros and cons for me as a viewer. Obviously, I don't know like the ins and outs, but I feel like for me, 2v2 tends to be often more difficult than 1v1 because you have to rely on someone else. But what are your opinions and how have you appreciated the change?
I think if you have a good teammate, especially like if you're friends with him and they can like take criticism, that's like probably the most important thing. You'll be fun at like playing. But if you have like someone like you can't speak to, like you're not friends with, that will be a lot difficult. But I feel like I wish there was more 2v2, as more tournaments of course, and then more prize money and more fun, I guess. But yeah.
I really like 2v2, but I prefer 1v1 because I am alone. But for 2v2 it's hard. Also, there is a pros and cons, as you said, but I don't know, for me as a player or like me, I prefer 1v1 because 2v2 is like, I prefer to defend, I don't know, alone than 2v2. I prefer attack alone, and also the thing is like I push myself a lot to, if I play 10 points out of 10, that's okay, but then I want to play 11 out of 10 or 20 out of 10, and if there is a guy besides me like he doesn't want to play a lot or he doesn't push himself a lot, I don't like it. And I try to push it, but maybe sometimes it's really hard because there is two different personalities.
Yeah.
But so yeah, for me I really like it 2v2, but I prefer to be alone because this is...
But you also really like 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1 is really better.
Another fun question. If we were to play a match, be honest, what would the score be? The final
Us two?
Yeah.
20-0.
Only 20?
Okay. Is it a 6 minute or 9 minute?
9.
Oof.
40, I think.
40?
I could get 40.
You don't think I would score one goal?
No.
No, it's
No.
impossible.
Not one goal. What do you mean
chance.
impossible?
No chance.
No, it's possible.
It's
Maybe
possible.
there is a corner.
A corner, you can take corners, yeah.
And you?
No, the
Final
same.
score? 40.
40.
40,
So
50.
80-0 on aggregate.
50.
50,
Impossible.
100.
Okay.
No.
Well, on that note, you guys, that's all the time that we have here today. Thank you so much for sitting down, and best of luck to both of you this weekend. We will be back soon with more Esports World Cup action.
How's it going, everyone? Brandon Smith here at the Esports World Cup. We've got a little fun game to play with two of our professional players competing this week here in Riyadh, and it's called Cop or Flop. Gentlemen, introduce yourselves. Who have we got?
I am a goal poacher, play for Montpellier, and that's it really.
I am Matias Moreno, I'm playing for Man City.
Well, the rules of the game are very simple. We have got a handful of foot items to discuss with two of our pro players, and basically, gentlemen, cop or flop. First player up, 99 rated footies, Mohamed Salah.
Cop 100%, finesse shot plus, first touch plus.
Matthias, he has got 4 play style pluses.
Yeah, it's for me it's the same. It's like finesse shot is so important in the game, and it's incredible card in the statistic. I didn't try him, but he's cop obviously.
Next up, 96 rated footies, Petr Cech.
Yeah, for me I love Peter Cech, so he's cop in the last card was incredible. This I didn't try a lot, but I think it's so good. It's 96 of media, so yeah.
Absolutely, best keeper in game, Cech. Clear Schmeichel, 96 footies, great card, 6'6".
Next up, right, 91 rated Ruud Gullit, Centurions.
In this moment, I don't think so. I think Gullit in the beginning is incredible, this card, but now it's so bad for me. So it's flop.
Yeah, that's a flop big time. 1 play style plus, yeah, it's a bad card, really bad card. That was a bad card in March, don't mind now. He's 97 though, would be a cop for sure.
Next up, we have got 99 rated footies Neymar, I believe, the second or third most expensive player.
Controversial for me, right? I don't love Neymar, so is he going to get my team? No, so maybe flop,
But on the bench.
Probably not still. I don't like
Really?
Neymar. No, I don't like Neymar.
I don't know. I don't use him, but he's so good.
Yeah. In the starting team or on the bench?
in the bench, I think.
Yeah. Next up, base Ronaldinho. I feel like it's going to be a double flop.
Oh yeah, big time. Trickster plus, terrible. No others. You wouldn't use him in January, genuinely.
If Neymar is in the middle, Ronaldinho is flop.
Flop. One man left to go. 98 rated team of the tournament, Kylian Mbappe. Goal poacher.
Best card in the game. Mbappe's best card on every game. He's 1,000,000% a cop. It will be in every team.
The pace is not true. Say 99 is 140. I don't know. It's like incredible. It's the best card in fast. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there we have it. That was cop or flop. Goal poacher, Matthias Bonanno. Good luck at the Esports World Cup. We'll see you both out on the pitch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back to day 3 here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. It's a scorching 47 degrees outside. There's sweat on both of our faces, but I'm not alone. I'm Lyra Bell, as always. Alongside me is Rachel Stringer. Rachel, today, one final group stage, 4 going home in the morning, but it's Resurrection Day.
I know, Resurrection Day makes it sound so dramatic as well, doesn't it? 6 go through to that, and only 2 will get out and go to Sunday for a chance at that $300,000 prize pool. It is insane. My neck, though, is absolutely burning. My necklace right now. So why are we still waiting?
What are we waiting for?
It's Saturday night.
Oh, Mike. Oh my gosh, let me call him. Hang on.
It's always night.
It's always late.
Isn't it?
Right,
Atmosphere is so good.
Of course he has. What is he doing?
No time.
He's in his own world. All right, driver.
Let's
Do it.
Let's
Back
go.
to it. Happy days. Oh, hey. Where y'all going? Wait for me. It's hot. Hey.
and welcome once again to the Esports World Cup, which is 8 weeks of non-stop esports action featuring all of your favourite titles. But for us, it's all about EA FC and crowning a new world champion here in Saudi Arabia tomorrow night. And joining me for the ride should have been Mike Clabell and Gorilla. Is he still late to the party? Oh my goodness. Mike.
There he is.
Time management, please.
You didn't wait for me.
You just ruined the top of my show.
I think it's good.
Okay,
good, look.
right.
hot
Professional
outside.
Rachel's back. Mike,
Yeah.
I'm going to start again. It's now or never for our players here on EAFC.
Apparently for me too.
And for you. Otherwise, I'll be getting another guest in. I think there's some out there who want a job here as well. Now or never, though, guys. Talk to me about the pressure the players are under here today.
Oh, it's legitimately heating up, as you saw at the beginning of the show. For a lot of the players, at least in Group A, you get to decide your future, which I don't think you could have asked for a better scenario. You win, you stay up, you lose, you know. But we're going to see eliminations. We're getting into the bracket stage. We have the resurrection. I'm here for all the drama.
Obviously, there's a lot of players that would want better results, but as you said, it's in their hands. You win, you're through, you lose.
For some as well, some players, their fate is already sealed and they're pretty much going home. For others, it's sealed the opposite way. They're going through to Sunday. How difficult is that to navigate as former players yourselves? You might not have anything to play for today.
I'm not sure if there's many people in that position, actually. There's a lot of permutations and considerations, and I can just start making all sorts of different rhyme schemes. But at the end of the day, I would feel blessed to be in a position where I only need one win. I'm going up against my opposition. I win, we stay up, we're keeping it moving, we're into the bracket stage, I've made a lot more money. That's all you can ask for. And a lot of the guys that are kind of in that position have been struggling, whether it was day one or day two or a little bit of this and that. Now you have your time to put up or shut up.
Yeah, exactly. It's all still to play for because they all still want to get their hands on the world title. We're handing out that individual title tomorrow night, but we're also handing out another title, and this is for the club championship. Excuse me.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Hello everybody, Quick Shot here, the host of EWC Central. Yesterday, the first 4 players locked in their spots in the EA FC playoffs, and today 4 more will join them. Let's see where we're standing in the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC. Well, it was a happy day for all fans of Cloud9, with Nicholas99 FC locking his spot in the playoffs. The club has now secured 2 top 8 finishes required to become eligible for the club championship and a share of that $20 million prize money. With only 180 points secured as of this moment, the club needs Nicholas and his clubmates from the other 2 games to have some deep runs if they want to earn the big bucks. Now, for the 3 players in Group A, none of their clubs are currently eligible for the club championship, but Chafonzo's Lunar Galaxy will be participating in PUBG PC next week to possibly achieve that feat. When we turn our attention to the overall club championship standings, Team Falcons have the opportunity to win the title of best club in the world today, if results in other games, like StarCraft, are going their way. Now, for more updates on the overall EWC Club Championship, as well as all the other games happening here at the Esports World Cup, why don't you join me and the rest of the crew here at EWC Central, every Thursday through Sunday, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. at twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/EWC. That does it from me, your host, Quick Shot, and this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
Well, the Club Championship is pretty much coming to the business end of the season here. Falcons are still, as you can see, at the top of the table and could mathematically win at the end of this week. But there are still 5 clubs who can stop them because we have 9,160 points still up for grabs. So some of those clubs who are still in the running and need a first place and Falcons not to really pick up many points are Liquid. We know they're competing here. They have 3 players. They need a first to stay in contention. That gets them 1,000 7 points, remember. And then in other titles, we have Navi and Gladiators, both again need a first, and for Falcons to kind of mess up a little bit. But Falcons really need to have a shocker, which is pretty vital. Will they have that? Still to wait and see. And 2 other teams can also still overhaul Falcons, and that is Twisted Minds and Team Vitality. They need top 2 and top 4 respectively to stay in contention. Have you got that? A lot of information there, but loads at stake. And this is massive because it's a $20 million prize purse, $7 million for the top club as well. Loads to play for. Footwear's here. Denman, he is the team boss of Footwear. Not really in amongst the big teams, but in terms of EAFC, you and Mark 11 are dominating.
Yeah, well, look, I'd like to be amongst them big teams. That would be nice with the money up for stake, wouldn't it? But yeah, no, Mark's had a really good start to the tournament. I think a lot of people are quite surprised. I think a lot of people put him in their predictions to go out in the groups, which is just crazy to me personally, but I know his ability, and yeah, we're really happy. He's got through to today and he can just kind of just chill out. I know he's got an extra game, but regardless if he wins or loses, then he's through anyway. So we're happy. We're happy. I've got a smile on my face, that's the matter.
And we talked to Mark earlier on in the tournament, and we talked a little bit about him being underrated. I'll bring the same question to you. How do you feel about that? As you were kind of stating, people don't take Mark to make a run in the tournament, but if you base last year's stat lines, his results, it would make sense that he should actually come in as a favorite.
Do you know what it is? I understand why certain players will underrate him, because he's not as exposed to maybe like all the tournaments around the year, and a lot of the time, a lot of people kind of direct straight to EU players, and then they maybe go to like the South American players, start rating them, and it's easy to get forgotten about when you're over in OCE and stuff. And obviously, started the season when he was at Pro Open, didn't go the way he expected, and people have short memories. They forget about last year and how good he was. He's won the E-League as well, and he's come and put in a good performance here. Obviously, World Cup wasn't great, but we're here at the Esports World Cup, and look, he's proved a few doubters wrong, but we're not finished yet. Still a long way to go, and I think with Mark, he'll only be happy if he actually gets his hands on that trophy.
So with obviously his last game now, as you said, Mark, he's already through. How is he feeling? Is he feeling confident? I assume you're going to go for the win and put on a performance.
Do you want an honest answer or a professional answer? Right, so the honest answer, he's quite laid back about it, to be honest. Like, we come here with a goal of taking it one game at a time, firstly. I think that's important. Like, you can't look too far ahead and say, oh, I need X, Y, Z amount of wins, because as you've seen across both groups, it's probably not went the way that any of you have kind of expected. So yeah, for Mark, he's quite laid back about it. He's got top 3, so that was really the main goal which we could have achieved. Get top 3, first, second, and third really doesn't matter, because if you look at the other group, there's PA's in, Nicholas, Bonanno, Anders. So look, regardless of wherever you finish, you're going to play against an elite player, and it's going to be a hard game regardless. So, and also, you've got to beat the best to be the best. Cool. So that's one of them ones.
And just to take this in a slightly different direction, well, we're talking esports, of course, and all these different organizations. You've been in a bit of a hybrid role where we've seen you coaching, we've seen you with team management, signing players. What has been the biggest challenge between those different roles? Because it is a bit of a crossover, and they're not all the same types of requirements, but you've been able to do it, and you've dealt with a lot of different competitors.
Yeah. I think the main thing is just, you want to gain respect from your players, firstly. And the only way you can gain that respect is kind of just by showing them that you know what you're talking about. And, you know, I have to give credit to Johnny as well, who's our analyst who works from home. Like, he's brilliant. Like, he's played just as much of a part as me and Mark in this success of what we've got so far, kind of thing. Like, he does all the research on the players we're going to play, all the opponents. And, like, in the build-up to this event, he was working really hard with me and Mark just to really work on certain things we wanted to be doing in-game and stuff, and he's been great. So I'd say the biggest challenge is really just, I guess when you first come into the role and you've not been a pro player, you'd probably understand Gorilla, like, or Spencer, sorry, I don't know what they're calling you on the show, but you want to gain the respect from your peers at the end of the day, and I come into the esport where I wasn't a pro player. I'm decent, but not a pro player, and you just want to gain respect to your peers. I think that's first and foremost, and then you want, well, me personally, I want them to achieve their dreams as well, and I think that would be my dream, to see Mark, Ethan Stokes, Dylan Trucia all essentially achieve their dreams as well. That's the best thing.
From what I know about you, Demon, as well, is you're the perfect person to have just in that little team, because you're such a nice, smiley, as you're doing now, chap, who just calms you down. So whatever you're doing it perfectly. Keep doing it. Mark 11 is racing through to Sunday, and obviously he wants to get his hands on the trophy. He was second last year. Demon's just said it. He's only here for the trophy, and he should be as well, because this year's trophy is something pretty special.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Well, it gets serious today because we're going to have some keys. Crush, I thought it was going a bit further back. Where is it? Hi, it looks beautiful. Oh, how good does it look compared to maybe 2017 trophy, Gorilla?
It's better than my trophies, that's for sure.
Look at the height. It's taller than me.
It's much taller than me. I'm 5'3" here. Hello. This is probably like a 6'3" kind of trophy. But what I'm so excited to see, probably not so much like the players are, especially those ones going out, is that we're going to see key crushing today, guys. We've waited 2 days for this.
I can't wait. I cannot wait.
We've talked about it every day. The idea that you can not only eliminate someone, but then they get their key crushed. And if you're really feeling a little bit, maybe toxic, maybe it is a show of some respect, but you can put a few of those keys in your winning trophy. I love that. That's for the future.
Especially if you knock them out in the tournament, send them out, you get their key.
But also just getting your key crushed. If it wasn't bad enough, you're going home. You're also going to watch yourself getting the key crushed over there. You're like, I'm definitely going home, okay? I'm out of this competition. The season's over for me. Okay, well, we had some amazing plays yesterday, as we did on day one, and we'll sure get some more today, but let's revisit them now. These are our Aramco top plays of the day, and we have 5 for you to enjoy. Guys, you pick these? Where are we getting first?
So we've got Johnny versus Abu Maka here, and it's Ronaldo's 5-star weak foot finesse top corner, and the keeper had no chance.
You love a little spice with everything nice. A locker cutted there. Free kick, beautiful, off the bounce, power shot.
So nice.
It'll make a nice little highlight, and you have to be feeling confident, and Young was.
Yeah, Bernardo here versus Nathan. 0-0, so the first goal was important. Bernardo is attacking their course on the wing. He's not in the box, he's running in, he plays a pass in, nice composure, and slots it into the corner.
Weghorst almost ends up being a bit of a dummy man. We've seen that used with Nicholas as well, both the Argentines. Holland out wide, speaking of, on point, working that end line, looking to recycle. Can he find bodies? It bounces back. Cruyff, Bellingham, across the body with the step over, and that was a big moment there. It's maybe even more so about the moment to put him ahead. He was down 4-0 in that game, Gorilla.
I can't believe it still. And the last one here, Web Nasri versus Mark. Does a play like he cancels it, nice composure, plays it to the edge box of Ruud Gullit, another step over to the side, shot cancel, sends the keeper to the floor. What a goal.
Tasty.
Number 2 was the best for me as well, that matchup. Nicholas, MS Dossary was just spicy. If you didn't catch it, go back online somewhere, revisit it. You won't want to miss that one. Right, format today. Let's just bring you up to speed on how it works. Guys, we're still in the round robin stage, the last round of fixtures in that. That's quite unique, Gorilla, isn't it? The fact that we've already played 6 rounds over 2 days and we still have to come back and do another one today. Is that difficult?
I think as a player it's very difficult because you could have a good start and then you want to keep that momentum going. But if you're on the other side, someone maybe like a Johnny, you didn't have the best start, you have days to look back at your gameplay and improve. So it depends on which end of the spectrum you're on.
Then resurrection stage, we move, don't we, to knockouts.
That's what
basically.
I'm here for.
If you lose, see you later. Keys getting crushed, going home.
I can't wait for that. I want those eliminations. I want the sadness on some of the faces. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'm feeling that way.
Some last minute winners.
Yeah, I want some emotion. And seeing your trophy ruined or shifted forever, that'll do something to you.
You get your key crush, but you do get a consolation prize, and it's a pretty good consolation prize if you go out bottom 2 in your group today. It's $10,000 because the prize pool looks like this. $1 million is this prize purse. I mean, it's super generous. The most generous we've seen on EAFC, for sure. 300K up for grabs for the winner. And a lot of the players, actually, the guys that have already qualified for Sunday, they're already guaranteed $50,000. That's no joke.
That is a lot of money.
I've said it was a healthy prize pool.
A healthy prize pool.
Stay strong with that.
Well, they'll be smiling if they get the 50K and, of course, if they win. And I'm sure some of the reactions will be a bit like what we saw yesterday in our Pepsi reactions from our players. I mean, let's have a look. Johnny, he meant business, didn't he, when he came out first up on the Gidea Arena. He needed a win after having a pretty poor day one.
And I love seeing competition. I want to see that shift of how your day's going. You saw Johnny shushing the crowd. I'm with it. Anders interacting with everyone. Good moments, bad moments. Abumaka came out. He had his own chant. It was a beautiful moment that I hope gets clipped and shared everywhere. Look at Young working the crowd, a little bit of that Brazilian back-to-back with Nathan as well. See what it means to the individuals. See what it means to the competitors.
The only person who doesn't give you reactions, he never does, Ice
He's not featured for a reason.
No, he was there. That's why I said.
He had no reaction.
He just gives you the reaction, but he shows you the best gameplay.
He just looks to his coach. Abumaka has been brilliant as well. And Nathan, you saw every one of these players, all 16. It means the world to be here. So you're going to get even more of that emotion today, especially when we see some players being eliminated.
Well, it's life-changing. I'm not just talking about the money or being able to, help yourself out with maybe some vacations. For your career path, for your trajectory, for your partnerships, for your contracts, for the future of you playing EAFC at a high level, you might be able to lock in a 2 or 3 year deal depending what happens in this tournament as the decider, as the indicator.
Do you think because this is the last tournament pretty much for all these players of the season, this is even more important to brand deals and to contracts for next season because it's the last one they remember?
Yeah, as Mike said, there'll be a lot of players, maybe their contracts coming to an end, and if they have a massive performance, not even necessarily winning it, but going deep into knockouts, winning a lot of prize money, the prize money is nice, but for teams and brand deals, it's very important.
Yeah, it is. Well, we're excited to get going. You can probably tell. We love our job here. Someone else I want to introduce you to, you know who I'm talking about. It's our reporter, Leah Ravel. Leah, where are you starting for us today?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of the Esports World Cup featuring EAFC. We are here in the secondary arena once again, which may be one of the last times today. Standing beside me is someone who has already qualified through to Championship Sunday, winning $50,000. Mark 11. Mark, tell us how you feel. I want to talk about something really quickly. We spoke earlier before the competition started, and he actually I don't want to say you were negative, but he was just like, whatever happens, happens, and now look.
Yeah, look, I wasn't too confident coming into it. I didn't have much practice, but I guess maybe it doesn't really matter until now. So, but no, it feels good to be qualified with a game to go against probably the best player in the group. He's first, so yeah, I'll take it all day of the week and then go again on Sunday.
Speaking of games, my Jamil Motorsport match of the day has to be Abumaka and Emre Yilmaz. It is the main stage game, but basically whoever wins out of that one is going through. Mark, what's yours?
I'll go with Levy and Young because they also both Levy definitely has to win. Young, if he loses, you'll stay third. If he wins, you'll go second. So it's still pretty big for him too.
Both groups are still a little bit dicey, so we're not 100% sure who will make it through to the resurrection stage and who will go home. But if you tune in and watch the matches starting shortly, we will soon find out.
Leah, that's an understatement completely. We have no idea in Group A because, Mike Clabell, you're going to do a walk and talk here. 5 players there are on 6 points. Yes, you did hear me correctly. Where do we even start?
We have to look at Group A. It's a pretty unbelievable circumstance, and as Gorilla kind of touched on, some of these guys were good in day 1, some in day 2, some a little bit of this and that. If you're in this section, basically, if you win, you're good to go. You got a green light, and the best part is, in some of the matchups, they're going up against each other, and that's why we talk about being able to control your future. Give us the lay of the land, please, and thank you.
Yes, some of the guys there at the bottom are going up against each other. 4 of those players are. So you've got Webb and Johnny, bottom 2 you can see there. Then you've got Levy, he's taking on Young actually. Mark is taking on Jafonso, and Abumaka taking on Yilmaz. So you've ones to look out for, as Leah said, Abumaka, Yilmaz, and then you've got Webb taking on Johnny. Those ones for me, those two are crucial. And looking over there, we'll get to that in a bit. Group B, kind of a similar story. Goal poacher, MS Dossary look like they can't do much, but it could still flip around, couldn't it, if they get the win? Goal difference, head-to-head, comes into consideration.
It's definitely possible. Dossary is not in the best spot, but if he wins and some results go his way, there is a small chance. So everyone has everything to play for.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Schedule coming your way. Let's see who the big matchups are on the stage as well. And then we have no idea, of course, who is getting through. That's how I got TBCs galore. First up, Abimaka Emre Yilmaz. Leah's already told you about that one. Then it is Anders. It's back on the big stage, taking on the one and only King of the Jungle, MS Dossary. We're all waiting for it. We're all here for it. Absolutely incredible, isn't it?
I'm ready. Yeah, I've got a glow. I've got certain energy. I can smell it. I'm waiting to run to the arena. When you tell me it's good to go, I'm going that way.
Predictions for both of those two. Quickly, Abimaka, Emre Yilmaz. Mike, that's your one.
Sure, happy to go with that. If Yilmaz plays how he's been playing, I think he's going to get eliminated with the home crowd, and Abimaka is going to probably forge an upset. A lot of people expected Yilmaz to lead that group. He's not been good this weekend.
Quickly, I'll repeat quickly.
Emre Yilmaz for me. Nice and simple.
Quickly, Anders Dossary.
Dossary.
Anders,
he's on a great run, undefeated yesterday. That's what those two think. What do you think at home? stcplay.gg. Let us know, please. We love to hear your predictions, and then we go, they were completely wrong after it. It is a great insight into who you're favouring. Probably the Falcons players. Everyone loves them here. Okay, well, it is fast approaching our first match, which means the players will be arriving, and we'll let you see them now with our Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. Abimaka is in the house.
Got the glasses.
That's new. He didn't have that yesterday. I like what I'm seeing here. That's confidence.
Means business, doesn't it? He's like, you're in my territory, you're in my arena, come on, you've got to take it from me. And this man is the person that could possibly take it from him, Emre Yilmaz. I love it rolling in as well.
Look at these bodyguards.
I was going to sing there, but
serious business here.
He looks relaxed. He does look relaxed.
Does he? Or does he look nervous?
He's on his phone and he's chilling. I think he'll get the win.
Well, this is massive, okay? We just mentioned it. They're both on 6 points. Mike gave you a little bit of an insight. You pretty much have to win. Otherwise, it's going to be touch and go. Results elsewhere have got to go in your favour. This is a little bit of an insight into what we saw from the players yesterday. This was first. Oh, this actually was Abimaka Jafonso, which was one of the big matches again, which we got to see. Round 6, that was. Jafonso won 4-6 there.
Jafonso's been on a tear, and we saw a little bit of back and forth action as we're going into the Levy facing off against Emre Yilmaz, of course, in all rude Hullet Team Liquid affair. Typically, those lean on Yilmaz. This is no different. These have kind of been the two disappointments for me. I took Levy as a big favorite. Hasn't been putting up. He's going to be playing for his last chance here. And the same with Yilmaz, who I told you the gameplay really hasn't been that impressive. I call it how I see it with that. The results, he'd say the same. If we had him up here, he can't be happy with how he's been playing.
Well, Yilmaz was my prediction before the tournament, so this is it. It's the last game. No ifs or buts. You have to play well.
Do you not always think, though, this night off just to reset really does change things? We saw that yesterday. Anders, day 1. Terrible. Bounce back, undefeated, day 2. Young, undefeated, day 1. Could only get 1 win yesterday. It is so topsy-turvy, up and down, depending on if you kind of reset your mind mentally overnight.
I will say this with both Levy and Yilmaz, they didn't look good in day 1 or day 2. So this has to be their day to shine. Just as a counter argument with those two in particular. I'd love to see it happen.
But it's the opposite for someone like Anders. Not the best day 1. Day 2, if you're him, you want to play the last game. So it's third time lucky for some players. I think we'll see some different results.
Yeah, exactly. What were you like, Gorilla? Did you actually allow yourself to reset and be confident if you had a terrible day 1? Could you do that?
If I finished the day on a loss, I was not happy. I could not go to sleep knowing that I lost that game. So everyone's different, aren't they?
Well, that is Abimaka. He went to sleep on a loss. Emre Yilmaz, he went to sleep on a 5-1 win over his teammates. So, if they're like Gorilla, maybe Emre Yilmaz, that's written in the water, that he is going to go through. I'm clutching at straws here, Mike Lavelle. You're looking at me going, where is Rachel going with this conversation?
He's just putting his teammate in a bad light, maybe. I don't know. There's going to be an awkward team talk after that.
How much will both of these players change their tactics, their formation, change everything, because this is do or die?
I think tactic-wise, you won't see any changes, maybe 1 or 2 personnel on the team, but I think it'll be a situation of there's only one game to focus on today. There's not 2 or 3 opponents, so you might just be concentrating on how your opponent's going to play and watch some of the gameplay back.
But would then maybe that hurt you if you were to get through? You've just focused on one player, and then you've got to completely change things up again, depending on who you get in Resurrection. And now I'm looking further ahead.
I don't think we can take that point of projecting, but I feel if I'm in this position, I feel like I'm playing with house money. I didn't play well in day 1 and day 2. In almost any tournament, we love this structure. That's why we've talked about it a lot. But in almost any other tournament, you would have been eliminated. There is no second chance, third chance, an opportunity to get yourself into a resurrection. That doesn't exist. It would have been wrapped up, and we would have said, hey, maybe next year.
And the main thing is, you just want to get there. Forget any other games. If you're winning this game, you might be through.
This could be the most important game these two have played all year.
No, it is the most important game they have
100%.
played all year, without a doubt. Everything's on the line for, again, we talk about the contracts, the partnership, the viewership, everybody that's watching, the money, everything that's there. There's no doubt about it. And it's a send-off. We're a little bit fickle sometimes. We remember what you did for us lately.
We do. Short-term memory loss over here. In terms of how you would approach this, could you get yourself up for this, or did you get so nervous that you were the kind of player that crumbled a little?
Oh, don't put that on Gorilla.
You saying I crumbled?
He's a world champion, 2017. I don't forget that one. I haven't got that much of a short-term memory loss.
I think before the game, I'm not nervous, but kind of questioning, overthinking things. But as soon as that ball's kicked off, I'm locked in, so.
Did you have positive or negative self-talk when you were sitting there?
Negative.
Did you?
Yeah, negative.
You were never bigging yourself up, saying, I've done this before, I know how to do it.
My brain was weird. It's like, if I'm thinking negative, I can't be disappointed. So then, yeah, it's kind of backwards, but that's how I used to think.
We need to get some more of these mental psychology coaches in. That's what the Olympic stars do, guys. They visualize themselves winning the whole thing, and then actually, hey presto, it works. Who'd have thought it? Okay. Timer has started. We have 24 seconds. I know at the moment in the Giddy Arena, both of these players are going to be so nervous. They're going to have sweaty palms. I've even got sweaty palms thinking about what is at stake here. This is a massive matchup. I've said too much, guys. I'm out now. This is Abu Maka taking on Emre Yilmaz. This is a do or die matchup. Enjoy it.
Good evening and welcome back to the Gidea Arena for day 3 of more EA FC 24 action. And what a day it was yesterday. We saw it all, didn't we? So many goals, some mad comebacks, and it is still all to play for in Group A. I'm Nicole, and joining me as always is my brilliant co-host Milos. Looking dapper. You've changed.
Look at you. She's all silverine all over. Honestly, today is going to be an incredible one, just because if you looked at that bracket yesterday and the results from all the goals, all the games, you're thinking, oh, tomorrow maybe it'll be a bit easier. No. You look at the bracket again, the groups today, it is even more mind-boggling than it was before. Group A, a 5-way tie at 6 points. It can go anywhere. However, the top 3 are decided. They're all set to go for tomorrow. Then take a rest after they play their round 7 game today. However, Group B still undecided of which players will be moving on and qualifying for tomorrow, only just at the tippity top in that group.
But doesn't that make it all so much more exciting that anything can happen still, right?
That's the best part of it.
We love it. Okay, shall we get things going then and get our players out?
I think we should. Let's bring out our first player representing Team Falcons, Abu Maka! The man, the myth, the legend, and the future of esports here in Saudi and EFC 24. He's got a lot to do today on this stage, and he looks set and focused on success. Today, this prerogative, the goal is simple. Victory at all costs for those 3 points.
Yeah, and his opponent, representing Team Liquid, it's Emre Yilmaz! listen to that noise. But you know what? He is smiling. Emre won 2, but lost 4 games so far. So he needs a big win here today. But how will he get on in front of this crowd? How will he do under pressure? Well, we're about to see.
If anything, think about it this way. A boo is just the reverse of a cheer, so it ends up equalizing at the end of the day, right? But we got games to.
We do indeed. I like your thinking though. Right, casters, over to you.
Thank you so much. This is huge. 5 competitors, 3 can go through. 2, the Esports World Cup journey at EA FC 24 comes to a close. Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa in the commentary booth. Ryan, this is what we came to Riyadh for. The big games, the big moments. Falcons, Liquid. It's huge.
It's a massive, massive game. So many implications throughout the group as well, as you mentioned. 5 players on 6 points. But I think for all the players in that position, the aim is just to win the game. You don't want to have your...
Do your job.
Yeah, do your job, win the game. You don't want to have your future decided by other competitors. But it's just so many different results that could happen and benefit or go against you.
Well, the way that this group shape, you've got Abu Maka versus Emre Yilmaz. The winner of that game, simple, they progress. Levi David taking on Young. Young is through, 12 points, he's cruising. He's thinking, get this game over done today, and then I can go in to the knockouts tomorrow. If Levi wins, he's in.
Yep.
Simple as that. And then Johnny taking on Webb Nasri. Both players, 7th and 8th right now. Because we don't do draws here at the Esports World Cup, 1 will go through. The final game in this group is a top of the table 15-point clash. One player is going to be finishing their group standings on 18 points. And that's taking on Jafonzo and Mark 11. Ryan, I've got to ask you, Emre Yilmaz has been a player over the last couple of years. Consistency is the word to describe his performances.
Yep.
This tournament, he has been anything but consistent.
It all stems from the first game. Lost 4-0 to Jafonzo, didn't really pose a threat. And he's someone we always say he's clinical in front of goal, creates a lot of chances, he's very efficient. He's a mastermind, but for this tournament, I think he's probably the weakest we've seen him. He seems beatable in almost every game. Of course, he defeated his teammate, Levi David, yesterday in his most recent game, and I think that could help him get a lot more confidence for this round. But for Abu Maka, he hasn't won a game since round 3. We're in round 7 now, so he knows there's a lot of pressure. He needs to bounce back.
Just listen to that crowd as well. They are urging their fan favourite, their hometown hero. All they need is one more win and he books himself into the knockouts. But he's taking on a champion in every sense of the word in Emre Yilmaz. Top 4 this season in the FC Pro Open. Top 8 in the FC Pro World Championship. He was the DreamHack Dallas winner only a couple of months ago. He was top 4 in the E Champions League. He finished 2nd in the EWC. That's just from this season alone. Him getting grouped right now would be so shocking.
Yeah, he was one of the 3 players I said were the guarantees to finish in the top 3.
In the banker?
Yeah, I said Emre Yilmaz, Levi, Jafonzo. Those 3 were my set.
You're 1 from 3.
Yeah, I've got 1 from 3. I'll take it, to be fair. But both the Team Liquid players, Emre and Levi, they've been below par. Johnny, below par. Webb Nasri has impressed me.
Yeah.
But it's just, there's so
Even
many
Abu
results.
Maka,
Mark 11 as well, fantastic.
Abu Maka, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's been great this season.
Yeah.
And you expect him with this hometown buff to progress through. It might not happen as we're underway. Round 7 of the Esports World Cup, the final group games. So we have Abu Maka from left to right in that all-black strip, and from right to left, all in white, will be Emre Yilmaz. I think an early goal is really, really important.
Yeah, I think it will settle the nerves as well. And yesterday and the previous day, when Emre was playing, sometimes when he conceded, usually anyway, we associate him just being relaxed and doesn't really react. Yeah, he looked very agitated yesterday. So for his sake, I'm hoping he's calmed down a lot more and he trusts himself.
Mateus on the edge of the box here for Emre Yilmaz, trying to create something, driven pass into the box. However, good interception and well defended on that first flurry from Abu Makr as he hoists one over the top, but Konate is always the favourite. You must have played in some interesting environments throughout your very, very long career.
Yeah.
How would you feel? You were there last year in Riyadh. Did you have this sort of reaction? Did you have it?
We didn't have a team in our group that were from Saudi Arabia, but whenever the other games played and whenever they were playing against somebody from that region or country, you knew what you were expecting. The crowd were going to be vibrant and on their side, and Emre Yilmaz attacking here.
Possibly looking for the cutback. It's R9 into the space. He moved the goalkeeper ever so slightly into the middle of the goal. The near post was gaping. Corner whipped in. Haaland's up. What a great save again. Keeping this attack moving and grooving is Emre Yilmaz. Well, that's always going to be Petr Cech's. Good start from Emre Yilmaz.
Yeah, it's a strong start from him. I think mechanically and just the way he can create chances from pretty much nothing, whether it's a long ball over the top or driven passes. Here's an update in our game. Web Nasri won it up from the corner against Johnny. Web Nasri.
He's on his way through as he stands right now as Mark 11.
Flying.
He's dominating this group. That will be 6 wins in a row to put him on 18 points. Abu Makr inside the box, shoots across goal, and he crashes against the post. We've played 10 minutes, and it feels like an hour.
Mark 11, I don't think we've given him enough respect, to be honest. I myself, I'll be honest, before the tournament started, I would have put him as...
Go on, say it.
One of the players I would expect, if he was to go through it, would be through the resurrection stage. Not as a top 3 player, let alone #1 in the group. He's been incredible.
Emre just looking to keep hold of the ball, maybe try and quieten down this crowd. Spoke to Emre this morning, I caught him at lunch. Chance here for Young.
Wow.
And that's 1-0 up against Levi David. Levi David will be on 6 points, he will be stranded. Web Nasri go on to 9. We could be facing a situation where goal difference splits the table. Emre, power shot, good save at the near post. And I just caught him this morning for a couple of minutes, Emre. He said it's the worst I've played, maybe ever.
Yeah, I'm with him. Yesterday, that game, I can't remember who it was against.
Corner whipped in, Haaland's up.
Oh, there was a game yesterday, I think it was against Young. Hold on.
Whipped in again, and Haaland on this time. Knock on the door enough times, and you'll bounce it down for a corners. Whipped into the box, Haaland kept on getting up. And Emre finally gets his reward.
I think it just sort of falls into the odds there, as you said. You get that many corners in a row, sooner or later, you're going to score one when Haaland jumps up for it. And that's the start he would have dreamed of, because he knows that's an important goal against Abu Makr. It will quiet down the crowd a little bit. But more importantly, yeah, you can still hear bits and pieces, but more importantly for him, I think, it's just about settling the nerves for Emre.
Because there is no draws.
Yeah.
What you said earlier, with you just got to do your job. If you win,
you're done.
You're in.
You're fine. Yeah.
It's when you start losing. And right now, Web Nasri is 3-0 up against Johnny.
Oh my goodness. That puts Web Nasri through the resurrection stage.
He is representing Kashima Antlers, and he is doing it so well as Levi David gets one back. Abu Makr coming forward inside the box. Saka taking over now. Linking up on the edge of the box with the 2 midfielders, Vitinha and Ruud Gullit. Long ball pass activated, and Frimpong is brought into the equation. Haaland, it's knocked up for, but well defended from Emre. 3-0. Web Nasri against Johnny. Is this day 1, Johnny?
Yeah, this is
day 2, Johnny was a different animal.
Yeah. It's a crazy start from Web Nasri in that game.
It is early, and we've seen crazier comebacks.
Yeah.
But
yesterday,
Johnny has got to get the engine revving if he's got any chance to get back into this game. A little bit.
Oh, it was rash.
Aggressive.
Yeah.
From Emre Yilmaz, but he's got away with it. I could see a penalty being given actually there.
Another day when the animation doesn't sort of fall in your favour, you're in trouble.
Mr. Fonzo has brought 2 back in that top of the table clash against Mark 11. To give us for our attention being turned towards the bottom of the table, as that's where everything is happening. Emre Yilmaz is 2-0 up, and a pause is coming in from Abu Makr.
It's a perfect goal from Emre. I think he was sort of fortunate that the ball was taken in the stride so perfectly there with R9 to find the finish as well. And Abu Maka rightly so cues a pause. I think that's needed, sort of just reflect on what's going on, because 2-0 wouldn't have been the start he would have desired. Pateas down the wing here, just a little pass there. It's perfectly
really
taken
nice
by Annette, perfectly.
And it's just the little things. First touch plus activating. We don't know how much it affects it, but it certainly activated. Gave him a nice touch into his stride, able to shoot first time across the goalkeeper.
Yep.
And let's have a look what else is happening. These were the 2 goals from Webb Nasri.
Power shot there. I know you're a fan of those.
Bastian Schweinsteiger. Don't tell me he did it again. CR7 on that occasion. Schweinsteiger. But that also, look at the time in the top left. Was that 2 goals in like
no
3
time.
minutes?
Yeah, in no time. Still 20 minutes only played in that game, so if Johnny was to come back, he has a little bit of time to start pushing forward and hoping chances fall his way.
It's a very tough start, though, you got to say.
It's triggered Kanate. It's running back. I was wondering if he's going to try and look to cross the ball in there.
Whipped back out wide. This is Abu Maka. I want to get your opinion on that pause that just came in as well after this attack. See if he can create something just on the stroke of 30 minutes. Emre is an aggressive defender. He will press the tackle button. He will
Look at
jump in.
Genuinely.
It's something that we've associated with his game for a long time. He's given away penalties. It's come back to bite him in previous tournaments. That pause that came in, it was instantaneous. What are you talking with Abu Maka through there?
The thing is, as a player, you kind of know when you're not playing well, and you kind of just need to take a moment out. You don't need to change anything. No tactics or player personnel needs to be changed so early on, but it's just about taking a breather. You take the time.
He's not
just
started
to reflect. Well. Yeah, exactly. He knows that. He wouldn't need his coach to tell him, and he could be down by 3 here.
Extra pass into R9. He could have gone back into the middle.
Goodness.
Saka was waiting.
Hold on.
Mbappe picking it up. It's perfect from Emre Yilmaz. You can't give him the ball back on the edge of your own box, Abu Maka.
That's a painful one to concede. It's a player that you get the benefit of the doubt. Emre Yilmaz messed up there. So for me, that should be a guaranteed goal. It's 2 against 1. He's got the space. You see the replay coming in. He takes the shot. What
are we doing?
Wow, that's a big mistake, Abu Maka. A massive, massive mistake. And he's punished as well. The finish was a bit unorthodox. What, green time? Do you find its way into the corner?
Yeah.
You can't complain. If your opponent green times it.
If you're usually 98 and 99 rated players.
You know what's going to happen.
Yeah. The first mistake from Abu Maka came out wide, as we see Young going 2-1 up against Levi David, 40 minutes on the clock in that game. So as it stands, Emre Yilmaz would go on to 9 points. Levi David would stay on 6, and Webb Nasri would go on to 9, meaning Abu Maka, Levi David and Johnny would all be on 6. It all comes down
the goal difference
to Emre Yilmaz, how much he could beat Abu Maka, and that could send Levi David through.
So many permutations in this game. Abu Maka trying to push forward, get a response as quick as possible.
Abu Maka has to start playing. I've just been told and informed, if Abu Maka concedes 2 more goals, if he loses by a 5-goal swing, it's curtains. But it also depends how heavy Levi David loses.
And if he does hold, just about gets to the keeper.
Coming into this game, Abu Maka was 3 goals ahead. Levi David maybe doesn't want Emre Yilmaz to do him a favour.
Step overs are brutal there. Stopped an L1 and then just step over forward.
Still got well and truly his destiny in his own hands, Levi David.
Yeah.
Win and you're in. This is the best we've seen from Emre Yilmaz in 3 days of competition. He's pressing high, he's winning the ball back. And you look at Emre's individual results as well. it was a huge win as Young, on the stroke of half-time, has gone 3-2 up. And that is half-time coming in there. Confirmation for you. Abu Makar's not really shown much in this half.
Yeah, it's been tame from him, and I think for him, it would just be hoping that, I'll be honest, at this point, you're 3-0 down, you're playing below par.
Just keep it at 3.
Yeah, just try and get into half-time.
They will know the permutations, the players.
Yeah, he knows.
The only thing he doesn't know is the results happening behind the scenes. Emre looking to add a fourth. Will get the corner.
He's already scored once from here.
It will be the last attack of the half. It's an outswinger. Haaland is up. Haaland just misses out on the header, and that will do us for 45 minutes of Group A Round 7 action. What I was going to talk about was Emre's wins.
Yeah.
He's only won twice. Johnny, 8-3. Emphatic.
Yeah.
And his other win came against his teammate, Levi David, with a 5-1 win. So when he's won,
it's by clear margins. Yeah, by clear margins when he wins. But the other games, he's been struggling. I think, for me, what I've always associated with Emre Yilmaz is the games where he's favourite, he always seems to come out on top in those games. In my opinion, on paper, I would have put him beforehand favourite against Webb Nasri, in my opinion, favourite against Young, favourite against Mark. Those games he's fallen short on, and I think for him, he'll have heaps of disappointment in that. But of course, the aim now and coming into it is just get out the group. Just get into the resurrection stage and try and just restart your tournament and just go from there and see how far you can go. But
I mean, we often say as well, some players are better at groups. Like, for example, Mark 11, until this season, he'd never been grouped in a tournament. Obviously, FC Pro World Championship and the FC Pro Open, 2 individual tournaments there where it didn't go his way, but he's a really good group player and he builds into the tournament. Some players are not good in groups.
Yeah.
But as soon as, I would, maybe Johnny, as soon as the knockout, if he can get into the knockouts, he could go on and win it. As Emre crashes one against the crossbar.
No, I agree with you. Aggressive defending there from Abu Makar as well. He's putting out Van Dijk to try and step, sort of mirroring the way Emre Yilmaz has been getting success against him. And then there's an update, half-time, Webb Nasri 4-0 up against Johnny.
What I was just saying about Johnny, if he could get out, he's not getting out at the minute. Abu Makar with a chance, has to go! Good save. He will be rewarded with a corner. It's an outswinger, it's in towards Haaland, but Kanate just in front of him as the ball spirals up to the back post. Beautiful first time dink back out wide. What does Abu Makar have in his locker? Not a lot.
Yes. It's just not really getting a lot of success in areas where you can penetrate Emre Yilmaz. Hold on.
That's a good press. Just looks a second off the pace, Abu Makar at the moment, and Emre Yilmaz has come out of the box absolutely flying. If this is the Emre that we're going to see for the rest of the tournament, this is an Emre that could go all the way. It's the first time we've seen him play with this ferocity. Abu Makar trying to create something.
Oh,
there we go. We talked about it.
It's the aggression. It's a way back in. It's a lifeline.
12 yards. R9. Abu Makar. Saved from Emre Yilmaz.
When it's not your day, it's not your day. He needs to score here. He needs it, and he doesn't get the header from Haaland.
Vitinha driven pass into Hosselu. Can the Spaniard try and create something here out wide? And it bounces out of play, disappointingly for Abu Makar and Team Falcons and every single Saudi fan in this Gadir Arena, as Young has gone 4-2 up against Levi David. Dinked out wide. What does Abu Makar have in the locker? Nice technical dribble into the box. Good interlink play, but again, Emre's so aggressive.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to just be clicking for Abu Maka. The moment he gets the opportunity to shoot, Emre Yilmaz sort of sweeps across there aggressively, and it's been working perfectly. 5-4 update between Jafonzo and Mark 11. A battle for number 1 in that group.
You see Abu Maka just trying to create something here as Levy is being gifted a goal back into this game. Abu Maka with a chance. Does it fall for him? Haaland! No.
That just genuinely encapsulates everything from this game. It just feels like the ball won't fall for him in the right areas. There's a few opportunities where, in my opinion, he could have shot and he opted for an extra pass, but it's just not working for him. That's great, though. Hold on. Ooh, that would have been a great goal.
Good play, rewarded with a corner.
He needs one of these to fall his way. Not that time.
He's not clearing Konate.
Yeah.
Still inside the box, dinked into the back post. There he is, but defensively just managed to get enough bodies around the ball. It really is nail-biting stuff here. Young could be the player to send Abu Maka through if he beats Levy, and goal difference is on his side. Emre Yilmaz looking to add a fourth and put this game out of reach for Abu Maka. Pateas into the space. Emre has arrived in Riyadh.
The speed boost there, when he's done that before, and it's a few times now he's done that in this particular tournament as well. The speed boost off of the first touch into the space directly forward in the box has been unstoppable for Emre. It's sort of been his go-to move. You see the replay coming in here. Just look at Pateas, edge of the box. Just there, the speed boost into space. As a defender, there isn't really much you can do unless you know it's coming. But then you're sort of giving up other spaces around the area. You have to watch for a ball into R9, maybe even recycle to the other centre mid. There's so many different avenues. Emre could have dissected Abu Maka there, and for me,
it's here.
It's a tough one now for Abu Maka. The goal difference is going to be key now for him in this moment.
Vitinha dinked over the top. Could be Haaland in behind. For Abu Maka, went for the finesse.
He's completely second-guessing himself every single time he gets forward.
Yeah.
And he's been doing that from the first half. It's not really a thing I think is based on the scoreline. From moment 1, when he gets in those areas, it's either
do I pass,
do I pass,
shoot,
do I go for a finesse, is he going to move the keeper? And the moment that you do that, it's a recipe for disaster. And so is this. Young stepping over with Mbappe. 5 goals to 3 in that game.
It's getting very, very tight. We've not seen anything from Webb Nasri and Johnny, so you'd imagine Webb Nasri has pulled away into the final stages of that one. There you have it, 4-1 from Webb. Another save coming in from Abu Maka's goalkeeper. Jafonzo would be top of the table as it stands, 18 points. Mark 15, Young 15. Emre Yilmaz would go on to 9. Webb Nasri would go on to 9, and then for that 6th place with with Levy, Johnny and Abu Maka, all 3 players on 6 points. It would come down to goal difference. Johnny will be out of the equation.
Yeah.
Levy started this round on -6. Abu Maka started this round on -3.
For Levy, he would need, a 6-goal swing right now in order to go through. The way it's going, it's possible, but Levy needs to do his job as well. He needs to score in this game at least to bring one back, to make it a little bit more realistic for him.
5-3,
yeah.
Correct? So it's -2.
Yeah, so right now Abu Maka is through.
Whipped into the box. That's high over the bar. As Jafonzo extends his lead at the top of the table. 6 wins for the Portuguese star. Came through the last chance qualifier and has been outstanding ever since. Abu Maka Extra pass, Haaland. There you have it. Great save. Goalkeeper movement.
Yeah, it was needed. It makes sense, though, because the defender was there on the other side to block it. So obviously, he moved the keeper to the other side that's slightly more open.
It's been in swinger. Straight into the hands of Petr. His corners have
They've been
poor.
Yeah. He looks void of ideas as well when he gets the corners. He sort of looks hopeless. It's an update, still 5-3 in that game between Young and Levy David.
There was a 1 in a million situation where 5 players would finish on 6 points. It happened, and it's coming down to the final 10 minutes, and it will come down to goal difference on who gets 6th position. Abu Maka pushes forward Haaland off the ball, and Vitinha is waiting. There is Haaland interlinking up. Press proven plus activated, but just bundled up out the way.
Yeah, good step there from Emre. The bounce didn't favour Abu Maka at all there.
Emre locked in right now. Well, I don't even go out on a limb and say, I think quite comprehensively say this is the best Emre has played we've seen on the main stage.
Oh, without doubt.
As Young has got a 6th goal in the 88th minute, which will pretty much guarantee Abu Maka road into the knockouts through 6th place.
Not the way that he would have liked to go through, but you take it. When you're not playing well, you kind of need things to fall in your favour. And yeah, we said at the start, there's so many limitations on results. Levy will be...
And Johnny.
Yeah.
Groot.
Unbelievable.
I'm pretty sure some of our talent, when we did our predictions, predicted Levy to win.
When he text balls them.
I can't remember who it was.
But it's not about... I said Levy would finish. For me, on paper, I think I would have... If I had to rank the 3 I said, I probably would have put Levy 2nd or 1st.
In the group or overall?
In the group.
Okay.
In the group. So it's a major upset.
They will believe that Abu Maka can do something historic here. Try and turn this game around, but he doesn't really need to, with Young giving him a big helping hand and pulling him into the resurrection stage.
He would need to concede 3 goals in 7 minutes to be eliminated.
As that is a full-time result. Levy David 3, Young 6. Young on to 15 points. Levy sticks on 6. And finishes with a -9 goal difference. Abu Maka right now is on -7, if my maths is correct. Maybe he knows this because he's just holding on to the ball at the moment. Saka, technical dribble inside the box, trying to create a space.
Emre's done very well with his second-man press in the area. He's very aggressive with the person he's controlling, and that sort of allows the other player to just press alongside him and cut other potential opportunities where Abu Maka could find space to cut inside or look for a pass.
His ability to cut passing lanes is...
It's unbelievable.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Abu Maka knows. It's the only explanation.
Yeah.
He knows. Keep hold of this ball. Well, there you have it. Emre Yilmaz, with his destiny in his own hands, is knocked off Abu Maka with a 4-0 victory. However, listen to that reaction. They know that Abu Maka, by the skin of his teeth, goes through into the knockout stages. Not the way he wanted to do it.
Yeah.
But Team Falcons will have representation in that resurrection stage later on this evening. What an incredible performance from Emre Yilmaz. With his destiny in his hands, he did what he needed to do.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like for him, I have to keep reiterating, I think it's confidence. Because when you're playing, when you're so used to winning and so used to performing well, and even sometimes when he loses, he performs well, but it's just the opposition was better on that given game. He was poor yesterday in a lot of games and in day one as well. So he knows he needed to bounce back, and he done it in an emphatic way as well.
Yeah, emphatic, dominance, whatever adjective you want to put in front of it. Emre Yilmaz with a really, really solid performance, and he will be probably one of the favourites out of the 6 going into that resurrection stage now.
Absolutely. I think for the other players that are sort of in and around, no way. You wanted Emre Yilmaz out, to be honest. You wanted him to be eliminated, and I'm sure the other competitors, they'll be happy that Levy's out as well, because he's one of the players that could have gone the distance, not only in the group, but in the whole tournament. But for Webb Nasri, that's a massive win.
Let's talk about Webb, because everyone that you spoke to coming into Group A, he was the player that he was one of the 7th or 8th.
Yeah.
We said it.
I said it on camera. I'm happy
People
to
at home
admit.
said it.
Yeah, absolutely.
3 wins, 9 points. What a performance from Webb Nasri.
Sensational performance. And the thing is, he's done it in a group where, as you mentioned, he wouldn't have been favourite to go through, let alone to win the games that he's won. And in such ways, he beat Emre Yilmaz, Johnny now as well. It's important victories for him and important moments. He's won the games that he needed to win, and it's put him through to the resurrection stage.
Top of the table, Jafonzo. 18 points, 6 wins. On Monday, we had the chance to watch him at the last chance qualifier. Beat Umit, beat Stingray on the way through. He is a man in form right now, and someone who is catching form, Emre Yilmaz. This is his best moments from that decisive round 7 fixture against Abu Maka.
Yeah, this goal, I think, turned it around. Of course, 2-0, it's just a mistake. The mistake from Abu Maka here sort of set the tone for the remainder of the game. Emre Yilmaz, of course, went on to score another goal. And again, this as well, the missed penalty is
that could have been game-changing.
It could have been. It's such a crucial moment in that game. Those two sort of summarise everything, and this was the icing on the cake here. The speed boost into the area. Pateas with a green time finish across goal, and Emre Yilmaz sort of compounded the whole game just with the way he kept possession in the final third as well, forced Abu Maka to try and rush out, and this is how it stands in Group A, Richard.
Yeah, there you see it. The group as it stands, Jafonzo top, Mike 11 on 15.
Yeah, Webb Nasri's result hasn't come through yet. They're still waiting to finish, but when that does, it will put
Webb
Nasri, put Webb Nasri
points
higher on and Abu Maka higher, just based on the goal difference between himself and Johnny. So
there you see it, and that's what's coming up. Group B action right around the corner. However, while we catch our breath and get a little drink of water, let's head on down for a deeper dive into that dominant Emre Yilmaz performance with Mike LaBelle and Spencer.
Wow, the drama's been real. Welcome to Pepsi Telestration here. We got a lot to talk about. I'm going to make up a new word. We got sensationality. I think that might be a word, it might not be a word.
I've heard that one before.
But Yilmaz was on full display of so much talent. And we want to talk about the importance of the intangibles and being able to send runners, because by triggering runs, it opens up space.
Yeah, so it's a simple one. All you have to do is press L1 to trigger the play, and if you keep an eye on Putellas, she has her arm out. This basically says, listen, you've triggered me, I'm going to run in behind, and as Mike will play, there's going to be a decision to make now for the right back, because now there's a runner.
You get a good first touch as well. I'm kind of giving you a little bit of half space here, or half speed, but what you're going to have now is options, offensive options. And we talk about this time and time again, the importance of getting into positions and allowing your offensive players to make plays. That's what they're here to do. They're high rated. Let them give you some skills, give you something to unlock some of that space. And now you got 3 options.
So you got the 3 options. You got Mbappe, you got Ronaldo, you got Haaland. But if you rewind it back just when he had the ball with Putellas, he could have kept it on running, have a shot on goal, but what you'll see, to get that angle, not a ball roll, not just turning, he actually does the nutmeg flare skill move, which is L1, R1, and flicking the right thumbstick 90 degrees.
Love the skill.
But he's also cancelled it with a pass at the same time, which obviously then creates a situation, an extra pass for Ronaldo, and he's not going to miss that.
It's silky. It's beautiful. He makes the game look easy. And Yilmaz was back in full effect. Clean sheet, scoring goals for fun. We didn't see this previously, so this could be terrifying for future competitors. And speaking of our next matchup, this is what you asked for. You got Anders versus MS Dossary. We're going to take a quick break, but do not go anywhere. That is must-watch material.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Being here at EWC means a lot, of course. I had to qualify first, and it was like a big goal for me because it's like a World Cup and I want to qualify for all of them. Now I'm here and I know I have a huge chance of winning it too when I'm like at the biggest tournaments. EFC means a lot to me. It's like my job now and the thing I'm working on, so it's just like why I want to be the best. And now I'm world champion 2 times, so I will just try to make it the 3rd time and show that I will be the GOAT one day. I think my playstyle is like quite offensive, and if I'm leading, I won't stop. Like, I think I'm the only one who has won like 7-0 in the World Cup final, so my goal is all the time to just destroy the opponent, and I know that if you just lead with like, let's just say 4 goals and the opponent score 1, then your mentality will always change and you will get kind of nervous. So I'm just trying to like play in the same way the whole game and don't think too much and yeah, just try to destroy the opponent. I would say it like this, the goalkeeper my coach trusts the most is Michael. I don't really have any preferences, but he says that he's good, but then I'm like, he's from Denmark and I can't trust the Danish keeper because I'm a Danish player, but I used him for the World Cup and I won the tournament, so he will probably get the chance again, but if he starts bad, then he is out for sure. Like the World Cup, I used like someone like Stones, Roselu and Bukayo Saka, and there was like, I would say the 3 most important players on my team, and I was like one of the only one who was like playing with them. So that was really important, and I think that it's just important that you play with players that you think is good and not like playing like what everyone else does. My biggest rival has to be PSN. It's not like I see any rival because like in anyone because I know I'm better, but after I lost like the final to him in the beginning of the year, and everyone was going crazy even though I qualified for the World Cup. I'm the one to win EWC because I won European Championship and World Cup like 1 month ago in 1 week. So if I'm gonna play onto my level, I'm gonna stand with my 3rd big trophy of the year. Watch out everyone, I'm the world champion and this week I'm gonna make it back to back.
EA FC just got real here at the Esports World Cup. We've just lost our first 2 players from Group A. Ouch, I hate saying that. Let's just remind everyone of exactly who has gone out at this stage. So look at the bottom of the table. It is Johnny. He's the E-Champions League winner, and Levy, who's just legendary in our game. Abu Maka crept by with a goal difference of just 2 in the end. Top 3, though, a reminder, they jump straight to Sunday. The next 3, well, they are now in this resurrection stage. I don't think any of us predicted that. None more than you. You had Levy to win the whole thing, Mike. Sorry.
Oh, did you?
I did. I'm going to have to eat my words on that.
So did Dan Gaskin as well.
Okay, that makes me feel better. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate
Sometimes we don't get everything right. My player is still in, actually. He's coming this way next. Anders is taking on MS Dossary. That's the biggest matchup on stage in the Gidea Arena. But again, we'll have to lose 2. At the moment, MS Dossary is in those bottom 2 positions as well, which, you know, could make this a really difficult match for Anders.
I think it's going to be tough because in 6 games, Dossary's already won 1. However, that game against Nicholas was a good performance. Unfortunately, he did lose, though.
They were all really tight, actually. We were looking at Dossary's games, weren't we? Obviously, he had the penalty shootout against Manny, and then he had those 2 really tough matchups on the big stage back-to-back yesterday. And Nicholas being one of them.
I was actually impressed with a lot of Dossary's performances. He just wasn't able to see out the games. Because you got to remember, I'm not looking for excuses, but he's multitasking everything here with Falcons, who are likely to win the entire thing. He's a chairman, he organizes everything, he's making signings, he's doing the back end, the content team, you name it. There's a lot there.
Well, this is Anders rolling in with our Jamil Motorsport arrivals here. He, yesterday, was undefeated. He had a bit of a rocky day 1. And then, like we've just heard about here, MS Dossary has only won 1. But Nicholas was a tight matchup, as was the matchup against Jafonzo, both on the big stage. It kind of comes down to those fine margins now. It's just literally the flick of a coin, and it could go Dossary's way.
And if anything, you can kind of expect the unexpected. We just saw that last round. I didn't know we were going to end up in a three-way scenario with goal difference and head-to-heads coming into play. I figured if you lost, you were just going to see your way out. It didn't happen for Emre Match. He sneaks in, and we're going to see him in action later today.
Well, this is the big one. This is our big one on the centre stage, but also we're looking at Goal Poacher. He is at the bottom of the table as well, and he arguably has one of the toughest matchups too. He's taking on Nicholas, who has been unbeaten since he had his first loss in round one. He's gone on to win every matchup. Can Goal Poacher just come out here and try and relax, knowing that he just has to give a good account of himself here?
I think it's going to be tricky because if you're Nicholas, you want to get the win, especially after being 4-0 down to Dossary. That was a very good comeback, but it's going to be a tough game.
Okay, we're looking at Vergang's matches here against Manu Bashor, and that was in round 5 yesterday. He ended up winning that one 3-1, and then his last matchup against actually, that was Banano, 8-2 this one. This was against Nathan, and that was round 4, and he won that one 4-3. That was a tight one. It seemed like we weren't really going to get the Anders we know in round 4, and then he just kind of floated through.
I mean, yesterday we really didn't see him in action. If anything, I'm sure he would have appreciated carry on playing just because his form had come together.
Can I just break some news for you?
Oh, okay, tell me more.
We can't find Anders at the moment. He's missing in action. What does that tell you about? He's nervous, he's had to go to a toilet break, he's having a chat with his mum, he's having a chat to his coach. Can you read into that at all?
I don't think so. I think, you know, yesterday not being on stage probably helped him. Now he can recoup. Now he's back on main stage. I'm pretty see the best of Anders.
Did you get to speak to his team?
I spoke to him this morning. Maybe it's some showmanship. Anders goes missing. Now we're talking about it. I mean, he's been on every big monitor, big stage. He's been all around the boulevard. We talk about it. He's gone global at this point. It doesn't matter where you're at. You know who Anders is. You're watching. You're tuning in. And it's kind of been the same story for MS Dossary. So that's been hand in hand.
It's going to be a big game, though, because you got Dossary, you got the fans. This is going to be so exciting.
It's very much the old guard and the new guard here as well, isn't it? MS Dossary is a legend, especially here in Saudi as well. And Mike actually mentioned this a couple of days ago. Anders, he's been on Times Square. He is the new superstar, the next generation superstar. It could be very much a changing of the guard, this matchup as well. Do you feel that a bit here?
My friends that are outside of gaming text me about Anders. So he's kind of hit that next stage of everyone's curious, is he the real deal? Is that guy legit? I keep seeing him everywhere, and I mean, he's kind of got to keep living on with that as part of his story, but so far he's lived up to the hype.
Yeah, he's done well to adapt. I think after the first year, a lot of people had questions about Anders, even myself included, and he's proved everyone wrong. Now he's probably one of the best players in the pro scene, and I just love watching him. He's so attacking, and you just don't know what you're going to get.
You played against him, either of you, online?
I have played against him in person, actually.
Oh yeah,
Didn't go well.
New York.
It's a quick game for me.
What's the score?
We got out of there early. A couple goals in, and I said, you know, maybe another day. Maybe another day.
Quick one. Quick.
Anders.
Anders.
He switched up. He was Dossary earlier.
Okay.
STCplay.gg as well. Let us know. Anders or Dossary, which way you're going. Old guard, new guard. Can't call it, but I'm sure we know what's going to happen in the Giddy Arena. It is going to be loud. The Falcons fans are going to be out in force. Dossary's a legend. He's a chairman. He's a former world champion. He's the king of the jungle here in Riyadh. Can he keep that title? That is a massive question that will be answered very, very soon. He's on 3 points. Goal Poachers on 3 points. Must win games for both of those players if they are to have any chance of getting into this resurrection stage. That's what everyone is playing for here. And at the other end of the table, it's looking a little bit more comfortable, like it was in Group A. Nicholas, he's up against Goal Poacher, 15 points there. Vergang, 12. PHZin, 12. Banano, 12. Where do we look? One of them, one of those big guys, is going to miss out on going straight to Sunday. Well, the countdown's on. It is time. We have Anders, the world champion, taking on MS Dossary, a champion from 2018. Who's going to take the crown in the Giddy Arena?
Thank you, guys. Okay, there we have it. Group A is done. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to Johnny and Levy. It is the end of the road for them. But we need to talk about Abu Maka. I mean, got through just I suppose it'll be mixed feelings for him, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you make it through by the skin of your teeth, but you have to concede a 5-0 pretty much here on the stage. It's not something that is easy to put in, especially when you have a home crowd cheering for you, but he'll have the time to reset because him and 2 other players from Group A will be playing in the Resurrection stage later on today. Group B, however, there are 7 players that are still vying for spots. Only 1 has been locked in at number 1, whereas the others are fighting for either the top 2 to kind of give them that space until Sunday, or the others for Resurrection later on today. The forecast is all about wins.
I'm trying to do the quick maths, but I'm excited for Group B. This is the final game in Group B, so let's get it going. Representing RB Leipzig, it is Vergang! Anders Vergang came into this tournament as the favorite. Look at his face. He is ignoring the boos. He does not care. This is one confident guy. He's smiling right now. The Wonder Kid. He was a favorite for a reason. He is so very good.
Absolutely so, but he's going to go excellent against his opponent, representing Team Falcons, MS Dossary! The man himself represents the past in a lot of competition here in FC 24. But today, it is all about survival on the stage. Yes, he has a crowd behind him, but we've seen that backfire in the past. I'll remind you one more time, the game is quite simple. You win the game, you'll be in a better position. And if anything, this game between Dossary and Vergang on the other side is a lot of the old guard versus the new. There's a lot to look forward in this one.
Indeed, I am so excited for this. I'm not going to lie. This could be such a brilliant matchup. You can hear the crowd. They're ready. We're ready. Casters, are you ready? Over to you.
2 world champions, 2 very, very excited commentators. Richard Buckley, Ryan Pessoa are going to be guiding you through this dream match for FC fans all across the globe. What else has there left to say about Anders Vergang? He has had the season of his life. World champion, E-Euros champion. Could he be an Esports World Cup champion in FC 24, adding $300,000 to his name? After a disappointing day 1, he came into day 2 and dominated. On the other side of the stage, Ryan Pessoa, a true icon of FC, MS Dossary.
It's a special moment just to see sort of the old guard versus the new guard in a moment where for MS Dossary, he needs to win and he needs things to fall in his favor. But he's up against, in my opinion, the best player in the world right now, Anders Vergang. And he's coming in, as you said, day 2, player of the day, unbelievable form, 3 wins out of 3, and his last game against Matthias Bonanno, he won 8-2. So he's not shy of scoring goals, and it's going to be interesting to see how this goes.
I caught Anders this morning just before we left the hotel and came over to the Boulevard where this entire Esports World Cup is taking place. And it was a very fleeting conversation as we were both setting off. I said, Anders, better day 2? He was like, yeah, much better. I actually turned up and started playing. I was like, that Bonanno game, like crazy game, right? 8-2. And he said, it should have been 13. It was like, best defensive player in the world? Yeah, okay.
Oh my goodness.
And he dominated. Bonanno will be there in the knockouts, whether it's through the Resurrection stage or through the top 3. That's left to decide as well. I know we're looking at 4, 5, and 6 and who could be going through in that 6th position. However, Nicholas top of the pile on 15 points. If he was to lose and Anders was to win and a goal difference was to go in his favour, is the world in which Anders could finish top?
Potentially, of course. I think for him, he'd want to finish top. When I saw him on day 1, or day 2, sorry, he was devastated, already questioning what it would take to finish top. He wasn't even asking about to get through Resurrection stage. This is when he was on 3 points from 9. He was already thinking, is it still possible to finish first? It sort of shows how much of a perfectionist he is, and I think if he takes the lead against Dossary and it gets to maybe a 3 or a 4, he's not someone that, like Emre, slows it down a little bit. He's going to go for 5, 6, 7, 8, as many as he can, and sort of put out a statement win if he can.
Obviously, this is where our attention is, as Dossary once again up on his feet, channeling that crowd. He is beloved. He is a hero in Riyadh. And look at that. Giving the fans what they came for. An up-close interaction with arguably the greatest of all time.
Just shows how much he's adored. This is ready to kick off. He wants to play. So he's engaging with the crowd and the fans that are here to support him and Team Falcons.
The reason that is because Falcons have just won the club championship. It's official.
Wow. All right, that makes sense then.
They have done it.
Yeah, wow.
The chairman of Team Falcons, MS Dossary, celebrating with his fans, with his people. Team Falcons are your Esports World Cup club champions. Soak it in, my friend. The best esports club on the planet, Team Falcons.
What a moment that must be for him as well. Did you see how much it means to the crowd and everyone supporting Team Falcons? MS Dossary, and the thing is, he's still got a game to play, but it's a huge moment, winning the club championship, the best organization, as you said, on the planet, Team Falcons. MS Dossary, a closely connected person to the organization as well, and not only the prize pool, Richard, they take home, but just the stature and the pride he would have for being associated with them too.
They invested in a multitude of different games. He's brought to tears with what that means to him. A truly incredible, incredible feat for Team Falcons and MS Dossary. What a moment for MS Dossary and Team Falcons. $7 million. Let the pictures show you everything that this means to MS Dossary. They came, they saw, and they conquered the Esports World Cup through a multitude of different games. What a moment. Two game championships to their name. Over 4,000 points in the club championship.
The thing is, they've won it with by quite some distance, and with still other titles to be played. It shows how...
It's got 2 weeks. We got week 7 to conclude, then we got week 8 left to play.
It shows how dominant an organisation they are, and obviously MS Dossary closely connected. You see how much it means to him, and...
This is his team.
Yeah.
This is his baby, you would say. He's been there from the very start. And just look at this emotion. Very rarely will you ever see MS Dossary brought to tears. I've seen him win a world championship, and I don't think he was in tears. This is everything in his home country of Saudi Arabia. Beloved by a nation. And he is on top of Team Falcons. The hard work, the dedication, the long days, the early mornings, running that team. And they are on top of the esports world. And not one player can get near them. Let's hear from the man himself, MS Dossary, on the main stage now.
And here we are with Team Falcons Musa'ad himself, First of all, I mean, I know you haven't started your game, so but if you have a couple minutes just for this, Team Falcons just confirmed the winners of the club championship at the Esports World Cup. Setting the game aside, what does that mean to you as someone who was kind of a pioneer in Arab and Saudi esports?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. I want to thank everyone, all of our fans, all of our supporters, all of our employees. Everyone have worked hard, have done their best. The amount of pressure that we've done on ourselves due that it's a home event. We promised ourselves that we want this trophy to stay at home. I think now finally we can stay. It's home. It's home. It's home. It's home. The trophy is Saudi. It's for all the Saudi people. Believe in yourself. We do it for you, for everyone at home. It remains in Saudi, and nobody can get it from our country.
That's a very inspiring message and a great one for your fans and the Saudi people and Arabs in general in this space. Of course, there's more to go through, and Falcons is competing in every single game. So what are we talking about for the rest of the tournament? Does it mean now you let off the brakes, or are you going to go harder to get even more points?
I think to enjoy, to be honest. Now there is no pressure on any of the players. Me and Mecca have been dealing with pressure to make sure that everyone here is happy. Now we have the rest is to enjoy and to earn more points in it. But we're now just getting for more trophies because we know our players are the best players in the world.
There you go, Sad. Thank you very much. One more time for your EWC Club Champions, Team Falcons! Good luck with your matchup, and good luck. Thank you, all of you. Back to our commentators.
Incredible to hear from the pioneer, MS Dossary. You've known him for a very long time, Ryan. You've shared stages with him, you've shared tournaments alongside him. Seeing that emotion coming out of him is really special.
Yeah, absolutely. It's understandable. They've achieved arguably the greatest thing in esports, the best team in the Esports World Cup. And as we said, it wasn't close.
No.
And they've still got more titles.
Look at that.
You can see it on the screen. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. And
they've earned it.
100%. 100%. And I think for MS Dossary spoke about pressure. I think it will be alleviated now in the sense that overall the club has accomplished. And I think what would be the cherry on top of the cake?
Him to go through.
Him to go through right now, win this game and put himself in contention to get into the knockouts and potentially give Team Falcons an even more, a bigger lead potentially in the...
He came with a goal.
Yeah.
And that was to win the club championship. They have achieved their goals. And now, as an individual, as a former world champion who has had that individual feeling of standing on top of the world over one particular title, they now stand on top of the world of the entirety of esports as the best club on planet Earth. What can MS Dossary do? We've still got a game to play against Anders Vergang. I'm not too sure what the situation with the other games taking place behind the scenes is, if they were halted or if they kicked off. We'll bring everything to you when we find some information out. However, right now, Anders just changing a few things around. But final thoughts there, Ryan, before we kick off, of what it means to these people as well, who have been there through thick and thin with not only MS Dossary, with the Middle East esports in general, and Saudi Arabia. They can call themselves the best in the world.
Absolutely, and it's deserved. They've invested a lot of money. They've recruited the top talent in a lot of different titles, and they've shown, as you said, why they are the best organization in the ecosystem. And I think for MS Dossary, as we said, I would love to see him do well in this game against Anders, but there's someone that will be having no remorse and no feeling whatsoever. If anything, it will encourage Anders even more to put on maybe his best performance. Match live update between Manny and Matthias Bonanno. 1-1 in that game. That game is, of course, a Manny. If he wins, it will solidify his spot for the resurrection stage. For Matthias, if he wins, he'll potentially be in the top 3 dependent if results fall his way. But even if he loses, he's already got the resurrection stage at bare minimum.
I suppose the next couple of questions that we need to find out is who's going to be going through this group. Is there a hope for Goal Poacher? Is there a hope for MS Dossary? Or will the group finish up as it currently stands with Manu taking that 6th spot? And the other question that we can start to really play towards, those resurrection stages as Nicholas is 1-0 up against Goal Poacher. 5th in Group B will take on Abu Maka. And 6th in Group B will play against Web Nasri in the resurrection stages, with Emre Yilmaz waiting in the upper bracket semi-finals of those resurrection stages. So much FC left to unfold here this evening in Riyadh. We're only just getting started.
Saw the idea there from Anders, just the ball roll. I think the triggered run was just slightly a little bit too early, and then of course the attacker ran behind the defensive line when he tried to pass it perfectly for him.
How on earth can MS Dossary play after...
It's party mode, you know, the game already. Nathan Essar winning against PH Zin. Battle of the Brazilians in that game.
Could be a world in which we have Nicholas top and then 4 players on 12 points each.
And potentially, if Matthias loses that game and Nathan wins it, that would put Nathan in contention to advance through as a top 3 player, which would be a huge accomplishment for him as well.
Yeah, Bonanno's goal difference not great, -2. PH Zin's +6, Nathan Essar's +7.
Yeah.
We have to remind you, if you finish in the top 3, guaranteed $50,000. You're in the bracket, you're in the top 8 guaranteed, you're taking on 50K. The winner of FC24 at the Esports World Cup will take home $300,000 as PH Zin finds one back.
Well worked goal as well, just picked him apart.
It's been mostly Anders for the first 15 minutes here, and he looks to have his first chance on goal, but Virgil van Dijk and MS Dossary stand up strong to it.
2 of the best pressers in the scene as well in terms of the way they defend. Very aggressive in trying to cut lanes again. Speak of Anders stepping forward with Konate and trying to nullify MS Dossary's attack there, but you can just see that they both defend in a pretty similar way, forcing their opponents into mistakes. So it's just about who's going to be able to make the most of their chances. Anders on the attack here.
Interesting that he shot from there.
Yeah.
Across the keeper. There's been a lot of goals conceded in this group. MS Dossary 32, Manu Bashor 33, as Anders Vergang leaks one. The crowd erupts into celebration.
It's a great goal from MS Dossary. The triggered run there with Saka just looking forward, playing it towards the byline and then pass across and then into R9 Ronaldo. Keeper movement again makes up your mind a little bit. It gave MS Dossary a choice to make, and when you see the keeper shuffling to one side, obviously makes the most sense to shoot the other way. See the replay here. This is the Saka movement there. That could get a cancelled pass and then a shot at the near post. It's well worked. Very well worked from MS Dossary.
Anders coming up the other end, looking to get one back, but again, he's strong in the tackle with Virgil van Dijk. Six points is what Dossary finds himself on right now. Over Anders, we're looking to take that total and half it. Good block there from John Stones. Nice build-up play. Corner whipped into the near post. Haaland's up. It's green timed, but just about survives.
That's twice now where it's just gone over Erling Haaland's head. Mbappe brings that down brilliantly, though, for MS Dossary. Alleviates some pressure.
Look at that press. You have to switch it because you've got no other option to go.
Leave space, though, if you can just get past the intense pressing of Anders here.
3-0, Nicholas leading against goal poacher. It's a nice switch of play. Mbappe into Saka. It's a really, really good game so far. We expected top quality out. I just didn't know how MS Dossary would react. Part of me thought Anders might come in and win comfortably as Manu Bashore
could be upsetting everything here.
He's leading 2-1.
Yeah, Manu wins that game. It solidifies his spot. Yeah. Gives no hope for MS Dossary, irrespective of whether he wins this game or not.
It's just more about now the placement of this group rather than who is going to progress and who is going to fall out, because after coming in today, Bonanno, day 1, 9 points, a rough day 2, and day 3 suffering a defeat, he could find himself in a resurrection stage.
I think when you start a tournament with maximum points from the first 3 games, you sort of expect your form to continue, but
it's so hard over 4 days.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this?
Oh dear, that's a crucial mistake there from Nathan SR to give P8 Zin a lead in that game. But as I was just saying, it kind of shows the level of competition in the group. You're not really safe no matter what, and I think for the players that are proving to be relatively flawless in the likes of Nicholas in this group, Jafonzo in the previous group, Young doing extremely well, Mark as well. It shows how hard it is. Anders, finesse goal, and that's a way back in this game. Playing up to the crowd as well, Richard.
It's what he's been waiting for, just getting his ball into a dangerous area and finding the green time finesse shot into the bottom left corner. After what they've just celebrated and the results that have just gone their way, I don't think there's a lot that Anders could do that would win their day.
You can't ruin the mood.
Yeah.
It's a replay of this goal. It's just a ball roll inside with Haaland running into the space there and just a touch inside. And when you finesse shot, green timed with R9 Ronaldo with the play styles he has and the accuracy, the finishing, the shot power. As you said, Richard, it's always going to be a goal.
Nice switch of play to bring Havertz into it. What does Dossary have? Very aggressive defending from Anders with Kanate and Havertz high up the pitch. There could be an option to exploit here. Couple of step overs taking the space. Big save from Czech needed.
Beautiful step overs there. Corner off from Anders. Taken short. Haaland, the person you don't really want to be in that position. And
surprised he took that shot.
Yeah, it's a strange one. I feel like as if at the start of the season, would that have surprised me? No, because that's how Anders has taken corners before, but with how proficient he's become with corners and set pieces, I would have expected him to take it into the box straight away to Haaland, but maybe that sort of was on his mind. Those 2 corners earlier went over Haaland's head.
As you see, Nathan SR and PH Zin going head-to-head, an all-Brazilian affair. 65 on the clock, PH Zin 4-2 up now. There was a Wicked Wednesday tournament that took place, probably maybe April time, and Anders won it, and he must have scored 7 or 8 corners.
I was on that one, actually, yeah.
And everybody who was watching it was just saying, wow, he has mastered corners. So, interesting that he did play that one short. Quick goal flash for you there. Nicholas 5, goal poacher 1. Given the circumstance of this table, doesn't make much difference. Nicholas 18 points out of a potential 21, and goal poacher a disappointing Esports World Cup for that young man, but fantastic to be in the top 16.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even getting to the stage, it's the level of competition of the players that aren't even here.
He beat Anders to
get literally on his route to get the qualification. MS Dossary pushing into the box here. Kanate just shepherds Havertz out there. Half-time 1-1 between Anders and MS Dossary. To be honest, I expected more goals. I expected more goals in this game. Of course, still a second half left to be played.
Just going to see maybe a couple of changes coming in at half-time here. Just having a quick look at the table right now that's in front of me. Given this game's a draw and there has to be a winner, so one player will go to, if it's Anders, to 15 points, or MS Dossary would go on to 6. Nicholas top 18. PH Zin 15, second. Anders third on goals scored. Banano fourth. Nathan SR 5th and Manu Bashore 6th. Right now. Things will move and groove and dip and dive, I'm sure of it, throughout the remainder of the second half.
I think for MS Dossary, he kind of knows that the odds are stacked against him in the sense
got to win.
He just has to win his game and give himself as much of an opportunity to progress as he can, and sort of hope that Matthias does him a favour against Manu. It's a big game, of course, that has implications on this one as well.
To bring you up to date what you might have missed today so far, Johnny and Levi David from Group A. Your each Champions League winner and one of the most consistent players, a champion in his own right, Levi David, eliminated from the tournament. They go out in 7th and 8th in the group. Abu Makar on goal difference in 6th, Emre Yilmaz 5th, Web Nasri 4th. Will progress through into the resurrection stages.
And has done so well with John Stones. Up until that moment, just the way he utilised him with the step overs, sort of feinting and baiting MS Dossary to try and jockey and slow his pace down when defending.
And the breaking news, Team Falcons, the Esports World Cup club champions. Oh, it's only taken them 7 out of the 8 weeks. But they have done it, over 4,000 points accumulated and $7 million going their way. Truly fantastic feat. It wouldn't be possible without the chairman, MS Dossary, leading the way. And what a moment it will be for him to go out, even if he was eliminated, go out on a win.
Yeah.
Beating Anders Vergang.
Yep.
Let's have a look what's happening here, Ryan.
Important goal for Nathan back in this game. 4 goals to 3 in favour of Piers in, but just over 10 minutes left, plus added time for Nathan to try and push for a top 3 spot. If he wins, it's definitely possible with the current scores right now.
Great pressure. Winning the ball high up the pitch. It was Bukayo Saka who claimed it back. Vertinian picking up the ball and a long ball pass over to the left-hand side. Havertz with a first-time cross. It spiraled up into the air, but can't quite go in the end. As Banano is doing Dossary a favour, getting an equaliser there against Manu Bashore. Chance. And another finish. Michael with a great save, forces a corner.
Yep, interesting how Anders sort of gave up defending there, just opted to move the keeper. Has to defend the corner though.
It's in from Haaland, but it's just flicked over the bar. Haaland again is the target. That's good. The header not so quite. Not quite so good. Got there in the end. Anders just looks to have taken his foot off the gas ever so slightly here. Could be down to the pressing of Dossary,
yeah,
but
I think it is. And in this game, Manny Bashore to keep his... No, he hasn't.
Oh, hello!
Oh, my goodness. What a finish that is, Mbappe, and...
Oh, off the post!
Anders Vergang's Mbappe hits the inside of the post while Manu Bachore's Mbappe does that to take the lead again in that game against Matthias Banano, who, of course, we'd have seen just conceded down the other end from a corner and responded straight away.
Manu got the Fuma Mbappe.
Yeah, it's a different one.
Anders got
different.
the regular.
Yeah.
I'll never, ever forget that. In Paris, watching Fuma and
skated through.
Mbappe just doing things I didn't know were humanly possible. It's just that one player as well. Incredible. A little bit like Anders and Saka.
Yeah.
We saw it in Berlin. Scored a hat-trick in the final for him. Cuts it back to Mbappe. Green
Great
time.
movement.
It's up in the air. Haaland will be a
surely
favourite.
it doesn't. That's why John Stones is in the team.
Yeah.
Challenges in the air. He might be a few inches shorter than Erling Haaland, but the play styles, the jumping stats in game, the strength helped him challenge. And I thought it was almost destined to find the back of the net there for Anders.
When the ball goes up in the air like that, you've got to think Haaland would be favourite.
Great player lock.
Cuts it back to Mbappe. Couple of step overs. It's going to fall for Haaland. The goalkeeper movement. Superb.
Special from Anders there. Slice of fortune for MS Dossary, but again, I don't think he's made a wrong choice with the goal, with the shot to go to that side of the goal there. But Anders doing extremely well to anticipate that and move the keeper the right way.
Let's have a look. As Nathan SR gets an equalising goal at the near post. Neymar with it. 4-4 that game currently situated in.
That changes up the group quite a bit. If he wins that game anyway, of course, they're still drawing, but definitely puts him in the conversation and in a favourable position if other results go his way as well.
As Nicholas rounds out his group stages with a dominant 6-1 victory against Goal Poacher. Anders looking to play on the edge of the box. Not enough space. Could be a ball over the top. Cruyff will continue his run. Haaland has just dropped deep. And possession is Dossary's best friend. Middle of the pitch, a lot of space there.
Yeah, look at Cruyff, hold on.
Haaland links up. Haaland in on goal, shoots at the near post. And MS Dossary fires himself back in front. Falcons Mike absolutely loves it.
It's an important goal in this game and could put a lot of pressure on Anders because he'd want to win this to advance, guaranteed in the top three and have it in his hands. But for MS Dossary, again, he needs to hope Manny Bachori loses that game against Banana. Otherwise, ultimately, it doesn't put him through. But as we said, even just ending on a win for MS Dossary would still be a positive. Dossary wins it back straight away from kickoff as well.
Yeah, you're not watching a replay. This is live action. Literally, Anders ran straight into him as Manu Bachori ruins the party for Dossary. 4-2 victory against Banano. That puts Manu in at least 6th. Maybe even better if a little bit of goal difference swings in his favour. A lot of goal difference swings in his favour. But as we said, just what a way to bow out this would be for the 2018 world champion. The king of the jungle beating this year's world champion Anders Vergang. 2-1, 13 minutes left to play. Anders' tournament will continue. And that is beautiful play.
Just sort of having a bit of a flashback for MS Dossary yesterday. That I know I've mentioned it so many times on stream. That game against Nicholas, he will be twisting and turning and just.
I think they spoke about it downstairs as well with Rachel and with Mike, but some of his individual results. Dossary, when you look at points dropped, that's the only way to say it. He won a tight penalty shootout versus Manu.
Yeah.
He then goes into the next game. He loses 3-1 against PH. Tight game. He then comes into the day after. He loses 6-3 against Goal Poacher, which probably is the result that...
It's a fatal loss.
Yep.
It looks as if if we look in hindsight.
And then 5-4 loss versus Nicholas, where you're leading 4-0. And the last game of yesterday, 3-2 versus Nathan SR. And I seem to remember that was a late goal as well from Nathan.
And that, I said, if the day ended after the Nicholas game, I think maybe we see a different. We see a different Dossary today against Nathan. Sorry, but I said just the way you can tell by his demeanor. You know, when he done the walkout there, you could just see he was deflated. This is a goal in extra time. It's in, shot across goal, 6-4, giving Nathan a mountain to climb in extra time.
What will last of PH in we see, and he will be a fan favourite as well. Left Ajax to join Saudi team Al Hulula in a really promising move for the entire Saudi FC community, bringing in a huge scout the size of PH in, FC Pro Open champion, two-time Nations Cup champion, and for the last couple of years he has been consistently in the top 5-10 debate as the best on the planet.
Great ball, just about gets through there to Cruyff, and play it back as well, and then look at this space.
Oh, that would have been an unbelievable goal. The power shot coming in from Vitinha. Been a couple of posts rattled this game. Seven minutes left to play in the group stages of the Esports World Cup here on FC 24. Dossary looking to go out on top. Mbappe bundles his way through. Schmeichel with a good save. Chance still alive. Vitinha again. Look at the space he's been given.
Oh my goodness. Just drove into it. I think if he greens it, it's a goal, and it's game over in this game. But Anders still on the attack now.
Consistently, whenever Anders is in the game, he will fly forward. Bodies will move into attacking positions. Players will run off the ball. Kanate! Great timed! The least expected goal scorer on the entire team, other than the one with the gloves on, pops up and it's green at the near post.
It's the way he's celebrating, just taunting the crowd. Shouting boo to them as well. Of course, they were booing Anders as he walked out on stage and throughout the game. And you take a look at the replays, you mentioned Kanate, the least likely scorer.
What is he doing up there?
Look at the way Dossary defends there, because you don't expect Kanate to drive on and shoot. And even if he does shoot, to green time and get it in as well. And Anders' first protocol is to turn to the crowd and play into it.
Couple of late substitutions being made here to try and snatch this draw in regulation time into a win for either player. What is there, 2-3 minutes left to play before extra time?
Yeah, barely any time, and that's why Anders had so many bodies forward, just triggering runs, putting players into positions that if he needed someone to occupy space, he had it perfectly, and Kanate literally was that person.
So look at the juxtaposition between both players on the stage.
Complete opposite.
Silence from MS Dossary. Anders. Someone wipe down the monitor. See, he's letting him know.
Little pep talk to himself, revving up even more for this game.
Not long left to play here. 2-2, 87 minutes on the clock. Is there a winning goal in regulation time? Do we have to go to an extra 30? We've seen penalties already on the main stage with MS Dossary. Wouldn't be the first time. I'm sure it won't be the last we see penalties as well on that main stage here in the Gdynia Arena. 2 additional minutes. Beautiful switch of play. Alphonso Davies brought in at left back. He's got pace. He's got a few tricks in the locker as well, but that pass not quite accurate enough.
Yeah, very well read there from Anders. Giving possession away here, though. Dossary can still go forward.
The last attack of the game will fall Dossary's way. Ronaldinho can't go backwards from here. Davis, Cruyff. What's he got in the locker? Reverse elastico up against his defender, Kevin De Bruyne. He's gone too far back.
Had to go forward.
Extra time is where we are headed. Really, really fun game. That's how I'm going to sort of describe it, this one. I think the permutations were sort of already wrapped up before we kicked off. There would have had to be a huge goal swing, a Manu Bashore loss, and goal difference helping him out as well. But the celebrations before kick-off with the Esports World Cup club champions, Team Falcons, being victorious. It has been an enjoyable watch. Both players playing their part to perfection.
I think for Dossary, he would know as well that his future in the tournament, irrespective of what happens here, sort of come to a close because of other results. Manny Bashore defeating Matthias Bonanno.
Let's have a very brief conversation regarding Bonanno as well. 9 points on the first day, 3 in the last 2. Is he one of the only players you would say that can, after playing poorly, get himself back up for a resurrection stage?
100%. If anything, it might
more dangerous.
It might, yeah, exactly. It might suit him even more because, so when his back's against the wall, time to perform, he sort of always seems to reach the top level every single time. But it's not going to be easy because, as it stands, if you see the players in Group A in the resurrection stage, you've got Emre Yilmaz there, you've got Web Nasri's on top form, you've got Abu Maka. If he can reach his level, it will be dangerous as well. And of course, in this group, Manu Bashore just beat him. He's got Nathan Essar. There's so many top names that could pose a threat.
I think if I am correct, the way that it's going to sort of unfold is Nathan versus Abu Maka, and Emre Yilmaz taking on Manu Bashore. Wow. We will confirm that for you once we get all the full-time results in, but a little bit of Richard Buck, the GCSE maths coming through. And where I've seen the table going, I think that's where we are headed. Bonanno finishing 4th.
Oh,
chance
nice
for Dossary. Vitinha strikes gold. And on the other side with Web Nasri finishing right up there as well. It will be confirmed for you, and that resurrection stage we will be bringing you very, very shortly indeed. It's all to be played today. Extra time going Dossary's way so far. 6 minutes into it.
Still a long time left for Anders in this game to push forward, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more goals in this game. Philip building up into Ronaldo. He's going to go for a finesse shot. He's not trying to play intricate and squeeze it into Mbappe there, but it's very congested with the way Dossary's defending. Second man press, manually pressing as well. It's going to get there, fortunately anyway. Well defended again there from Anders and Kanate.
Could be in. Mbappe just moving past his attacking player there. I think one thing for Anders that not many people speak about, his left stick is so smooth.
And it helps him a lot because we know his trademark skill move is to step over, but it just helps him adjust into certain angles where he can step over, boost, and completely blitz past defenders.
That cross not quite as accurate.
So much space on the ball, just using it as a decoy. Not going to win that in the air there.
One more chance before half time of extra time. It's not going to fall his way. And we go into 15 additional minutes here. I'm going to talk about it now while we've got a couple of moments break. The top two in each group, Jafonzo 18 points, Nicholas 18 points.
Yep.
Both came from the last chance qualifier. I don't think there's any sort of surprise to me.
Yeah, I think
that the players who momentum on Monday got into Riyadh nice and early, played in the last chance qualifier, have dominated their groups.
It's just the form going into it. It's really hard to explain, but you kind of just know when, with the way Jafonzo and Nicholas played as well, it wasn't lucky by any stretch of the imagination in the last chance qualifier. They were incredible.
This result, even though it doesn't really change much, Anders' position in the group is already confirmed as a top 3 placement. Just losing any game, it will affect him. He's probably happy that he's only one and done today, that he's not having to play more games.
He'll be genuinely fuming. Even though he's through top 3, as I said, he's a perfectionist. MS Dossary on the attack, though, to try and make matters worse. Couldn't find the back of the net. Maybe on another day. Falls to Ronaldinho there. Oh, that's poor from Anders.
This resurrection stage, that the bracket that he's shaping up is truly incredible. Just wide of the post from Johan Cruyff. Mbappe, driven pass into Pateas, but Dossary wins it back, however, just gifts the ball straight back to Anders Vergang. What have you made of the groups so far? EWC 18, not right now. We're in a game, we've got 10 minutes left to play. What have you made of the groups? It's been surprising?
Yeah, I would say, for me, obviously the most surprises came in Group A. I think obviously with Webb Nasri performing extremely well, Mark 11 and Young doing unbelievably well in that group as well. Johnny and Levy falling short, being eliminated so early is, I'm almost certain to get, but not many people would have predicted one to be eliminated in group, let alone both of them. MS Dossary trying to put the nail in the coffin here. Extra pass, keeper movement, preventing goal number 4 for MS Dossary, and the calmness and the composure from Anders to play out. And it just stems an attack straight away here. 3 against 4.
He struggled to penetrate.
Complete the whole game. He hasn't really had many
successful step overs, successful dribbles in and around the box.
It's just, he's not giving him space to breathe though in those moments. He's being very, very aggressive.
chance for Dossary to wrap this tie up. Cruyff forcing a save from Schmeichel. The other thing I will say as well, when you look at Group B, I think it's probably been a little bit more predictable with what we would have expected.
Yeah.
Vitinha can strike. That's Alphonso Davies brought into question up from left back. It's centre backs and full backs everywhere. McTominay brought on. Scott McTominay at the Esports World Cup. Who'd have thought it?
Just rushed again there from Anders. Emre Dossary will just look to try and keep possession here. That switch has always been on as well. Just the hug sideline there for Alphonso Davies. The width helping a lot. Johan Cruyff just about onside. He's going to play it into him as well.
It could be time for game, set and match. Electing to play smart is Dossary all the way back with Vitinha. And there you have it. 3 points on the board. The final group game. I think he's unsure of what the other match happened behind the scenes. Manu Bishore had his own destiny in his hands. He did the job and got the points that were necessary. Dossary crashes out of the tournament. However, Team Falcons had bigger fish to fry and they take home the Esports World Cup Club Championship. Anders Vergang does finish in this group. 3rd position, 12 points. A solid day at the office, you would say. Disappointing to have suffered defeats.
Yeah.
However, not everyone is flawless. No one is perfect when it comes to FC. The resurrection stage is set. The groups are wrapped up. Let's head on back to Rachel in the studio.
Oh, heartbreak, mixed emotions, I think, from all of us here in the studio. Team Falcons are the club champions. Look at what's happening outside the studio and the arena here. Fireworks, celebrations are going to go on, not just tonight, but until the Esports World Cup wraps up next weekend. We've still got another week of this. MS Dossary, unfortunately, is out of the competition, but he takes home a different trophy this time, a club one. Maybe that means even more to him, considering he is the chairman, of course, of Team Falcons. And we actually have a guest here joining us as well, Grant Russo. He's the Global Director of Esports and Operations for Team Falcons, and I'm sure you are on Cloud 9 at the moment. You're missing out on the fireworks, Grant. Sorry for having you in.
No, it's all good. I think everyone's in the stage with Dossary anyway. It's quite a surreal feeling. Like I think anyone who will have seen the crowd there we were all just basically just crying in tears. Like obviously absolutely wanted Mossad to win, but at the same time this is such a relief of the last sort of 2 years of work and how we've grown as a company. And yeah, I'm like a bit of a mess right now, but trying to keep it together.
As was MS Dossary, who we saw crying before that matchup. He's now jumping in because it means so much to the fans as well. God, it's getting me a little emotional because we've been with him. We've been kind of following his journey as well as a player and now to a chairman. This was before the matchup. To keep composed like that, to go out there and beat maybe the best player on the planet right now, 3-2, to give back to the fans. Just tell us a little bit more about the MS Dossary we don't see behind the scenes and how much this whole thing means to him.
I think it's sometimes almost taken for granted like how much he's doing. He's a professional sports player. He is our CEO, our chairman. He's a content creator. This man should not be able to do as much as he does. Like, it's actually just shouldn't be allowed. And you know, at his age as well, like I forget exactly, like 25, 26. It's crazy.
Not even.
It's absolutely crazy. Not even. So it's just such a testament to his work and what he's trying to put together to bring people in and trust us to help him. And yeah, I mean, I need to go give him a hug. I haven't seen him yet, but I'm so desperate to go do it and just congratulate him.
And can you elaborate on some of the infrastructure at Falcons? Because if you walk around Riyadh, it's everywhere. Everyone's living in. You've got a lot of fans here. We've been playing paddle every day, so we're walking by the offices, or one of many offices. MS Dossary was telling me that the actual main office is somewhere else, I think in Riyadh, and the training facilities and kind of what it maybe means to be a player. Like, What kind of access do you have? A lot of people don't realize how big Falcons actually is.
Well, that's it. We're the biggest organisation in the Middle East, and a couple of years ago kind of had that element, and it was kind of set a goal of, right, how do we take it from the Middle East to global? And whilst we do all these sort of global things and global teams, it continued to grow within Saudi, within MENA. So we have a massive HQ in the city with like 4 or 5 boot camp rooms. We have 2 locations here in the boulevard, one for like fans and then one for like the staff for us working. All of our work has been sort of telling players as they join us, as they've worked with us, that we can bring them the best facilities, the best setups to compete at the World Cup. And it's been all about how if you want to have the best chance to win something in the World Cup, come do it with us and we can make it happen. And for us, this is just the start. Like, that's the thing. This is just year 1 now. So here's
That's a scary thought, Grant.
I've already got a meeting next week to think about next year. So yeah, it's just the start. Yeah, there we go.
Can you tell us a little bit as well? We're obviously focusing on EAFC here, and Dossary's from EAFC, and we all know him in this space. But you've won this club championship through winning different titles over the last 6.5 weeks we're at now.
Yeah, I'm coming up to 2 months here, so it's been a while.
Okay.
So we won Free Fire and we won Warzone, both in week 1 and 2, so quite early on. And we've had quite a few second, third places, second in Apex, third in Dota. So I think, I'll be honest, I've lost track a little bit, but it's a whole bunch of sort of second and third places. The biggest thing for us was consistency. Whatever we created, that our performance structures and the way we set up with players would give us results across the board, even if it wasn't first place. And I think that's come back to pay off.
Have you got any titles which you aren't yet dominating, which you're going to jump into in the future maybe for next year, and we have to worry about even more?
I can't give any secrets away just yet, but as I said, this is kind of hopefully, the start of something big for Falcons.
Yeah, tell us a little bit. I mean, Gorilla, if you have a question, jump in, but I want to know about the fans, because it seems to us all, because we're watching them and we're absolutely loving them, as you just can turn around. Oh, we're kind of updating it as we go, but there we go, top of the table there. The fans seem like they absolutely love this. Is maybe esports here bigger than some of the mainstream sports? As it seems like that to us.
I mean, that's the take, isn't it? Is it or is it not? But look, all I can say is Falcons has built such an insane following that you really can't appreciate until you come here, because obviously a lot of events are not within Saudi, but I didn't quite appreciate until I came myself last year when it was still Gamers 8 and just went, oh, okay, this is like, wow, I did not understand or appreciate how big a deal this is. And to be with the crowd watching all the games like every time over the last 6-7 weeks, and I mean, what you saw in front of Dossary there, that's been every single game. It's insane, and like, I'm so glad we could bring this home for the fans.
Obviously, I'm on the player side of things. I never see behind the scenes. So what's like the hardest? Is it building a roster? Is it the lows? What's the hardest thing, would you say, from the company side?
Well, I think because like 2 years ago, we were kind of just within the Middle East to kind of talk about, right, we've got this global expansion now and be ready for what comes. Obviously, building the rosters is a critical part of it, but there's so many steps for it. Like, we had to upgrade our logistics, we had to upgrade our facilities, we had to hire a whole bunch more staff, we had to set all our goals in place, and ultimately, every roster we sign needs a scouting system, needs a performance system the players are going to buy into. We have a director of performance, was Lars, leading all of that. There are so many steps to going from, a startup small company to a mid-size, and keeping up with that has been such a challenge. Like, my title might sound interesting, but I promise you, it's really boring behind the scenes, because I'm just doing logistics and operations, all of it.
Can I ask maybe one question, because I think this is still a premature market, esports, to a lot of people watching at home as well. And obviously the Premier League started this weekend, so for EAFC that's a big deal for us. And we know they've got physios, they've got team managers. Is there anything at Falcons which actually is very much like a Premier League team, and people at home would be surprised to know you have ice baths, or I don't know?
Yeah. We like I said, I mentioned him, director of performance, a guy called Lars Robles. So he's from sort of Olympic athlete side. He's been in the esports game 4 or 5 years now. Won a bunch of Counter-Strike majors and joined us. He has nutritionists, he has physios, we have doctors. Like the players, we do medicals at the start to make sure that things like nutrition, any supplements they need or anything wrong with them, to keep an eye on. A lot of sports psych, as you can imagine. So there's a lot of one-to-one sessions, team sessions. Lars has like a whole system built for that. We have, I mean, obviously not on the same scale, but we have everything like a football club would have, because ultimately, when you're competing at this level, every 1% counts.
Can we just maybe break your heart a little bit, because we've got our first key crushing, and it comes from, unfortunately, MS Dossary as well. And looks like Nicole and Nicholas are doing this. Oh my God, that's heartbreaking that Nicholas is doing this.
Why Nicholas? Why?
Why Nicholas? Guys, you're really breaking our hearts in here. Oh, but he's so cool. And actually a little bit of emotion. He's kind of inside going, this is quite fun. But I'm joking when I say heartbreaking because obviously the club championship has just been won. Come on, Nicole.
I know him and Bassard are close friends.
Exactly. Legends.
And in
of our
some way,
sport.
it could be complimentary as well, because I wouldn't be surprised if Nicholas takes this the whole way, that MS Dossary ends up being in
It's
his
going. This is our first one we've seen. Ouch! Ouch! Hearts broken here for Falcons fans, but once again we know what has just happened. They are club champions this year, the first club champions of the Esports World Cup. Finally, Grant, celebrations tonight or next week? What do they look like?
I probably won't sleep tonight. I'll probably be running around with the whole team celebrating, but it's not over. We've got some more games next week. We want to finish it in style, maybe pick up another trophy or two and do the Falcons fans proud.
Well said, and rightly so. Yeah, leaving those celebrations until it all finishes next week. It's 8 weeks esports action here. Nicholas could have given us a smile there, just crushing Dossary's key, and that is something we absolutely love. Love to hate, I'm going to add there. Love the keys, hate the crushing of them because it means someone is out of here. Well, we have now lost 4 players in the competition. Resurrection stage is coming your way after the break. But once again, congratulations, Grant and Team Falcons. Club champions, everyone. We'll see you guys in a few moments.
Thank you.
shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong. When you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? 'Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad. I don't feel sad. I don't get mad. 'Cause I don't feel anything. And you're sending texts like you are writing up your thesis. I don't have the faintest idea why you would be hung up on me when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? 'Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you call. We've been here before, so roll on back to her before you wake up in the morning, regretting all the texts you're sending. Heard other lines before. I roll my eyes, but I see that you're typing, so go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, 'cause this is just getting boring. I don't feel anything. I don't.
Hello, everyone. Leah Ravel here, and welcome back to the secondary stage. That concludes the group stages for the competition. Group B has just concluded their matches. Nicholas99 topping the group with a whopping 18 points, putting him through, as well as Anders and PHSIN, to Championship Sunday and securing them all $50,000 and a little bit of rest for the remainder of the day. Nathan SR99 did lose against his countryman PHSIN, but he was comfy in mid-table with points, so that will put him through to the resurrection stage coming up soon. Matthias Bonanno did drop points to Manu Butroy, which unfortunately drops Matthias to the resurrection stage as well, but Manu's win puts him up to the resurrection stage as he was facing elimination. Manu's win also means that unfortunately MS Dossary's journey in the Esports World Cup does come to a close here today, but Dossary is not going home empty-handed. During these matches, Team Falcons actually secured themselves their club championship title and $7 million. Well, you guys, that is all, as I said, for the group stages here at the Esports World Cup. Let's throw it back to Rachel and the boys in the studio to give us an update on the resurrection stage coming up next.
Welcome to the resurrection stage. Does that feel dramatic enough for you guys? The time is now. Things just got a whole lot more serious. We've said goodbye to 4 players. 12 left at the end of today. Only 2 more will progress to tomorrow, the final day of competition here. Should we bring you up to speed of exactly how it's going to go down? We were confused earlier. We know now, so we can tell you at home. Okay, this is how it looks. This is actually for tomorrow. So at the moment, Jafonso, he topped his group. He's waiting for someone from the resurrection stage, as is bottom of the table there, Nicholas, who topped his group as well. The other 2 quarterfinals are set. Young taking on Vergang, PHSIN, Mark 11. Question marks over who is still going to make it to tomorrow and still be in with a chance of winning that cool $300,000 prize purse. Right, boys, resurrection bracket here. Talk me through Nathan Abamaka, Emre and Manny Bashir. What's at stake?
So
Gorilla.
the first game, if you lose, you're out. However, if Nathan or Abumaka or Yilmaz or Manu Bishoy wins, they'll face Bonanno or obviously Nasri in the next round. However, in the upper round games, they can afford to lose. So that first game is very important.
Mike, it was super beneficial, wasn't it, then, finishing in 4th place for the likes of Webb and Banana. They basically get a bye, don't they?
Every place matters. If you're sitting pretty, first place, you're waiting. You've got time on your hands. You got a little more leeway, better percentages. If you were towards the bottom, you've got to play right away, as you can see with the opening rounds in the Resurrection. And then to your point, the 4th place game, did it matter? It definitely mattered. The same with 3rd and guaranteeing the money. And there's a lot that we could do here. Plenty of situations, and my favorite word that we've been using this weekend is permutations. But it's getting a little more straightforward, and it all matters a little bit more now.
You might have actually looked as well. Banano and Anders, they were joint on points, but it went down to head-to-head there. Anders beat Banano 8-2. So that really counted as well. I know we've jumped ahead. Mike, the 2 table toppers in Group A and B, Jafonso and Nicholas. Was there a bit of a narrative going on there too?
Well, there's definitely a stat line that I'm going to talk about. Both of them played in the last qualifier here in Saudi. And we said going into it, you got to build your confidence, but they've already had a winning result here. So maybe that helped a little bit. You know what it's all about. And another stat that I'd like to throw out there, we talk so much about Anders Vergain. He has not won a match on stage. So he might be undefeated off stage, but you get him on stage, he hasn't had a result. He's had 3 attempts.
How's tough that to turn around mentally?
You kind of have to question it, don't you? As a player, you'll keep going to main stage, and you might be playing good, but once you get there, you're not getting the results. So in the knockouts, it could become a factor.
A bogey stage, are we calling that for some of the players? I don't know. Big matchup, though, coming your way. It was on the lower part of the bracket. It's a teammates battle, guys. It's Team Liquid. This is not what we wanted to see, but some of the fans are going to love it. We started with 3 Liquid players. There's 2 remaining. Only 1 can continue in this competition. Emre Yilmaz taking on Manu Bashir. This is going to be one for the ages, Mike.
And we've seen this matchup previously, but it's never meant this much. This is the pinnacle. Both players, to a certain degree, have been struggling. They would have had higher expectations. They don't want to really see each other, not in this stage, not at the last itch or the last opportunity within that Resurrection bracket. And it might be a situation, too. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. I don't want to manifest anything, but there might not be 3 contracts to go around when you're looking at Team Holland and Team Liquid in this collaboration. This could be a contract play.
It's true, but Emre Yilmaz in that last game surprised me. Like, he's not had the best group stage, but that last one, he turned up. So I'm expecting big things.
So did Manu as well. He had a good game as well. 4-2 over Matthias Banano. 2 in-form players, I'm going to say. They woke up this morning and said, this means everything. I've got to go for this.
2 players that struggled in both day 1 and day 2. And what we've seen thus far, it's only been 1 game each, but they both looked way better. Looked more like themselves. We talked about it a lot off camera.
Yeah,
where
the structure.
We were surprised. The mistakes that were being made in the previous couple of days, they never got into a flow. There wasn't that cadence, that confidence, that razzle, that dazzle. I didn't have any of that extra shoulder work. I wanted that rhythm. It wasn't there, but it changed today.
Final predictions. Can you even call this one?
I know where he's going.
I'm going to go Yilmaz. Here's my prediction for the whole tournament. So.
I'll go against him. I want to shake it up. Come on, Manu Bashir.
What does Renzo do as well?
Sits in the middle.
He's a big manager, isn't he, of Team Hulle? Obviously now it's Liquid. But guys, I want to know your thoughts. As always, stcplay.gg. Who do you think? These teammates are going at it at the biggest stage here at the Gidea Arena. This is a Resurrection stage. It's Emre Yilmaz taking on Manny Bashir for a survival matchup.
Thank you very much, guys. Wow, the group stage is done. We have 2 more players, unfortunately, leaving the tournament. We are sad to see Goalpoacher and MS Dossary leaving us, but you know what this means, Milosh? It is time for the Resurrection stage, and I'm very excited for it, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, with the Resurrection stage, of course, there comes a lot of pains with it, but if anything, we know the top 3 players from each group, A and B, have already qualified to tomorrow. They'll be setting up and ready, as you've just seen on the analyst desk, with how things shape up for our bracket. But that's a conversation for later on tonight and for tomorrow. However, Nicole, you've seen every player that's gone up here on the stage. They've had a key with them.
Yeah.
Something to show off and kind of slot here in the back. However, I pulled some strings, and because you're so wonderful, I was able to get something for you. Humility is definitely part of it. Silverine, and now we add a bit of gold. How is this like? This is what every key looks like with our players intact. beautiful, wonderful.
Heavy.
It is, isn't it?
Very nice.
However, you have enjoyed something that not many have gotten to do, which is to crush this key. And this is what it looks like at the end of the day. You've seen it a couple times. You'll be seeing it a bit more. This is Levi Davidsky, one of the best players in the world, and still was eliminated, which means we still have a lot to figure out in Resurrection stage.
Yeah, it was quite fun being part of crushing some hopes and dreams, to be honest. I really enjoyed that. Okay,
Absolutely.
Shall we get the Resurrection stage underway? Let's do this.
I think we should. Let's go. Introducing our first player representing Team Liquid. Of course, it's Emre Yilmaz. The chess master dives headfirst into the Resurrection stage with a 3-4 record and a neutral sheet in Group A. Will the Dutchman be flying on the Esports World Cup stage here at the Gadia Arena, or will he sink out of the Esports World Cup?
And also representing Team Liquid, we have Manu Bachore! With 3 wins and 4 losses, Manu just made it to the Resurrection stage. We know what he can do. He's got the skill, but can he perform in this huge battle here on this big stage in Riyadh? What do you reckon?
Honestly, you got 2 players from the same team going up against one another. 2 Dutchmen. I saw them this morning having chicken nuggets before they came here and got ready for their games. So I'm absolutely ready for this one. It is a straight line from now on until we get to tomorrow's final. So, shall we get it rolling?
Yeah, let's get going. Casters, over to you.
The Resurrection stage is seconds away from getting underway. Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa will kick this off for you before Dan Gaskin and Brandon Smith take over and guide you through who will be the final 2 players making it into that top 8 bracket. The lay of the land, Nathan Essar and Abu Makr is taking place behind the scenes right now. The winner of that will play Japan's very own Web Nasri. As for the main stage, Emre Yilmaz, Manu Bachore, Team Hullet and Team Liquid divided on the stage. When you look at the numbers, Ryan, this year it makes for bad viewing for Manu Bachore.
Yep.
They've matched 3 times. Twice in Dallas, where Emre Yilmaz beat him twice. And then the E-Champions League quarterfinals. As you see, the totem where one key will be going in there with an organisation underneath it. Emre won 3-2. Last year, Manu had the upper hand. 1 win and 1 draw.
Yep.
In 22, Manu had the upper hand, 8-7. Where do you see this game being won and lost with 2 players, 2 Dutch phenomenons, so equally matched, so talented? Who gets the upper hand?
I have to sort of just echo what Gorilla stated earlier in the analysis. Emre Yilmaz was very impressive against Abu Makr. We didn't get to see Manu Bachore's game today against Matthias Banana, but to defeat Matthias isn't easy. So both players coming into this game with a win, but it's a lot more simple this time out in comparison to the group stage. It's a loss and you're out. You, of course, want to win the game to keep your dream alive, but if I told you, Richard, the start of this competition, going into the second round of the Resurrection stage, we'd only have 1 representative from Team Hullet or Team Liquid, because one of these players is out. Levy fell in the group stage as well.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned Levy, because it's not the first time he's had to play against a teammate who was in the same group, Emre Yilmaz, as Levi David, beating 5-1. He shows no remorse.
He's got history of defeating the teammates in all-important stages. As you mentioned, they played this year, DreamHack Dallas. He defeated Manu in the final to get his spot to this stage. He had to force Manu to go through the loser bracket, and again they repeated in the final where Emre Yilmaz went victorious again. So,
and the E-Champions League, top 8, they both matched, and Emre came out on top. It is going to be a truly cannot miss next 25 minutes. Could go extra time, could go penalties. We'll wait and see. It is eerily quiet right now in the Gadir Arena because everybody is locked in. Renzo just there behind Manu Bashore, but all the staff at Team Hullet, fantastic in what they do.
Absolutely. Got a strong roster, and I have to emphasize, I can't emphasize enough, sorry, of just how much of the level of this competition is so high. To have these two players in a do-or-die game this early on in the tournament is unbelievable. Because if we said this was the grand final, we wouldn't really be surprised. They're two players that have won in previous and in recent history. One player eliminated, and of course the other game going on in the resurrection stage. Nathan Essar against Abu Maka.
We also can't doubt Manu Bashore. Look what he did just 12 months ago here in Riyadh.
Same country, exactly.
Winning the E World Championship last season. Picking up a huge amount of money. It was a penalty shootout. $300,000 when he beat Mark 11 last year. Could he get his hands on $300,000 again? It'd be 600K in 2 years. Just look at that totem right there. All the different games, all the different titles, all the different winners. But there is only one winner standing on top of the club championships. It's Team Falcons. They have representation still in this tournament through Abu Maka, and we'll keep you up to date with that game as it unfolds against Nathan Essar of Team Furia. Let's get this one underway. It's a huge game. Only one player can come out on top. And it doesn't get any easier because you play Man City's Matthias Bonanno in the next round. Here we go. Emre Yilmaz in the Team Hullet strip from left to right in the navy. And from right to left, all in white, will be last year's world champion. 2023 was his year, Manu Bashore. From right to left. Big match feel. Now we're in the knockouts.
It's a huge match. It's nervy, to be honest. I'm nervous for both players because there's no room for error. In a group stage, you can have an off game and sort of bounce back in the next game. There's no time to have an off game now. In behind here, Emre Yilmaz just on side here. John Stones tries to shoot at the near post, and it's a corner for Emre Yilmaz. We saw how dangerous he was early on today against Abu Maka from corners, and Courtois just gets a punch on it.
Everything that you've practiced together, everything that you've warmed up and got ready, they will know. There's no secrets, and if you've got any, this is where you want to pull them out. You talk about Nathan Essar and Abu Maka. It's the Brazilian 7 minutes in.
Early start.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yep, just a little dink ball over the top there. Ronaldo just about bringing it down and arrowing it into the bottom corner there. Ball over the top. You could be seeing our first goal in this game. It's Hoslu on side, but couldn't take it fully in his stride to keep the pace in behind.
Haaland just peeling off the defender.
Whoa. Beautiful
round the keeper. 1-0 Emre Yilmaz.
It's well worked. Space opened up. Haaland sort of peeled off the back of the defender. Keeper came out. I'd have to see the replay if that was a shot cancel.
A shot cancel, I was going to say.
Yeah, I need to see it back, and yeah, it was. It's beautiful from Emre Yilmaz. Keeper goes to ground and leaves an open goal to finish. Manny Bachure's got work to do now to try and get back into this game. Another replay from, the replay from this game, in fact.
See it again.
Yeah, just a shot counts around the keeper. Beautiful goal from Emre Yilmaz.
Haaland's movement as well, just to peel away from the defender, off his shoulder.
Emre Yilmaz does do a lot of creative runs as well, and it's a little bit different to player locks. Where player locks, you can directly control the player out of possession. The creative runs, you can sort of trigger them or bring them forward and flick the stick to make them make
just darting runs.
Certain runs, yeah, exactly.
Here is Manu coming forward. Alexia Putellas with a couple of step overs. What can she conjure up for Manu Bashore? So looking to isolate at the back post. You see Haaland peeling away. Toni Kroos, through and pass into the gap.
Ooh, could have been punished. He dived in again. Emre Yilmaz, speak about how aggressive he is with tackles.
Haaland with the header. We're not getting excited because I think there's been a lot of goals between these two. However, when a corner's put into the box and Haaland has a free run at it, 99% of the time you see a celebration shortly after.
Yep, you just have to flick onto him. You see the replay here again. Haaland just sort of spinning around the box. There's Kanate out of position. R9 against Haaland, it's a foregone conclusion. It's a guaranteed goal in my opinion, and it's just about from then on aiming it, whether you want to time it or not.
Azabu Maka gets one back, 23 minutes on the clock. Deja vu, another Haaland header from a corner.
What with the last?
I'm going to say one event, I'm going to keep a tally, but probably the last event of FC 24. Yeah. Mbappe inside the box. A little bit of technical dribble in there from Emre Yilmaz, but Manu just crowds him out in the end. Just let him run offside there.
Yeah. Emre just being very, very aggressive, just stepping forward, sort of leaving gaps like this.
And if you leave space, you have to be so brave when you go to ground to get back in. If that's a red card, you're probably thinking, game, set and match.
Oh, we said it wouldn't be the last. I know that's not Haaland's goal there, but it's an unfortunate one to concede.
Reaction.
It's an unfortunate one to concede there. Well, you can't really do anything about that. And this one just wide. Slightly mistimed there by Emre Yilmaz.
Even so, surprised.
Expected to hit the target.
Yeah, surprised it's not got in.
Could have triggered run there as well. Bottom of the screen. He's using it to push forward. I believe it's John Stones.
Well, he can do everything. Probably the best player in the game.
Listen, I know he's one of your favourites for sure. I think his play styles are perfect for the role he plays as well.
He should have got like 8 playstyle pluses, in my opinion. Good lad, being a secret playstyle he possesses. Here is Stones getting forward, cuts it back, but Kanate with a good interception.
Key interception. I feel like if that got to the feet of Haaland, it would have posed a dangerous threat. I agree. I think it would have led to a goal for Emre Yilmaz. Mbappe just offside. That offside trap as well by Emre Yilmaz. Wonder if it was manual or the 100 depth kicking in auto offside traps.
Mbappe going into the book there as well.
Yeah, it was a tackle early on.
Gonna have to be careful. Don't want to be getting him sent off. Emre coming forward through Hosselu. Bringing Saka into play. They expect this to go out and then a driven pass in. Pateas into the feet of R9. It was green timed, but a vital tackle from Manu at the back. And it is so interesting because Emre, he just lets the runners go.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was just about to say that. He's not tracking it at all, but maybe that's sort of feeding into the fact that they're played so many times in practice. Maybe he knows that Manu's using it as a decoy.
Manu dinking it into the box. Mbappe just managed to push his way through a crowded penalty area.
Just about finds the space there. Mbappe in the box. Brings it down, puts it into the corner as well. And Emre, the game's turned on its head. Still a long way to go, though.
Information on both sides coming through. Respective cultures. Still so much FC left to play. Emre
nice.
Getting the rub of the green. R9 into the space, screen at the near post.
It's well worked from both of them. Manu.
That's a goal.
Yeah, brought the keeper out there. Put it way too far. Well, Emre Yilmaz brought Haaland closer to the corner kick taker, in at the near post. Commit the keeper there.
As soon as you saw the corner go in,
and the keeper comes out, yeah, it's over. There's not much you can really do from that situation. Again, you just have to hope your opponent puts maybe a little bit too much power in it, or he aims it incorrectly. But yeah,
it's inevitable. It's like when we go to the hotel buffet, lunchtime, 1 p.m. I see the cheesecake there, mango. It's always going to get eaten. It's an inevitability. No matter what mood I'm in, it's getting picked up onto the flight. And when that ball goes into the box, Haaland, he's always going to score if the keeper comes off his line.
Seen a lot of different ways on trying to counter that. Hold on a second. Abu Maka playing around the area. Mbappe in front of goal. 35 minutes in, Abu Maka gets a goal back in that game level. Same scoreline as this game, 2 goals apiece.
If Manu can start timing those runs in behind correctly and getting the space in behind, he's going to have a very, very nice day. Because Emre is not tracking the runners whatsoever.
I wonder why. It seems like it's a completely different approach to the way he defended against Abu Maka early on.
It was so heavy on the press. And
but again, this is what I mean.
To him.
When you play a teammate in a competition, you played so many times, countless times in practice games. They've already played in the tournament this year. You kind of think, are you going to adapt your play style to the way they play? Do you think they're going to do something different to try and catch you off guard? It's very, very difficult mentally in this game. But it's Haaland again. It's a header. It's Putellas driving into the box. There's so much space and time committed there with Konate. Sort of recklessly, I would say.
Did he give him too much time in the box?
Way too much space. I think it was too much.
Off.
Yeah, I think obviously you anticipate a pass coming there, but Putellas has the capability just like that to even go direct and shoot, to dink it to the back post. We've seen. So it's yeah, the way he committed with Konate is sort of, it's a strange one there in my opinion.
Haaland scored all the goals so far.
I think it's at least 4 in this game. 3 headers. No, Mbappe got 1.
He did.
Yeah.
Yellow card. Player look down the line for the man that we're questioning, Erling Haaland. It's a little bit risky at the back, but Manu always had his wits about him. Through ball looking to be played as you see Renzo there, head coach at Team Hullet.
It's great player looks there just to bring Mbappe closer for Manu. Finally, the aggressive approach with Konate worked in Emre's favour. Just under 5 minutes until we go into half-time in this game. I would say, obviously, the scoreline favours Manu, but just the way the game's going as well also favours him, in my opinion, Rich. I think he's been
the better player.
Yeah.
Is Emre playing the occasion? Playing against a teammate maybe a little bit too much?
I think so, but he's got his coach behind him, and for his sake, he's still got an attack here where he can try and level it before half-time. Tries the first-time pass, didn't work out.
The other question that I'll give you a little bit of time to think about going into half-time. Was Emre Yilmaz's performance against Abu Maka, was that a one-off? Because given the consistency of 7 group games and now 1 knockout round, that seems a little bit of an anomaly, given the way that he played and the fashion in which he was victorious. Manu just knocking this ball around the back as we go into half-time. We'll get the thoughts of Ryan Pessoa
now he's tracking it. He's finally started to track a running behind there, and he got successful there for Emre Yilmaz. It's difficult to say because in groups, when you're not playing well, obviously the aim is just to try and get out. Even if you're not playing well, just keep yourself in the competition and your dream alive of reaching far. And I think for Emre, of course, and for Manny, both players, I think they drew the short straw in the fact that they're both playing against each other. However, I would say it's, from Manu's perspective, he's playing against probably the weakest Emre Yilmaz we've seen. In the group stages, he conceded 25 goals. He's only scored 25 as well. And I say only, it's still a lot of goals. He was 4th top goal scorer in the group, but we always associate Emre scoring countless goals. And Abu Maka Speaking of goals there, towards the byline, a little tap finish. We saw that with Nicholas, so maybe a couple of players sort of taking that.
I think Jafonzo has done it a little bit as well from what I've seen. Emre Match there. Get down the byline if you've got no cutback, just a tap of the shoot button, almost a low-driven-esque shots. Could be an early chance in the second half.
Very lucky for Manu there. I think with the lob pass and the automatic player switch there went to the wrong place. I think he meant to pull out Konate, ended up pulling out Van Dijk, and it just about recovered, and he's on the attack.
It's a 3 against 2. Manu Bashore drives to the byline, but Emre...
Good defending.
Picked correctly.
Yeah, you have to make a choice. I think if you're too passive, your opponent can just find the space to either look for a pass or shoot. He chose the option of going for goal, and Emre read him perfectly.
Second half underway. The winner of this game progresses through to play against Man City's Matias Bonanno in the Resurrection Stage 2. The loser, well, their Esports World Cup journey for EFC 24 comes to a close. For Team Liquid and Team Holy, chance from Emre. Better. And what more you would expect from a champion.
Yeah, that's silky from him. Dare I say, Liquid for the Team Liquid representatives.
That's terrible.
First time passes in and around the area, gets the ball to R9, and Manny was caught off guard. They didn't even manage to have time to move the goalkeeper. But Emre Yilmaz, that's more of the same we need to see from that to pose the threat offensively, because he's only really been dangerous from corners, and that's a great goal for him to give him a boost of confidence.
How hard is it to defend when your opponent's moving the ball around the box
So
like
difficult.
that? Abu Maka gets a 4th against Nathan SR, and with only 20 minutes left to play, Team Falcons could find themselves in a match against Kashimi Antlers. What on earth has happened here? We were watching another game. We're going to have to see how Emre had an open goal.
I think it stems from an offside trap. That's the only explanation I can think of. But the space there is, for Manu, is inexplicable. Again, we're going to have to see a replay of that, because we've sort of zoned in with the Abu Maka Nathan SR game. Replay comes in, I think it's an auto offside trap. 100 depth, I think it comes with the territory of
the goalkeeper as well, though.
Yeah, I don't know if he's with the keeper, I'm not sure. Or maybe he's double tapped triangle.
Renzo in the back.
Yeah, maybe he's double tapped triangle to move across, but he's accidentally, I don't know, it's hard to say without actually being the person in control, but...
Yeah, whether it's human error or, as you said, the pitfalls of playing on 100 depth.
It looked like a 100 depth offside trap to me, because I don't think you...
There's no reason to play an offside trap there.
Yeah.
But he's getting in behind a lot now. Stones, furthest man forward. Erling Haaland into R9. That was green, probably goal bound.
Yep, he tries a few of those. I think if that wasn't stopped, for me, it's destined to nestle in the back of the net. The R9 with the finesse shot plus play style, green timed as well. Would have been 5-3, but Manu sort of has to ride this wave of pressure and come out the other side without being bruised too much. And he's got an offensive chance here. Manages to get past Van Dijk and get a corner.
It's going to be delivered into the box. You know who's the target. Erling Haaland's up. Konate on that occasion managed to get in front. Power shot from Mbappe. Good save from Czech. I love it. I love when that power shot gets wound up. Again.
Oh, again, isn't it?
Hit me.
Oh, he's cancelled it.
Van Dijk, what a ball.
That's off, yeah. The idea was smart, but strong defensive line from Emre Yilmaz. Turned this game on its head, genuinely, in, what, 5 minutes?
He looked poor at half-time.
Yeah.
In the second half, he's been very impressive.
Yeah, I thought if there was going to be a goal scorer, it would have fallen in the way of Manu, and he's conceded 2 in quick succession. Rush there from Emre Yilmaz. As Manu retrieves possession again. It's not over yet. 90th minute, depending on how long is that, you'd need a huge mistake from Abu Maka. Yeah. Look at the space. He's going to have to shoot there. He does. Green time. Keeper saves it.
And a corner will be whipped in. Dead ball plus from Toni Kroos. It's pinpoint into Van Dijk. Red timed header.
In previous years, that would have been the person you would love to aim to. This year, albeit he's still 6'4", he's still got regular aerial plus. You always prioritize somebody in the air with the aerial plus play style.
But is that almost mixing it up a little bit? You've gone Haaland every time. Your opponent pulls his best defenders, his best aerial players onto Haaland, so you go for Van Dijk instead, who, if he does get a favourable matchup, will win that aerial duel. Or he just flicked the wrong player.
They put a bit too much power in there.
Didn't quite catch him offside. Stones in the battle, but does come out on top. Manu, you would say, is the first half he was the better player.
Yeah, for
Second
sure.
half, Emre has looked much cleaner in his work. Manu comes forward, but again, a good step.
Yeah, crucial step there with Konate. Felt like pressure was building as personnel just dropping into spaces and pockets in the box, but Emre defended very well. It's rushed again by Emre. He's done it a couple of times down the line where he's trying to look in behind and force the ball over the top.
Match finished. Abu Maka goes through. And we'll take on Web Nasri. Chance for Manu. This game's far from over. 4-4, 20 minutes left to play.
It stemmed from the mistake. Again, the player look was smart from Emre Yilmaz. From when he was attacking, he rushed the pass completely, gave possession away, and Manu can attack with Emre Yilmaz's left back out of position, does really well in the build-up, gets fortunate in the box there, but punishes Emre Yilmaz. We take a look at the replay. It's great step over usage there from Manu. This is very, very unfortunate on behalf of Emre Yilmaz, but Manu won't care, Renzo won't care. They get the goal back in this game and game on, 4-4.
20 minutes is the amount of time you've got left to continue your Esports World Cup journey for FC 24.
We're going to have to see a strong performance defensively from Manu as well. I was just looking at the goals conceded from him. At this moment in time, he's played a game more than goal poacher and Johnny, but he's conceded the most goals in this tournament. So for him, we want to shore that up and try his best to stop Emre having chances.
Even from Manu Bashar.
No, not at all. Exactly. It's very uncharacteristic from both of these players. Their group stages, the huge anomalies from both of them in a lot of their games.
They were teammates earlier on this year at the EWC, where they were finished runners-up to Ajax. Now enemies with 15 minutes left to play. A 4-4 scoreline. A date with Bonanno for the winner. Something has to give. Whose key is about to get crushed? Haaland on the green time finish, and Manu Bashore fires himself back into the lead.
Oof, what a turn and a finish. Green time, you have to green it there. Haaland slightly off balance as well. And it's pinpoint accuracy from Manu Bashore into the top corner. Again, the game is just tossing and turning, revolving around these two players going end to end in a huge clash. So take a look at it again. Toni Kroos, ball roll, driven pass. The turn was beautiful. The green time was even better. And 15 minutes now, Emre and his culture
Is there a lot you can do to defend that?
You kind of have to hope you get the bundle when Haaland's turning. If not, it's tricky. I don't think you really can. You can move the goalkeeper. That's all hindsight, but I don't think he's done anything wrong, I would say.
Great attacking play.
Yeah.
Rather than a defensive mistake. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2024. We're in the resurrection stage. Two teammates, two good friends, battling it out for their clubs. Team Hully and Team Liquid combining together for this Esports World Cup journey. But only one will remain in the tournament. Emre Yilmaz has 12 minutes left to play. Potentially his last 12 minutes in this tournament. However, if there's one thing over the course of the last 3 years watching this young man play, it's don't doubt Emre Yilmaz. Manny Bashore flying forward. He pocketed himself 300k last year. He knows how to deal with pressure. He also knows how to see out a game. A sixth will be priority for him.
Won't mind losing the ball there. It's nice. The step over animation was, and the turn was a bit more diagonal. It would have worked perfectly. Could have looked to pass to R9. Mbappe's on the run.
Just stifled the attack ever so slightly. Havertz, the player who's been picked out. Mbappe now into R9. Trying to cook on the edge of the box. Saka on the finesse. Good save from Courtois.
Still look for Haaland again, surely. Or is it Weghorst in the box this time?
It's
Goes back to
Havertz.
Havertz. Over.
Hull into Saka. A finesse is optional. Just fakes it, takes the double step overs, but Courtois will claim both hands of that and burn an extra 30, 40 seconds out of that clock.
Manu's very fortunate there, you know. I think he switched off thinking that he was going to turn or look for a finesse shot inside, and the defender just about covered him.
Great press.
Oh, the press is intense.
R9, does he dink it through? Does he take the space? He's waiting.
Oh,
and the ball just doesn't fall his way. Emre still in possession. Wow, Weghorst with a couple of step overs. Saliba in the way. Hully brings it back Emre's way. Manu cannot win this ball back. As Emre slows it down, fires it out wide. Saka, what's he got in the locker? Driving towards the near post, and he hits the bar. It was green. It was glorious. And it's 2 inches that separate a 5-4 and a 5-5 extra time.
The ball over the top there is so ambitious, and I don't understand the thought process from Manu. They just gifted another chance for Emre.
Chance, Weghorst, over to Saka. Can he do it this time? No, he can't. Courtois with the save. He does have a corner. Will it be gold dust from the spot? Weghorst is selected, flicked in. It's up to Eder Militao at the back post. And Manu will dribble out. And with 90 seconds on the clock, Manu Bashore sees a date with Matthias Bonanno in the resurrection next stage. Small margins separate everything here at the Esports World Cup. Emre has got one more chance. The ref's playing it.
Oh my
It's a free
God.
kick. It's a free kick. Oh, he's giving it away. That's it. Emre Yilmaz crashes out of the Esports World Cup. Manu Bashore continues his journey in Riyadh as the sole survivor for Team Hully, Team Liquid. High drama in the Qadir Arena.
Wow. So intense between two teammates. It's a difficult one because you can't really be too happy. You can't really express yourself because Manu...
Does he have to crush his teammate's key?
Oh no, surely. No, that's a bit too cruel.
Hey, I just asked the questions.
I think Renzo's just asking Manny, what was he doing there? In those, he just kept giving possession away in those last 5 minutes. You can tell
Panicking.
The nerves were amplified in that moment. He shows respect to his fellow teammate and competitor in Emre Yilmaz. But Manu's got a rematch.
What a game that is.
Bonanno, they played about an hour ago. Manu won 4-2. And he'll be hoping that he can continue that and repeat that victory to stay in the upside of the bracket.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure bringing you the final couple of groups and the first resurrection stage. Let's head on down for Rachel for more reaction.
Well, we have now lost 2 more players. That is the end of the road for Nathan, and now behind me as well, Emre Yilmaz, the defending champion from Riyadh last year, moves on in the competition. He now takes on Matthias Bonanno, who, let me tell you, was sitting about 4 rows back watching every single movement on here. And Mike Labelle, they played each other only in the last round of the groups as well. Manu and Bonanno, and which way did it go there?
Yeah, less than an hour ago, and Manu Bashor with a 4-2 victory. I'm sure that Bonanno will remember that, and sometimes that works in your favor, sometimes not so much. I've always felt if I get a second chance at a player and I was on the back end or the wrong end of that, maybe the blessings are coming my way. The ball's going to bounce in a favorable manner.
Just looking at the players leaving the arena here as well. Manu and Coach Renzo just walking out, being very gracious there, thanking the fans, and obviously there was a nice moment between the teammates as well. Obviously, you know, I don't know what was said between Emre and Manu there, but I'm sure some nice words, Mike.
No doubt about it. They train together, they share all the tactics, and it's inevitable when you have such a successful camp. With you look at Team Hullet and now Liquid as a collaboration, that you're going to have those types of matchups. Someone's got to move forward, and we haven't really talked about it. It hasn't been a key narrative, but Manu Bashor shouldn't be looked at as an underdog. He can make a run and really do some things in this final bracket, this resurrection bracket.
We're seeing some of the highlights here as well. 5-4, really close matchup like we expected. You may have just heard some round of applause. I thought that was because Abu Maka was coming in. It's a bit premature from me there. He will be coming in shortly because Abu Maka moves forward as well in the competition. He just defeated Nathan on the other stream, 4-3. He now takes on Webb, and again, they played each other in the group stages.
And in this case as well, Abu Maka might be okay with that matchup. That went favorable for him. It was first or second game in the groups, and he won 2-1.
Here he comes.
Oh, he's walking out. The crowd has picked up. He's going to have some extra helpings here. This place will be packed out by the time he sits down on stage.
A big moment, actually, for both guys. Abu Maka, last Falcons player. Manny Bashor, last Liquid's player. We know the Falcons are taking the club championship, but Liquid, they're still trying to get points in that club championship as well, aren't they?
No doubt about it, and maybe it takes even a little pressure off of Abu Maka's back now, knowing that he's playing for the fans, of course. He's playing for himself. He's playing for that legacy, but Falcons already accomplishing the main goal, I would say, is being the best club in the competition.
Yeah, well, Abu Maka is on this big stage now in the Gidea Arena. He's next. He is taking on Webb Nasri. The other matchup, it is Matthias Bonanno taking on Manu Bashor. But let's get back down to Gorilla, who's got a bit of a Telestration segment for you to enjoy.
So even though Yilmaz lost that game, I do want to have a look at his first goal 6 minutes in because I liked it. So Mbappe has the ball, and as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, he has sent one of his players. Now, it's a simple ball, nothing special about it. So if I just play it now, you'll see that Bashore has switched just too late. He's noticed the trouble, but it's too late to defend it. So he gets the ball over the top to Yoslu, I believe it is. And what he wants to do, Yilmaz, he wants to just run for on goal. Easy as that. However, you'll see now when I play it, the touch of Yoslu is not the best. This is what I call a little reset. I like this because the plan A is to go forward on goal and score, but he defends very well, Bashore does here. But as you can see, there's not many options. You've got Haaland back post, can't really do anything there. You've got Ronaldo here, and as you can see behind Ronaldo, you have players coming in. So if I just play it a little bit, in the shot now, you'll have even more options. So again, he wanted to go for on goal, that wasn't an option. So he just turns back, left stick, nothing special. And now he has Ronaldo, he has Saka, you got Mbappe here, and even Pateles here. And Haaland back post. Just a little reset, coming back to go forward. And the aim is just to pass it across and find Haaland here. So he plays it across, just simple passes, one more. Now, he knows, Bashore knows the danger of Haaland, as you can see. So I mark that there. And Yilmaz wants to get the ball into Haaland. So if I play, he doesn't just shoot, he has the composure to do a shot cancel. So he gets the ball with Haaland. And as you can see, in the bottom left-hand corner here, that's the shot power. So he's gone to shoot, but because he's so close to the goalkeeper and the angle's not on his side, he's cancelled it, which has sent the goalkeeper to the ground, which leaves him with an open goal. and that is how he got his first goal. But make sure you stay around. We have more games coming after the break.
Ready, set, go.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witness the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. No time to pretend. Until we're dead, we fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline. There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. darkness, there's a million shining stars, but it's divine. They keep on selling us dreams. This is the energy all around us, all around us, all around us,
Oh my gosh, sorry about that. I was just finishing up some Foot Champions games. If anyone's wondering, I'm like 18-0. So 2 more, 20-0, no big deal, right? Obviously, Emily Ravel back into the secondary stage, this time for the Resurrection stage update instead of the group stage update. Abu Maka versus Nathan SR99. Abu Maka, the hometown hero, coming out on top, going through to the next round of the Resurrection stage, playing Web Nasri. Unfortunately, this means that Nathan SR99's journey comes to an end here in Riyadh, but we do have Nathan SR99 and the winner of Manu Bachore and Emre Yilmaz going through. The loser does go home. Don't go anywhere. We will see what Rachel and the boys have to say about these upcoming matchups.
And so the Resurrection stage plot thickens, and we have a new guest joining us. Forest Legend, welcome to the Resurrection stage party we're having here. First matchup, we lost 2 more of our competitors there. Nathan just went out, as did Emre Yilmaz. Things are really hotting up. You've missed quite a lot of the action today. Overall thoughts of what we've seen, please.
I say we had some upsets definitely, especially I have to mention Nasri, who probably was the one that maybe people didn't expect to go that far, and he's now, I think, secured. Is that at the moment top 10, right, or top 12?
Exactly. So we're down to our top 10. We lose 2 more tonight, and then we see our final 8 tomorrow. Boras, little predictions for you. Webb is taking on Abu Maka. They met in the groups as well. Abu Maka got the better of him. It's big stage action once again. Do you see this changing slightly from what we saw earlier on 2 days ago now? It would have been Thursday.
Well, is this maybe the first game we've seen Nasri on the main stage, isn't it?
It is the first time we've seen him on a big stage.
We haven't seen him play in front of audience yet, so let's see how he actually responds to that extra factor as well. Abu Maka has been playing on the main stage for many games now, and he has that, of course, extra experience from that kind of context. But Nasri, he has been here playing some fantastic FC and knocked out some huge players. And I think if he continues like this, he has a good chance here.
Yeah, exactly. We're just seeing a couple of the highlights from earlier matchups of these 2 players' emotions as well. And you'd be maybe a little bit daft to bet against Abu Maka on that big stage with the fans. But I'll leave it to you, as always, stcplay.gg. Cast your votes if you dare. Another matchup going on as well. We have the world champion from last year in 2023, Manny Bashore. He is taking on Matthias Bonanno. Massive matchup once again, Mike LaBelle.
And a re-up, we talked about it briefly as the clock is going. Can Matthias Bonanno kind of get a little revenge match? An hour ago, it didn't go his way.
Well, he was watching in the arena a short while ago. Now he's playing. What's going to happen in these 2 massive matchups? One's coming your way on the Giddy Arena. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, guys. Okay, the first round of the Resurrection stage is done, which means we have said goodbye to 2 more players, Nathan and Emre. And we just saw a really close game up here on the stage. And it was that bit more difficult because both players were representing the same team. So it's that extra bit tougher, isn't it? Savage, really.
Yeah, there's a bit of bitterness in it that's kind of on a different level. We have basically all of these keys that are strewn across our stage here, but you know, at the end of it, we still saw Manu Bachore come up to his teammate, give him a little kiss on the head to be like, it's gonna be fine, little bro, it's all good. And that's the kind of love that I kind of really enjoy seeing, even in something that is as competitive as 1v1 EAFC.
Yeah, it's a bit of sportsmanship, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
We like to see it. Okay, shall we get the next resurrection game started?
I think we should. So let's kick it off with our first one. Representing Kashima Antlers, it's Web Nasri! Our Japanese player, Taichi, surprised everyone by coming back yesterday in Group A to sit at 4th place. Now is his first time at the Gadia Arena stage. The Shogun has stoked his war fan, getting ready for a truly international bout.
And his opponent, representing Team Falcons, it's Abu Maka! He is a fan favorite here. A great performance just now to knock Nathan out of the tournament. He's had a difficult few days, but are things turning around? Can he get another win against Web Nasri? Well, we're about to find out.
Look, Nicole, I know you've enjoyed crushing keys, but this one does not get anybody crushed at the end of it. The winner of this game gets to advance and will be one more victory away from tomorrow's final. The other person dropping lower into the bracket, they'll have an extra life, but hey, every game less that you play means that you get more time to rest and get ready for tomorrow.
Oh, this is going to be a very good game. I can feel it. Okay, casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Nicole and Milos. And look, this is where it gets even more difficult here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup featuring FC 24. Myself, Brandon Smith and Dan Gaskin guiding you through the action. And look, we've just said goodbye to 2 more players, Dan. In about 2 hours' time, we'll say goodbye to 2 more. Half the competition will be eliminated here in day 3 of the competition, and it'll be all eyes on that final 8 tomorrow.
The good news is, if you've reached this point, you at least have a second chance. If you were to lose this match, you will drop into the elimination side of this bracket. So at least you have that to fall back on. As you can see, Abu Maka lapping up every single moment of this in front of the Team Falcons fans yet again. This is going to be a big one. Of course, these 2 competitors already faced each other so far this tournament, and Abu Maka did beat Web Nasri 2-1. So he has that on his side, but Web Nasri has been quietly going about his business. Somehow, some way, has been taking down some giants here in this tournament.
I think you can say quietly as well, Dan, because I don't think I've actually had a conversation with Web Nasri ever. Probably the language barrier between us doesn't help. But for Web Nasri, Dan, I know Rich and Ryan were speaking about as we sort of cross paths in the commentary booth, you could say. The last time we saw Web Nasri on broadcast was years ago, because it generally was. We haven't seen him back at a World Championship, I think, since 2022. He's played in 2 big World Championships before. Of course, his first time in the Esports World Cup. He was one of the players that got invited straight into this competition. And at one point, I have to be honest, I thought he was going to be leaving us in the group stages.
He's already secured more prize money by reaching this point of this tournament than he's ever achieved in any previous FC event, whether it be a North Asian event, which he has won numerous events in North Asia. But as you mentioned, on international turf, we've never really seen him at his very best. I think 2018, he competed in some playoffs and he got top 4. That was the best we'd ever seen of Web Nasri in international competition. But you mentioned it, at World Cups, has always been group stages and never really been able to get out of them. But we are starting to see Web Nasri at his peak, it would seem, because he's been able to beat some of the best players in the world. But now he has Abu Maka in his way.
Absolutely. Look, if you look at his Group A, the players that are in there, Dan, the 9 points he got, he beat Emre Yilmaz 6-4, of course, who was just eliminated in that last round. Picked up a massive result against Young, who was so dominant in that group, and then came in today. He knew the pressure that was on his shoulders just a few hours ago. What did he do? He won 7-1 against Johnny. There was someone else in that group, Dan, that he did lose against, and he plays against him now in this resurrection round. Abu Maka, he lost to him in his first group stage match on Thursday afternoon.
And the real question is, what have you learned from that previous matchup, and have you been able to do research? The advantage Web Nasri had is that he got the ticket into this bracket. He didn't have to play the extra stage, so he could have just sat with his coach. They could have studied who he potentially goes up against here. So he would have looked back at that game against Abu Maka and said, all right, what was it that made me lose against him? How can I actually overturn it? Because if he's only scoring 1 goal against Abu Maka, but then against Johnny scoring 7, clearly there's something very different that's being played there in terms of his style. I'm expecting a lot of corners here. We've seen it all tournament long, how prominent corners are. You need Haaland on the pitch. You need to be utilizing him for those headers. And we'll see whether Web Nasri can get one over Abu Maka here.
And look, we spoke about the 3 wins that he got in this group stage. That is so impressive for Web Nasri, Dan, because he just hasn't... He didn't need to go to Dallas. He didn't need to go to Jönköping and play in the qualifications. He got his invite directly into the Esports World Cup featuring FC24 a long time ago. On paper, he just hasn't had the reps against some of the big names in this competition. Yet, saying that, he's come through and he's actually done pretty well to get in that top 6, even in the top 4.
Sometimes that's an advantage, though. The element of unknown. Even though he hasn't had reps, other people haven't had reps against him. They don't know what he's got up his sleeve. And honestly, neither do we really. We've not seen him on the main broadcast. We've not seen what he has to offer. I'm excited to see what Web Nasri can do here on the main stage in front of a crowd that's going to be heavy on Abu Maka.
Well, then this is his time to do it. Let's jump into the action live now. Resurrection rounds. Number 2 is in front of our very own eyes. One of these players will be going into that huge matchup where if you win it, you'll be definitely qualified into tomorrow's top 8. We've got $50,000 as well. And for Web Nasri, representing Kashima Antlers, the Japanese football club. He'll be so proud that he's been able to make it into that top 6. As you said, Dan, it's already been his biggest payday even getting to this stage. Why not go and win a couple more games and get some more cash in your pocket? Finesse comes in from distance. Web Nasri already teasing us 4 minutes in.
Does have a chance from a corner as well. And we've already seen over-the-top through balls, long-range shots. I think we're going to see a lot of that here from Web Nasri.
I'm just interested to see what play style he gives us, Dan, because we'll see this corner come in now. It's a sort of curved cross that we haven't seen for quite some time. But the last time I saw Web Nasri play, he had some very interesting picks in his team. On the lines of like a Nicholas 99 Peter Crouch-esque that we might see later into the game. So far, it looks pretty standard. R9, Haaland, I think that might be Cristiano Ronaldo slotting on the right-hand side of the midfield. I'll tell you, we've got one on my screen, Dan. Sebastian Schweinsteiger.
Oh, and already you can see, look what a belter that was in the other matchup as well between Bonanno and Bachore. Bear in mind, the loser of this matchup will face the loser of that, and to have to try and go up against Bonanno or Bachore as well. Like, it just, the names that we're rattling off in this tournament is insane.
Well, unfortunately, we have to play both the games at the same time. Otherwise, we'd love to bring you that Bonanno-Manu game after this one. There might just be a small technical issue Abu Maka is not very happy with. He'll have a quick word to the admins before kicking proceedings back off here. But we spoke about it very quickly. I said there'd be an interesting pick in his team, Dan. Schweinsteiger comes as a midfielder. I know he's got that sort of long ball pass, which is so efficient in switching the play. But I think he might be the only player that's using him.
I think Johnny also was using him yesterday. And I wonder whether that's something that's come in, as we can see the replay yet again from this game. Bachore gets the goal. And that's going to be a very advantageous lead for Bachore against Bonanno, which is going to be crazy for Bonanno, considering he was, you know, on a massive run on the first day when we saw him competing on Thursday, and now finds himself here in the resurrection stage. I'm just now assuming that Web Nasri is almost like Thanos in his collecting players from those that he goes up against. He says, oh, you're using Schweinsteiger, are you? Yeah, I'll have him on my team as well. Thank you. Now you're knocked out. But I do think that there is an element of being able to play so many different players at this stage of FC's life cycle, right? There are so many talented players, so many brilliant items, and I don't hate just trying something a little bit different.
The difficult part you've got as well, Dan, on that is you look around you in these tournaments, everyone's using the same 9 or 10 players. It's just how much can you trust that foot iron that he's done enough to be in the team? For example, Peter Crouch, Schweinsteiger. Even the likes of Alexi Bataeus, who's coming recently, don't get me wrong, I know she's got a 99 rated footies item, which is still incredible, but you have to back those 1 or 2 interesting picks in the team, which Web Nasri, I think, is done here. Just trying to work out what the situation. I think we are just resetting the lobby up. You can just see game codes being shared between the two a quick word of these fans, Dan. They've been incredible. Every single time a Team Falcons player has been on stage, they have been making so much noise and making it a difficult atmosphere for that away player to certainly play. Quick update over here, though, Dan. It looks like Bonano's got a goal back.
Yeah, great footwork from Mbappe to ensure that Bonano gets back into this game. Otherwise, Pachore might have started to run away with that one. But yeah, the fans have been amazing, and we had a really incredible moment when Team Falcons were officially crowned the champions of the club championship here at the Esports World Cup, when Emre Dossary was competing or about to compete. And even all the other broadcasts at the Esports World Cup were highlighting that moment as well, because it really was something special having a player of that caliber, but also involved in the organization of Team Falcons as well. But they've been singing all day, all night, and they really will be riling up Abu Makr here.
Just on that as well, Dan, obviously we saw the club champion, $7 million already confirmed, and there is still a handful of titles still to confirm and conclude here at the Esports World Cup. Team Liquid were third on that table of the club championship. At one point in this tournament, there were 3 Team Liquid players in there. That's why, if anything, there was even more pressure for Dossary to try and do his bit in the group to upset the likes of Manny Bashir. Obviously, we did see Levy and Emre Yilmaz eliminated from the tournament. That was Team Liquid's hopes of 2 players to try and get them some points. There's only one player that can do that, and he's currently winning against Matías Bonano in our other matchup there. Remember, the winner of Matías Bonano against Manu will play the winner of Abu Makr against Web Nasri here. Just a small controller issue we heard. And now we're back on the way. 8 minutes on the clock. Still goalless here.
So one of the key differences between the 2 players through the group stages was goals conceded. Web Nasri had a far better defence, and maybe that could be something he can take away here against Abu Makr.
I think they share one of the lowest goal scoring games in the group stage as well. Only 2-1 between the 2 of them.
Yeah.
It was his opening game in the Esports World Cup. Abu Makr picking up a 2-1 win against Web Nasri. I'm sure there'll be some revenge there in his mind if he can just push on.
You can really see it's very slow and methodical at the back for Web Nasri, but as soon as there's an opening, he's happy to launch one forward here.
Pateas, and there's the box. Could be an option. Schweinsteiger to change with Cristiano Ronaldo once or twice. D. Keteler.
There's another one.
There's another interesting pick. Web Nasri. What are some of these choices that are featured in your FC 24 Ultimate Team? I mean, I'm sure there'll be a reason, Dan, why he's in the team. He's had a handful of promos this year. Speaking of that, Belgian midfielder trying to find a way through.
I think I quick-sold him earlier when I was just trying to make a team earlier, by the way. And now I feel like I'm an idiot, and I maybe should have not put him into an SBC. But every player's going to have their preferences, and sometimes it can be superstition with players. I mean, over the years in FC, there's always that one that people have. I mean, famously, Tex would have Liverpool players, for example. So there is always something, but it does seem like Web Nasri has control of this game, and he's happy just to keep the ball. He's not forcing anything until he sees that opening, and then he goes for it. And again, it's the shift to play onto the left here.
And that's what Schweinsteiger will allow you to do. Haaland, you want him in the box, not on the edge. Back to Schweinsteiger again. This is where the attack can speed up. You mentioned choices there on the other side. No R9 on the pitch for Abu Makr, but Johan Cruyff, that was a similar pick that Nicholas has made throughout this competition here. Spoke to him yesterday, he said the words that Johan Cruyff is just better than R9. I don't think many players have said that before, but if Nicholas is saying it and he's top in the group, who am I to disagree with him?
Yeah, certainly an outlier in terms of an opinion there, but I think you could put anyone in that position with some of these items that were rated 98, 99, and they are insane as long as they have those statistics to back it up. A lot of it comes down to preference in frame and how those players actually feel in game. I've sometimes found R9 to be a little bit stocky as it's another attempted a lofted through ball, but this time it is a dud. Now, Abu Makr, if he does start to realise here that Web Nasri is constantly going for those over-the-top through balls, he can take advantage of that. Offside traps could really be implemented to stir things up a little bit for Web Nasri.
Well, we've seen him, as of late, I believe, since Johnny won the Champions League earlier on this spring, the introduction of 100 depth, which, of course, you can still switch the ball from side to side, but it just allows there to be a bit more pressure. Speaking of pressure, Abu Maka has been under all the pressure so far in this game. He has his first proper attack in the box of Web Nasri. And as much as we can sing the praises of how good the Japanese FC Pro player has been, it's going to mean nothing because he's 1-0 down against Team Falcons' Abu Maka.
Yeah, such a different approach, isn't it? The lofted through balls, the attempt to try and find the wing play, but on the flip side for Abu Maka, it's just a simple passing game, and he made it look very easy, but he was well aware of where each player was going to be in this combination of passes. Sees Cruyff in the middle, knows that Haaland's going to be there, and if you find Haaland in that position, it's always going to be a simple finish, but it was very calm under the pressure, like you mentioned.
Well, quick restart here. Web Nasri already back in possession and looking to score straight away from the restart. Massive switch of play again. You can see the play style that he's looking for. Finds Haaland, drops the shoulder. Deserved more, should have really been a goal. I don't think it was time green. Could that have been the difference?
That's a really tough one for Web Nasri, but he looks unfazed at the moment. Has to focus on defending, as now Abu Maka says, I'll take one out of your playbook, thank you very much.
Massive switch of play. This is where Abu Maka scored his first goal from, just building in from the left and finding the passes in between the right back and the centre back. Bukayo Saka will delay this attack just to give a few more options for Team Falcons. Hullet, Vitinha, a popular pick that his teammate Emre Dossary also chose earlier in the competition. Kai Havertz again just offering that overloading full-back run. Corner given away and the pressure continues to build. Quick corner played in towards that front post. We all know what's going to happen. Haaland is going to be there and Abu Maka leads by 2-0.
And Web Nasri needs to be careful here because Abu Maka, now with the fans behind him, this is when he plays at his very best. He takes a commanding lead and he just seems to be on the ball with those corners. I mean, so many players now know how to play these corners, but it's just quick. Got to make sure Haaland's in that right position. And as soon as you see him, whip to him as soon as possible. Bang, job's done. And it was actually the spread of play to that left-hand side, similar to what Web Nasri has been trying to do this entire game, that allowed him to get up that pitch and get that corner in the first place.
The difficult scenario now, Dan, is with the current meta of FC, you're probably going to concede a corner every game at this level. So you've got to have a sort of safety buffer of 1 or 2 goals, which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. Goal poacher earlier was speaking to him in the hotel lobby. Obviously had a disappointing exit in this tournament. He said one of the main things that I struggle with was just defending corners. Don't get me wrong, it's not easy to defend them. There has been a couple of cases where a few pros have managed to weather the storm of constant aerial plus battles in the box for corners. There's an update for you. It's live in the second half now. Matías Bonanno is trailing 2-1. Which sounds crazy to say, Dan, that there is a world here that he could be 1 game away from elimination after such a good day 1. He was 9 points from 9, and then day 2 unfolded as it did. Cristiano Ronaldo. Web Nasri looking for a way still back in this one. There's Ronaldo on side still. He is. He's down that byline. Where's the cutback? There's the cutback. What a tackle, John Stones.
Great defensive work again from Abu Maka. Web Nasri is knocking on the door here, but you just feel with every counter-attack, Abu Maka is certainly going to be in the face of Web Nasri. He's very confident on the ball. He's happy to play just a passing game. That one's going to be offside, though. But it does allow just for a pause here for maybe a quick look at any tactics for both players, but more likely Web Nasri to dive into this one and see what's going wrong. And you mentioned it, the other game is still going on. The fact it's 2 giants of the scene competing, and one of them will be dropping into that elimination side of this bracket, is very worrying for whoever loses this game, because for Web Nasri, let's say he were to lose here to Abu Maka, you then have to play an absolute beast of a competitor. And I do worry for whoever falls out of this game in particular.
Well, at least there will be a second sort of chance, though, isn't it? If you win this game, you go into that big qualification matchup, which guarantees you $50,000 if you win it, and a spot in tomorrow's final 8. And also, it gives you a difficult matchup against Nicholas in the bracket tomorrow. As we said, we can confirm 2 of those quarterfinal matchups already, which are coming your way tomorrow in the competition. Anders Vergang will be taking on Young, and it will be P8 in a very difficult matchup in those knockout stages tomorrow, in which he'll be taking on Mark 11, runner-up last year in the World Championships in Saudi Arabia. Trafonzo, what a day and what a few days he's had. He's in the top 8 already, and so is Nicholas. They're waiting for an opponent each, which will come from tonight's resurrection rounds.
Again, Abu Makar's not allowing Web Nasri to play through the middle here. He almost wants him to go out wide. And just going back to what you were talking about corners as well, players saying, I don't know how to defend them. I think you have to accept it's almost impossible at times to defend them. So you need to be looking at how you're going to score them instead. Be that player who's pushing the narrative of actually, I'm going to get more goals through the corners. You need to make sure you've got the right player taking them. And of course, aiming for Haaland or someone with aerial plus.
Abu Makar would love a third before half-time. He might just be on for one. Look at the back post as Haaland would just arc his run to try and get on to the end of a cross. It didn't seem to happen in the end. John Stones didn't fancy a cross. Instead, Bukayo Saka tried to go direct straight into the box. Web Nasri, you can see what he's looking for. That massive switch of play as he finds it again, but can he find a way through this side post for a power shot?
I don't hate it. Gives you a corner.
You said just there, Dan. Forget defending corners, look to master them instead. Try and win them from clever moments like that. You know you're not going to score on that angle, but you will get a corner. Haaland Konate. Taking his time to get the ball onto Haaland. Off the line. Is it going to be in? Yes, it is. Diving header. Erling Haaland makes sure that Web Nasri goes into half-time. Only just one goal behind.
That's difficult to do as well from Web Nasri because he didn't take the corner straight away. It allowed Abu Makar to move that goalkeeper around, start to challenge him with the defender. But Nasri, he started to have a look, saying, well, actually, I know Haaland is good enough to get up and even above a goalkeeper at times. And of course, was a little bit fortunate with the second attempt after the defender did clear it off the line. But that's Web Nasri's ticket back into the game. And I think if you realise that corners are such a prominent position in the meta right now in FC, take some shots from distance, force the goalkeeper to palm one out, because these corners could be huge for you. $50,000 you mentioned if you get out of this resurrection stage. I don't care if corners are, in some people's eyes, like, difficult to defend. If you know full well that you can get goals with them, play for them.
I can't remember the last time, Dan, we've watched a game of FC competitively and there's not been corners scored in the game. Just back on that one as well for a split second. You're right. He took way too long on that corner to Web Nasri. The goalie came out. You thought Petr Cech would get a hand onto it. Konate was there at the front post, but still, that 99-footies Haaland just showing why he's probably the only goal scorer of a corner in the box, so it seems.
Still can't believe he's free as well. Just get him in on the season pass. That's one way to get anyone back on the game, I will say. I got to make sure I get all the way to the level 30, I think it is, so you can get your own Haaland. Unbelievable item, and he really has been the player of the tournament. Unsurprisingly so, with how effective these corners have been, how crosses have been as well towards the back post. But that is now Web Nasri back into this game. He was constantly trying that shift to the left-hand side, hoping to maybe get an easy cutback or an easy cross towards the back post, but Abu Makar was defending well. But again, if you are defending well, then your opponent just has to try and force the narrative a little bit. Take some pop shots, try something a little bit different. And Web Nasri gets his opening.
As it currently stands, it looks like it will be the same scoreline as when these two matched up in the group stage. We didn't really speak about it too much, but Matisse Bonanno against Manny Bashir was actually a game that was played about an hour and a half ago. They played in round 7 of the group stages here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC, and then they played again now in another elimination game. They'll be thinking, what is that like? What are the chances of that? Of course, Manny won 4-2 earlier today, and he might have just got the Argentines number again, because last time we saw it, he was leading by 2-1. Back on the way for the second half here. Let's see what that goal did before half-time for Web Nasri in terms of a huge confidence boost or a momentum shift. Because for long periods in that half, Dan, it was all Abu Makar. After he got his second. Look at the space every single time with these fullbacks. John Stones will be the player just to offload it into someone who's a bit more equipped in the final third. The play style plus you potentially could be looking for just a finishing stat. Step overs are pretty, gives you a little bit of a boost. Not a big enough boost though to get around Konate.
It's better defending though from Web Nasri. He was almost ushering Abu Makar there into certain areas so that he could utilise the second man press, get a little bit closer before he then really went for his attack. Speaking of attacks, in the game between Bonanno and Pachore, and it is going to be another goal for Pachore to take a 3-1 lead, and it looked like that was only the 81st minute, so The time might be up for Bonanno in the upper bracket, but he will still have a second chance in the elimination side.
Yeah, Bonanno will be super disappointed with that. As we said, he had such a good start to the tournament here. He was actually technically our champion or our winner in Young Cup in Sweden, and we sort of outplayed the bracket after the qualification was done just for cash, beating Levi David in that grand final. And sort of really come into form in the last couple of months as the season unfolded. He has still got a second chance, though, as you mentioned. He will play the loser of this game to qualify for the top 8 tomorrow.
I am wondering whether Webb Nasri is just going to be looking for one of the shifts all the way to the left-hand side again. Plays it around his fullback to centre-back. And there it is, there's the ping.
Has he won the aerial battle? Not on that occasion. Mental to say as well, Dan. You look across the pitch. I think about 8 or 9 players on each team who've got 4 play star pluses. It only felt like last week when the first person got 4 play star pluses. Now every single player, other than maybe Canate or Di Ketelaere, everyone seems to be in their best form if possible, especially the help of that recent footies promo. Chance to break away again. Last 30 in-game minutes here. Mbappe. Can Cruyff get the legs? Yes, he can. Can he get the angle for a shot? Cuts it back. Bukayo Saka. It's a corner at least for Abimaka. That taken quickly. Haaland couldn't really connect onto it. Chance to recycle it back around again. You can just see Haaland, number 8, peeling off towards that back post. Mbappe also in the box. Decision making is perfect. Johan Cruyff makes it 3.
And that is a frustrating one for Webb Nasri because he's been defending well. He's been getting aggressive at the right times. He hasn't been given too much space because Abimaka's been trying to get those step overs to burst past the man for quite some time. But once Cruyff's in that area, it's job done. And some people say, well, you've mentioned some people say they prefer Cruyff over R9. And maybe for good reason. When you get into a position like that, you can just trust him. You know full well he's going to be able to spank that one home. And Abimaka, you can see what it means to him. It was technically after a corner. He took the corner very quickly. There are going to be players that are a little bit out of position. Webb Nasri was a little bit flustered off the back of it. But now he needs to dig deep here. 28 minutes to try and find 2 goals to get him to extra time.
You have just tuned in here for day 3 of the EWC. This is the resurrection stage. Matthias Bonanno has got a goal back with the Manchester City man Erling Haaland. Depending on how much added time's in that, Dan, if there's 3 minutes of added time, let's just see what happens.
Definitely could be a chance there for Bonanno.
No,
there is no chance for Bonanno. Pachore will get the victory then, and he will march on to that final that you were speaking of in this bracket, where he will have a chance to play to get into the knockout stages, to guarantee at least $50,000.
For Matthias Bonanno, he's not out the tournament yet. He'll have to win this next game and then one more to qualify for that final 8. Webb Nasri getting into his groove now. So much space every single time. One more pass into Haaland. Good save, Petr Cech. He did score from a corner before. Let's see if he can do it again, Webb Nasri. Happy to take his time on the corner, which not many pros often look for. In it comes with Haaland! And he's just able to score! In those moments, it's like he's trying to pretend that he's not going to flick the ball onto Haaland. We know he's going to flick it onto Haaland.
Everyone knows he's going to Haaland.
But twice now, he's been able to isolate the Norwegian striker and still get the best of Canate.
I think that's trading room kind of stuff. I think he's getting very precise with the angle of where that line's going, of where he's hitting that cross from the corner. And he's going for pinpoint accuracy. He's going for an angle that he knows he can get ahead on it time and time again. He just has to change that angle when Abimaka was bringing out the goalkeeper. Well, we really are seeing something different here, because a lot of these players have been quickly taking those corners so that you don't have the chance to move the goalkeeper, so that you don't have the chance to maybe control the defender to go up against Haaland as well. But Nasri proving that you can still get the job done, even if you take your time here. And now that gets him back into the game. And that's going to plant that seed of doubt here in Abu Maka's head.
Abu Maka needs another goal now just to get that 2-goal cushion reinstated once again. Down the ball, and Mbappe just about keeps it on. Was the team of the tournament, 98 rated. Nice to recycle, finds the feet of Fuller. Where's that killer pass? There it is, into Haaland! We speak about it so many times at this level. When you can see, just go and get that extra goal again, that extra goal to give you a 2-goal cushion. It means your opponent has to come out and play, and they're always chasing the game. It's back to square one, unfortunately, for Web Nasri.
Abu Maka not phased by the corner, going in favour of Web Nasri. And right off the bat, right off the rip, straight in Web Nasri's face. And again, it's just a simple game, really. Just looking for that extra man, looking for that extra pass. Web Nasri just left too much of a gap in the middle there. Just brought one of those defenders a little bit out of position. You can see it's a frustrating one for him. Again, we will reiterate. If you lose this, you are not out of the tournament, though. So there is still hope for potentially Web Nasri here if you were to lose this one. But of course, then you have to try and win 2 games back-to-back if you want to get into the knockout stages here tomorrow. The fans loving it, though. And the hometown crowd, they have been behind Abu Maka and Emre Dossary throughout this entire tournament. And I'm sure they would love to see Abu Maka get into the knockout stages. But he still has more to do here as well.
Just having a little browse as well as we start to tease what is going to come. We'll speak more about it when the matchup does happen. Abu Maka against Manny Bashir. They played twice this year in one of the first tournaments of this season, the FC Pro Open. They actually both played against each other in the same group here in Riyadh last year. Of course, for that World Championship, both in the group stages, Manny won 10-2 and 6-2. We'll be interested to see how that plays out this time round.
Yeah, of course, different game, new meta. And that always does open things up for change.
I think a better Abu Maka as well down on that. A lot better of a player this time round. He's used to this atmosphere, he's used to be on the main stage. I know it's not over yet, but the way this game is heading, it does look like Abu Maka is going to run away with this one, especially when you look at the fact, Dan, that Web Nasri's only scored 2 goals from 2 corners.
Well, if you're Web Nasri, you want more corners. If you're Abu Maka, you need to try and make sure you don't allow corners. And it sounds silly, but there is a way to do that. You can just try and force your opponent to get into positions that makes it less likely that the corner would happen.
Abu Maka wanting to get this game done early. Tries to disguise the pass into Cruyff. The idea was there, in case you missed it as well. Club champions of the Esports World Cup were Team Falcons about an hour or so ago. Emre Dossary may have been eliminated here from the FC24 portion of the competition, but the chairman of Team Falcons was in tears on our main stage here at the Kiddie Arena. It was a really special moment. Team Falcons fans, though, they'll be happy that one player remains on the upper side of this resurrection bracket. Step overs are nice from Web Nasri. This is better from him. Okay, then. He might have needed a helping hand to go through there. It was a terrible deflection. I think it will go down as an own goal. 4-3. I won't confirm Manny Bashir against Abu Maka just yet.
It's because it was R9. Cruyff would have buried that one. But amazing from Web Nasri. I mean, he's just demonstrating that he does have something a little bit different in his locker as well. It's not just corners. Deserved a goal from the play we just saw. And now it's 10 minutes for Abu Maka to again make sure he responds, because if you allow Web Nasri to get another attack here and there could be a potential corner, we could be looking at 4-4. And, you know, Abu Maka's been in this situation a few times already this tournament where he's had a lead and then he's allowed his opponent to get back into it. I want to see better game management from him here. And that can be one of two things. You can either just play the possession game, or you can, of course, just go out, attack, and try and find that goal to really secure it here.
It was brilliant use of the switch firstly from Web Nasri, but just getting down that byline, you get down sort of a corridor of uncertainty, as we call it, and what do? You dive into a tackle, you're waiting for a cutback. On that occasion, don't get me wrong, it was a cutback into a quite fortunate finish. And that goal must give Web Nasri some confidence to say, look,
If I can get into those areas, I can cause some problems. Flick down's nice, maybe I'll be quiet. Mbappe makes it 5-3.
And again, Webb Nasri, you can see he's pretty annoyed by it. But for Abu Maka, it's just another chance to amp up the fans in the audience here. But it was just an easy knockdown for Haaland. I mean, it's so difficult going up against any sort of lob-through ball there. And after the knockdown, I mean, Mbappe being in that position was outrageous. I think Webb Nasri maybe didn't expect this pass to come. This one that goes to Haaland. And then that knockdown is great recognition from Abu Maka to say, actually, I know that Mbappe's here. I can utilize him as well. He's very calm in front of it, but that may just be the game disappearing in front of Webb Nasri's eyes. Every single time he thinks he's got back into it, Abu Maka's responded almost instantly.
It's just another trick there played from Abu Maka. The first time in this game where he's just gone for that lofted ball up from a midfielder. You know Haaland's going to win that battle every single time, but as you said, Dan, it was just having the timing of the run of Mbappe, having the understanding of where that team of the tournament, Kylian Mbappe, was. Some say he's got more than 99 pace, that striker, because he seems to win every single running race. Last 4 in-game minutes from our next round of the resurrection stages here. To conclude it now, Konate. Very fortunate not to get a red card there. I know it won't mean too much. Abu Maka to give this crowd something else to cheer about, to ensure it's definitely game over. 6-3. He will be taking on Manny in the next round of the resurrection stages here. And it'll be Webb Nasri taking on Matías Bonanno in an elimination game on that bottom side of the resurrection. One of those two will be our next player eliminated here from the Esports World Cup.
I mean, in terms of form, Bonanno certainly had an incredible opening day and has dipped off. And maybe that is something that Webb Nasri can try and take advantage of. But I think if Bonanno, you know, we saw he already lost that game. He's had a little bit of time. He might even be able to watch the end of this game. He'll be seeing what really Webb Nasri tries to do with his approach of the game. And it is a lot of that switch to the left-hand side. It is trying to get those corners as well. And if you can play a passing game like Abu Maka and find those openings, Webb Nasri does dive into a couple of challenges at the back. He may be able to find something here. He does have some fancy footwork, does Webb Nasri, and it's going to be a consolation goal. But it is just another display of how good this player is, because, let's be honest, he was written off at the start of this tournament, Webb Nasri. The expectation was that he wouldn't even get out of groups. Now he finds himself in the resurrection stage, and there is still hope, even though it is going to be a tough task against Bonanno.
I think what's impressive about Webb Nasri as well, Dan, there's moments, isn't there? There's moments of quality, and I know he takes his time in his corners. I generally even think that comes from a place of he's not had loads of time to really grind out how quickly he can take a corner, how easily he can get used to sort of manually controlling the position. And even the player lock of Erling Haaland or whatever tall player he's going to look for in the box. But scoring 4 goals against Abu Maka, if he did a bit more with that pressure in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game, if he scored the first goal in the game, if he took a bit of control, who knows what could have been. He's going to have to bring an even bigger performance against Matías Bonanno. 1 more goal here would certainly give him a load of confidence. Good to see him putting out quite a few skill moves there. We haven't really seen that from him in the box.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what he has up his sleeve, but we haven't seen as much of it. Of course, there has been the 2 goals, but I think it is defensively where he's let himself down in this game against Abu Maka, just bringing a couple of those centre-backs out of position and allowing easy passes for Abu Maka from Team Falcons.
Well, full-time result there. No one has been eliminated from this round. We must update you there. All it will mean is that either Manny or Abu Maka will be our next player into the top 8 of the competition. They will be playing next, and then in our lower bracket semi-final, we are calling it, in the resurrection stage, it will be Matías Bonanno taking on Webb Nasri there. Still, Dan, 2 more places up for grabs and 2 more players to, of course, to be eliminated from the competition.
Still life in this one just yet, and no keys crushed for either of these players right now, but Webb Nasri is certainly the closer to that happening to him. As for Abu Maka, well, he is 1 more game away from getting into the knockout stages, and I mean, the fans have been behind him this whole time, and it would be amazing to see him make it all the way there into the top 8, but we know what a tough task Bachore is.
Absolutely. What a game that's going to be as well, coming up next on our main stage here at the Kiddie Arena. That is it from the upper bracket semi-finals in the Resurrection stage. For now, it's back to Rachel and the guys to break it all down.
Talking about a resurrection stage, I'm talking about a resurrection player, which is Abu Maka there. Yesterday, didn't get a single win, guys. He got 3 losses and has come back here and resurrected his chances of survival on the big stage in front of his fans. What did he have last night, or what did the coach tell him before he came into this, just to really change everything around? Because yesterday, I don't think we were talking him up as a player who'd be going a little bit further in this competition. Mike's looking at me like maybe I'm wrong there.
No, I'm just thinking while you're speaking, and I think a lot of times it's those fine margins. Something I've always liked about Abu Maka is he plays into the crowd and the audience and the fandom, and he makes it feel as if you have an extra man maybe on your support team, your support squad. But he has had some issues with some of those fine margins. Otherwise, I don't think he'd be in this circumstance. He wouldn't be in a resurrection. However, he's been getting those margins now, and he had replies and rebuttals, and he's extending his lead, something that we didn't see the last couple of days.
Because we were talking about that. He only got it here by goal difference of 2 as well, which is absolutely insane, right?
Yeah, and I think, he has been playing great up front. He's been scoring plenty of goals, beautiful goals. We had him like in every highlight package we've seen of his fantastic passing and great combinations. But I think his issue has been so far to close out games. He's been up with like +2, +3, and despite their losing leads. So I think with his coach probably tweak some things to manage to keep these leads, and I think that has been for him here the difference here.
Webb, though, you've got to give it to him. We hadn't seen much of him first time on a big stage, putting a performance like that. 6-4 in the end. He kind of was able to find something every single time Abu Maka went ahead.
And that third goal was easy on the eyes, if we're being nice about it. But this is what we're talking about with Abu Maka, though. Game management hasn't been the best. There were replies from Webb, but he had an answer. And that's something that's been missing the entirety of the weekend.
Yeah.
If there's one critique, it's not only seeing out the game, but also, do you have a reply? You can't passively sit back and swing it side to side. It just doesn't work in this version of the game.
No. But yeah, he's now through, and that means he's guaranteed top 9. And if beating here Bachore, that means he is through to the quarters. But there's one big game left here for Abu Maka.
Yeah, we've got obviously 2 matches again running simultaneously in the next round, and that'll be the top of your bracket, Abu Maka, Manny Bachore. Whoever wins that one is qualified. Whoever loses that one drops down and faces either Webb Nasri or Banano. The loser of that one will get eliminated and will no longer be involved in the competition, and unfortunately have their key crushed. We've already seen 6 players have their keys crushed earlier. You missed the big one. We had old Grant up here from Falcons, and he watched MS Dossary get his key crushed. But Falcons obviously won that club championship a little bit earlier. This is Nicholas doing the job a little bit earlier on. Why Nicholas? Why did he get are we calling it an honor to crush the keys, Mike?
I'm not sure what's going on the back end, if there is a negotiation in terms of I'd like to do the honors, I'd like to crush this key, I want to make this happen, I'm putting this into my trophy potentially. If you're just tuning in, something that I love about this competition with these keys is you could take the pieces. If you become the champion, they build out a bigger trophy, and you end up with 3 of your oppositions of your choosing in the trophy.
I just thought it, and I got told it at the same time. It was because, obviously, Nicholas topped his table. Jafonso did as well. They both finished on 18. Emre Yilmaz there getting crushed. Nathan next, he went out, didn't he? Just a round previous to the one you've just seen against Abu Maka. Oh, it's brutal.
That's brutal. Nathan had a great first day, but then couldn't quite keep up the same pace the next day, and yeah, that means now he is unfortunately knocked out. And I know that he and his coach hope for much more.
Yeah, let's just talk a little bit about the lower side of the bracket as well. Matthias Banano taking on Webb Nasri. Mike, your
That's what I was hoping you were going to send that my way. I was going to say, what a perfect example of someone who was phenomenal on the opening day. Yesterday, it wasn't amazing at all. He definitely didn't show up the same way. And then he hasn't got into motion. We haven't seen him in this competition. He's 1 game removed from being out of the competition. I don't think anybody would have expected that based on what we saw, the group that he had to go through, the reputation, the pedigree. He's been a champion. He's good online. He's good in person. He's kind of got a little bit of everything. He was always next up from the Argentinian. He was falling right under Nicholas.
Yeah, I feel like the pressure's on for a lot of them as well, especially because a lot of the players who have qualified are also sat in the Giddy Arena just watching, knowing that 2 of those players from today will go through and face, actually it'll be facing Jafonso and Nicholas. That's the easiest route for the table toppers. That's who they get tomorrow, but it's all very much still to play for. We have 4 players left today. You get to see only 2 of them will continue the journey at the end of the next 2 rounds. That's what you're coming back to watch, guys, after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Ready, set, go.
To the Esports World Cup. Obviously, I am not in the arena. I am in Luca Land, a little bit of a different atmosphere, but we're here for it. Luca Land is literally a place where you can come and pet dogs of all sizes, big dogs over here, small dogs over here, and chunky, snorty, cute ones in the back. But we're gonna go sit with the small ones and see if we can get any attention. So literally, you come in, you sit down, and then dogs will just surround you. It's better if you have treats, but they're everywhere, you guys. It's like free therapy. What better way to spend your afternoon than getting all of the attention from all of the dogs? Anyway, you guys, if you need me, I will be here for the rest of the weekend, but there are more resurrection stages. The dogs are distracting me, you guys. There are more resurrection stages coming up after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this secondary stage. Another round of Resurrection has concluded. Manu Bachori playing Matías Bonanno and coming out victorious, 3-2, but it's not quite over for Bonanno yet. He drops to the lower bracket and will play Webb Nasri, who lost to Abu Maka on the main stage. Abu Maka taking the victory, 6-4 in his home country in front of the Saudi crowd. Another round of Resurrection coming up soon, but let's see what Rachel and the boys have to say in the studio.
We are treating you to 2 more matches at the same time here. One, we're not going to see anyone go home. The other one, the lower bracket, unfortunately, one player is going to be eliminated, and that is between Matías Bonanno and Webb Nasri. Massive names in that one, especially Matías Bonanno, who everyone possibly thought would have a good run here. I know Richard Buckley's a big fan. He had him as his one to win the entire thing. He's not out yet, Rich. I'll let you know if he does crash out. Top match, though, we obviously have Manny Bachor taking on Abu Maka. These two, Mike Labella, played on the big stage last year as well, didn't they?
Yeah, we saw this last year, and maybe putting it nicely, it was a steamroll affair for Manu Bachor, who did, of course, go on to win the competition. But over 2 legs, 10-2, significant margins. I don't think we'll see anything along those lines in this matchup. However, I will say Manu Bachor, there does feel to be a certain aroma maybe in the air again. I think he's picking up some steam, picking up some momentum, beating good opponents, double dipping against Matías Bonanno. If anything, Matías Bonanno does not want to see any more Manu Bachor.
No. And we get, well, based on the matchups we had today, so yes, Emre beat Abu Maka and Bachor beat Emre. So based on daily form, I think that actually Bachor looks a bit stronger.
Yeah, Mike just said as well, he thinks Manu Bachor might be able to do a sneaky kind of run lower bracket. Would you kind of agree with him from what we've seen, maybe today in particular?
I like what I'm seeing. That's all I'm saying. I like what I'm seeing.
I mean, he was definitely hoping for going through top 6. Of course, that's always easier and spending less energy behind the screen, but I mean, this now for him is a great chance. He made it into top 9 in this last game. I mean, it is a game of FC. Anything could happen, but again, based on the form we had today and what we have seen here, I think he looks sharp.
Well, you guys at home, as always, can vote, stcplay.gg, cast your votes for this one. Mike Labella, I was talking off camera as well. I said I'm surprised Abu Maka is here. You said no, because he has one weapon in particular that he's utilising time and time again.
The crowd. He's got the crowd. And we talked about it a little bit just before we went here. Neither of these players were that impressive yesterday or the day prior, and they both picked up a little more oomph, if you will, in their game. They're finishing more opportunities, defensively looking more complete. Some of those little moments of ingenuity, the intricacies, the details, it's been there. Those little subtle details. We talk about finding a margin, it's so important. Yeah, the fans here really insane. I mean, I think they're like 250, like, ultra fans, but they sound like they are 3,000. They are so noisy. And if you play, let's say, like you have a bad game or something, they surely will carry you. So, yeah, that's the crowd.
Double C's, actually. I thought you were going to say corner kick, but you went crowd. You know, he got one of the two. Also,
corner kicks do matter.
He's utilising that as well, as we've seen so much this season. Well, this is a big matchup. Manny Bachor taking on Abu Maka.
Thank you so much, guys. Okay, the resurrection stage is heating up in here, and I am loving it. But don't worry, no one got eliminated after that round. But we did see Manu beat Bonanno and Abu Maka beat Webb Nasri on this stage behind us. But you know what? It's all about the next game, really. It's a big one, isn't it, Milos?
Absolutely, because this game is not just about the winner, but because that winner himself gets to go through and play in the quarterfinals tomorrow, a seat in the quarters against Nicholas 99 FC. In many ways, it is out of the frying pan and into the oven, but you have to take it one game at a time, Nicole.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be quite scared about the thought of playing against Nicholas, but
that's
you know what?
Here.
I know, that's why I'm not sat there, right? But actually, they need to be focused on this game in hand right now. So, shall we get our players out?
Let's go.
Let's do this. Okay, representing Team Falcons once again, it's Abu Maka! What a game we just saw from him on this very stage moments ago. The crowd are behind him. They are singing his name. Can he get the job done and go straight through to tomorrow? We don't have long to wait. We will soon find out.
So let's get to his opponent out. Please welcome Emre Match. That's a different bit of it here. This man has defeated Bonanno, defeated Emre Yilmaz here in the resurrection stage after barely squeezing past Group B and being eliminated. The winner of this match again plays Nicholas 99 FC, gets a seat straight into the quarterfinals. So it's safe to say that the pressure is on.
It is. If you win this though, you can go home and chill and just think about that big game tomorrow. Okay, let's head to our fabulous casters.
Well then, the resurrection stage continues to get even more tense here inside the Kiddie Arena as part of day 3 of the Esports World Cup featuring FC24. These two players, Dan, are fighting for a spot into tomorrow's top 8. Not just that, a cheeky $50,000 as well will come your way with that.
Just the 50,000 and the chance to play for more, of course. Potentially $300,000 for the winner of this tournament. The lion's share of $1 million for this prize pool, as once again we see Abumaka and the fans going at it, and it seems to be a pre-match ritual at this point. And I love this. Not only does it give Abumaka the confidence going into this game, but I mean, this is why the fans are here, right? To have this moment with their players.
Well, I'm trying to work out, obviously we don't speak Arabic, if this is Abumaka's private song that he's got with his own fan base here at Team Falcons as well. I mean, we have to speak about it, Dan. Obviously, this is a great example of, I mean, the situation now. MS Dossary has been great in this game for some time, but there has no doubt been a sort of change of the guard in Saudi Arabia in recent times. Dossary's been very busy. He's not been able to play at the usual ESPL, the FC Pro Partnered League where Abumaka's been playing. He's been winning that sort of year after year. Abumaka played in the FC Pro Open. Dossary unfortunately couldn't get through there, and it sort of helps you playing Team Falcons. He's already creating such a big name for himself, Dan, and it'd be even more so if you could get a result here.
What's crazy is Dossary's still so young. By the way, I remember when we first started watching him and he was back in the 2018 World Championship, and he was only 18 back then, so he's still such a young man, but he has kind of passed that torch on now to Abumaka, it feels. And Abumaka has the chance to progress to the top 8 of the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. Now, Brandon was already alluding to it in the previous game. We have seen Abumaka and Manu Bachore face each other a few times last year and also once this year in the FC Pro 24 Open. Recently, Abumaka did actually take down Bachore 6-5 and has got his number, so he knows he can beat him here. But then if he does think back as far as the 2023 FC World Cup, it was 10-2 in favor of Manu Bachore, so it was a very different time to remember that one. And it's kind of, where is your head at? Do you think about the bad memories, or can you focus on the good ones?
And we also knew what happened in that tournament, Dan, didn't we? Manu Bachore went on to become world champion last year, didn't he? Picking up a lot of cash in a dramatic penalty shootout ending here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, just 12 months ago. They both played in Berlin a few weeks ago in the FC Pro World Championship. Abumaka getting a top 8 in that. And back to your point, Dan, I think we look at a more experienced, a more confident Abumaka than what we saw last year in Riyadh.
He seems like a different player. He seems like FC24 just is his game. And that happens sometimes. You will have times where the game doesn't go in your favor or a meta that doesn't go in your favor. But as we just saw against Web Nasri, even in a meta that is heavily around corners and crossing and Haaland, Abumaka was still finding a way to play a passing game, to play his game, to make sure that he was able to delete Web Nasri essentially from that. And now he gets a chance and a stab at Manu Bachore. But this is going to be an entirely different beast. No disrespect to Web Nasri. He's had an amazing tournament so far. But when you look at the achievements of Manu Bachore, world champion, he knows what to do in these scenarios, and he'll be looking to try and progress to the knockout stages as well.
And he'll probably be thinking as well, Dan, that it hasn't been spoken about enough that he is a world champion. He was a world champion here last year. And if you know Team Liquid, Team Hullet, they are a team of players that know every single meta in this game. They make videos about it. They teach you at home how to do it as well. Their players there, Levi David, Emre Yilmaz, Manu Bachore, just to name a few, are on point with every small detail in this game. When you look at the run of games he's had today, he had to play against his teammate at club level as well, PSV Eindhoven. They were teammates, Emre Yilmaz and Manny Bachouré this year. He had to beat him 5-4, then play against Matthias Bonanno on the other stage here in the Esports World Cup, and then continues to play Abimaka, in which he will hope will be the game that will solidify him a top 8 spot. He can go and relax and come back tomorrow for a top 8, which we must say, he'll be playing against Nicholas. So that's a real treat, that, Dan, if you win this game.
I feel like every quarterfinal is going to be a treat tomorrow. I mean, we've mentioned it a few times on this show. There's so many accolades, so many achievements, so many world champions in this tournament that there is no easy matchup, especially when you get into those quarterfinals, and they're all going to be a mouth-watering affair, as will this one, because this is where you have the chance to put yourself through to those knockout stages. Bear in mind, you will still have an opportunity to play again. If you lose here, you will drop to play the winner of Web Nasri or Bonanno. But you want to get the job done now. You want to be able to get bed, get rested, and start thinking and prepping about tomorrow.
Well, loading into the match lobby now, we are between these two in about 30 in-game minutes time. We'll be seeing one of these two book a spot in the top 8. Was that Richard Buckley you saw in the crowd?
It might have been Richard Buckley, I don't know. Certainly the torches were out, as Buckley would say, like a Robbie Williams concert, but we are underway here.
Last time I spoke to him, he didn't sign for Team Falcons, but he might be head-to-toe Team Falcons merchandise by the end of this game. Here we go then. One opportunity as well for these two to get a bit of revenge on each other. It was Manny Bachouré that did not have a good start to his FC 24 campaign after being world champion. There was so much hype around him, and then he went into the FC Pro Open and didn't leave the group stages as 3.5 minutes in. He fires his first shot, a goal, quick corner to come in now. There's that front post flick on. You knew what was going to happen. Manny Bachouré leads by a goal to 0.
And Abimaka needs to very quickly adjust to these corners being taken a lot faster than his game against Web Nasri. Manu Bachouré did just wait a second, but as soon as he saw that goalkeeper move, he was like, actually, I can get Haaland in front of him here. And, I mean, he's never going to miss that. He was in acres of space.
It's quite risky, that, as well, Dan, to move the goalkeeper out like that, especially when you know that Haaland's going to beat pretty much everybody in the box there. It was brave from Abimaka, but it was a risk that didn't pay off.
Well, now for Abimaka, he needs to be careful because Bachouré has just entered this game with meaning. A shot from Hullet from distance, and again, I encourage those shots. Get those corners. Because the other option is you just bury it, which we've seen happen in this tournament many times as well.
Abimaka with a chance to break now. No right back inside. You can just see Hosselu there chasing to get back in position. Can Abimaka make the most of that? Still Mbappe. Could have went a little bit further on his own. Decided to come back instead. Recycles it well with the help of Vitinha. Pull it into Bukayo Saka now. It does go down to ground. Penalty shouts waved away. And it still surprises me, Dan, that there's a couple of players here that still rock the striker of Real Madrid from Spain, Hosselu, as a right back. He's not in position, but he does the job that they want him to do.
Yeah, just trying to defend against Haaland with that aerial plus as well from those corners, ideally, or from the crosses, of course. As speaking of Haaland, he plays one through.
Step over's pretty into R9. Can he turn? No, he can't. Lovely build-up, though. That pass just through the legs was perfect.
And already you can see the differences that Abimaka is having to face here against Manu Bachouré as well. When he's attacking Bachouré against Web Nasri, there was those gaps. Web Nasri was kind of bringing defenders out. He was aggressively trying to win that ball back at times. Whereas Bachouré is kind of standing off him, allowing him to have that space and saying, you can run at me. I'll wait. Wait for that moment, and then I'll dive in at the right time.
Chance now to drive forward. Step overs are nice. Exits. Just gives a little speed boost to Mbappe, which is enough to open up this attack. Vitinha, does he fancy a power shot? Should be a chance to still play through. There's Cruyff! And speaking of Team Falcons, there is no one else that'll be more happy to see that go into the back of the net than MS Dossary is in the crowd. Team Falcons strike, and they're back in the tie.
Well, how about that for extra support, maybe even extra pressure, knowing that Dossary is watching on. But this is what Abumaka is all about. Pass and move, looking for the extra pass, looking for the extra man, waiting for that bit of space, and then hammering it home. It's what he did so effectively against Web Nasri. And I thought maybe Bature wouldn't open up those gaps as much, but it just shows how good Abumaka is. He will find those gaps, regardless of who he's playing against here.
Just did a great job there of just stretching out the play. Might be on for a second here if he can work this one well. Abumaka, no headset on, he is fully immersed in this atmosphere here in the Kiddie Arena. Oh, it's brilliant there from Kai Havertz down that byline. There's the lofted ball, you know where that's going to end up. Fantastic save from Thibaut Courtois will parry away for a corner. That one played in so quickly. There's Haaland. Konate, believe it or not, wins the battle on that occasion. What a pass. What a pass. It deserved more. Still Kurd. Oh! That is an absolute gift for Erling Haaland. The attack before that deserved more. The pass was brilliant, but I mean, look, if the bounces are going to fall your way, take them and run.
I mean, did Bature give him that with a bow as well? Because you mentioned a gift, and one of the biggest gifts he might get in this game. And when we see this replay, was it just a case of Bature just rushing it a little bit? Maybe hammering that X button to try and get a pass away. And after Courtois had made such a good save as well here. I mean, that ball, you think there was going to be a goal, right? And then just heartbreak for Bature. And you could see the frustration on the player cam from him as well. And now he's giving the ball away again.
Well, this could be even worse. Look at Mbappe. Look at the pace to just drive away. The angle could be quite tight. It's 3-1. And it's just terrible from Thibaut Courtois there. It's an awful animation that is just allowed the ball to trickle in for Mbappe, but it all came down from just getting into a 1v1 situation where Mbappe could just charge at the defence and just force you into a trap or an area of confusion. Manny Bature will not want to rewatch those last 5 in-game minutes again, Dan.
Bature needs to slow this one down. He's under pressure and he's feeling it at the moment. He needs to just play his own game, not play the actual occasion in front of him, because he has given away 2 opportunities for Abumaka, and it could be another one here, almost.
Pause the game. Absolutely, Manny Bature. Pause the game and have just a second to yourself.
Have a breather, please.
You saw that on the replay there, though, Dan. I don't know how he's done it. He did a great job of giving Toni Kroos the job of trying to chase Mbappe, which we all know who's going to win that race. He got him into a foot race, was able to pull away. It was too late for Konate, and it was just about making a decision. Did he want to go for a cutback? Did he go for the finish? Don't get me wrong, it was so fortunate. But there's more action underway, isn't there, Dan?
Yeah, Bonanno's just taken the lead against Web Nasri. And that would be Web Nasri eliminated from this competition. His key crushed if he were to lose against Bonanno. And then Bonanno would move on to play the loser of this matchup, again, for a qualification spot into the knockout stages, into that last 8, and for a guaranteed $50,000. Now, the Falcons fans have been loving every moment of this. Abumaka has been on the main stage a lot this tournament, and for good reason. He's had the support, and he's kept these fans smiling all tournament long. But they want to be here tomorrow. They want someone to be screaming and shouting about, and Abumaka, he's on his way right now, but we know full well Manu Bature is a player that even if it looks like he's down and out, he has the capability to get back into these games.
Quick corner to come in. Haaland is there. It wasn't 4. Thibaut Courtois, it could be 4. Still very much could be. Seems like that pause has not done too much as of yet there for Manu. Time just to get on the ball and get back into your groove. Back to your point there about Bonanno and Web Nasri, the loser of the game, would be our 7th player eliminated here. With just one more elimination spot looming for one of the final 3 players.
could still be one of these two that would be leaving the tournament. The loser of this would then go and play the winner of Banana Web Nasri, which as it stands looks to be Banana. Early stages in that game, a long time still to be played. Again, Mbappe, it's all coming through him. Just getting into those areas where he can just pull away.
Really is a night and day difference from the start of this game, by the way, when Bachore took the lead and he was so aggressive.
Has R9 got the legs to get around the goalkeeper? He does. And sometimes it doesn't need to be fancy. Just one long ball over the top, get into a foot race, which, to be honest, I didn't think R9 was going to win. Back in the tie, he needed that desperately.
And just as I was saying, night and day difference. He was so aggressive at the start of the game, but maybe lacked some of the risks he was taking. He decides to flip the script a little bit, up the ante, and he very much sped up that play with that ball. On the counter-attack, Abu Maka had had so much control. And maybe that's something that Bachore can kind of bounce off of here. He knows Abu Maka is going to play this kind of game where he slowly builds up, passes it around, goes down the wing, and then aims for the middle.
Did very well there, just to squeeze that through the tightest of gaps there. Lofted in, Haaland. Can he find a cutback? Or even a shot on goal? Just enough John Stones there, just to off-settle his teammate, Erling Haaland. Big switch could be on far-hand side of your screen. See Hoslu there all the way across. It's another option. John Stones against John Stones. Possession has fell back to 2023 world champion Manny Bachore. His fans still pushing on their player in Abu Maka. Can Mbappe force a decision? Force a mistake?
I like the attempt of a touch as well, just trying to get that extra little bit of space with Erling Haaland. Bachore just trying to pull as much as he can from his playbook to try and break through Abu Maka here. And there's plenty of time, that's the good thing here. It's not like he has to rush anything, he can try a few different things here.
Inside Kai Havertz. So coming down this left-hand side, it's getting into a 1v1 here, or choosing the right pass. Vitinha can't dive in, Manny must try and stand strong, or at least make the right decision when to dive in. That one could have went desperately wrong. Mbappe still, Vitinha, power shots! It's brilliant! The timing made all the difference in the end. And the gap extends to what it was. Manny Bachore with all the chasing to do against Abu Maka.
I love this game. Goals like that just truly makes you love this game. It makes you want to jump into the action and play it yourself. And I'm sure there's no feeling like it to do it in front of a crowd as well. Abu Maka really, honestly reminds me his gameplay of Mr. Dunn back in the day, with his passing move, always looking for this tiki-taka football. But then as soon as there's that gap, as soon as he sees that moment to strike, he is more than happy to take that chance. And now he has a 2-goal lead reinstated.
What's more impressive as well, Dan, is that there's only, I believe, one other player that chooses Vitinha, Team Falcons player as well, MS Dossary, and he's in the team for that power shot. You don't always need to use it. You might use it once or twice. You might even use it once every 3 games. If you can time it right, it's just another trick up the sleeve of Abu Maka.
Abu Maka looks twice the player today than he has in previous games. The trouble was what happened yesterday is he would take a 4x lead and then he would just slow down. He's not slowing down, he's not letting up. He did the same against Web Nasri. As soon as Web Nasri got one back, Abu Maka continued to play the way he wanted to play the game. I'm gonna go at my opponent. I know I'm good enough to break through. And he's so difficult to defend against. You can see Bachore struggling at times to keep up with the pace of play.
That should do us for the half-time interval between the two. Just 1 minute. Just looking here as well, Dan, on the last 3 group games that Abu Maka played, he didn't win any of his last 3 group games. He was coming into this resurrection with no confidence at all. Lost against Emre Yilmaz today, 4-0. His last 2 matches of yesterday was a 6-4 loss against Jafonzo and a 4-3 defeat against Mark 11. Confidence was lacking, but you're right to say he's really got up a gear or two. What's happening over in this game now? Web Nasri, Dan. We said he's got one thing up his sleeve, a corner.
I'd love to see more highlights of Web Nasri's games from the group stages, because I feel like a lot of his goals came from corners, because boy, is he accurate. Pinpoint accuracy every single time onto Haaland's head, and he takes his time as well. Really lines it up.
Well, he beat Johnny 7-1 earlier today. I reckon there's got to be at least 3 or 4 corners in that game that he scored on the way through. Update over here again. It wasn't just smiles to Web Nasri. Matisse Bonanno getting back 2-1. That is an elimination game that we must speak about the importance of it.
Well, back underway in the second half then between Abu Makr and Manu Bachore, and I've loved what I've seen so far from Abu Makr. But there is always that question mark looming of what does Bachore have up his sleeve? What's his plan B here?
Just needs to try and get back into the tie before he can really start playing the way he wants to. He's sort of forced into a scenario where he has to continuously chase the game. Mbappe, 2 or 3. Team Falcon chasing him. That's brilliant. Just did well there to suck 2 defenders out with Mbappe, then recycle back round. Haaland then has an option and the room to manoeuvre a finesse time green into the bottom corner.
Yeah, I think Bachore has realised that he can play a little bit more offensively in the final third and doesn't have to retreat to the wings, doesn't have to play the crosses, because Abu Makr is allowing him just that little bit extra room to think about those passes. I mean, both players have been doing it. They've been stepping off defensively, almost encouraging the pressure. And that does invite a very heavy play style.
3 on 2 here, maybe, Dan. Back post, crying out for a cross. Stick goes back to Toni Kroos. He might just run on his own.
Got to hit that there, surely.
Should have done a bit more there. You'd like to think there was 2 players, 3 at the back post. I know they weren't aerial plus players, but they still were good enough to finish or at least touch the ball down and get a strike on goal.
Great defending there from Bachore again. It was a one-on-one. Abu Makr had a chance with Mbappe, but Bachore stood him up.
Lofted in. I like the idea. It was trying to find the head of Haaland. I mean, Cruyff did win the header, to be fair to him. Chance to break offside is Mbappe. See the speed of both of these two. On the counter-attack, it is relentless.
Mbappe's come all the way back here, by the way. Now needs to hope he triggers that run. You can already see that Mbappe was making it.
You're asking a lot there. Kai Havertz to chase down Hosselu.
Oh dear. Those are the ones that hurt, because those are the ones that open up these counter-attacks.
One more pass. Does he need to go? Cruyff looking for a finesse. It's a corner that goes the way of Abu Makr. Quickly taken. You know where it's going to end up. Mbappe back on defensive duties. Another corner to come the way of Abu Makr again. Taken so quickly. That's why. You simply cannot stop it. And for all the hard work that Manny Bachore is trying to put into this game and trying to chase the tie, what can you do in those scenarios, Dan? You give away a corner, it's a 50-50 every time. You're flipping a coin, and unfortunately, it lands on heads more than tails, and it's normally Haaland's head.
You said it yourself, you need a buffer, because these goals, they feel like they're inevitable at times. Like Richard Buckley said earlier, the cheesecake at the buffet, it's inevitable for him, and it's inevitable for the goals from Haaland from these corners. But the only way to stop him is just score more of them yourself. And I think that Bachore, even though he's been able to play a brilliant pass and move game in the box, maybe that shot could have happened with Toni Kroos, because worst case scenario, deflection, gets a corner of his own, right? But FC players, they always want to try and up their percentage of trying to score in play. But it's almost trying to get out of that habit when corners are so successful right now in this meta.
Bottom of side of your screen, so much space there. Hosselu can get the switch, there it is. Clever pass, Mbappe, he's gone back into the hole, Haaland! Basically a repeat of the goal we just saw from Manu.
Yep. And when you look at how Bajore is being able to just pick apart Abu Maka's defense, you do wonder, will Abu Maka start to sweat a little bit as this gets to the latter stages of this game? It's a direct pass right into the middle of the box for Mbappe, and then he was just looking, he was waiting for Haaland to be in some sort of space. And sadly for Abu Maka, he wasn't quick enough to be able to react to it. Not many would be quick enough to react to that, to be completely honest. And so manager Bajore back into this game. But it was similarly to what happened, it almost feels identical to the game against Web Nasri earlier. Web Nasri would get one back, and then Abu Maka would respond straight away. So we'll have to see if history's going to repeat itself again.
And you just saw there in the other game as well, Bonanno 2-up against Web Nasri. That's an elimination game. One of those two being eliminated here. Oh no, it's a corner again for Abu Maka.
Here we go.
We know where this one's going to end up. In it comes. There's Haaland, tipped over the bar by Courtois. Haaland again will get another chance at it. It goes all the way through. Vitinha with a gift. Fortunate enough, Virgil van Dijk just had the body frame to get in the way.
I mean, that could have been 6-4. If Haaland just gets a little bit of a touch on it, it's going in, but Manu Bajore needs to see that as a sign now of, I can get back into this game. I've regained possession. I'm only a goal down. This is my chance.
Off the ball, goes all the way through. Stones. Haaland only one goal behind is Manu Bajore. 9 goals we've seen in under 70 minutes of this game. Saka, pass 1, 2, 3. Massive tackle there from Konate that comes all the way across. Kai Havertz. Lovely from Manu Bajore.
I mean, it is beautiful, really, when Manu Bajore gets going. I mean, both players putting on a display for us here. But you just feel like it could be one mistake, one player just stepping up a little bit too much.
Maybe like we're just seeing here, it's an easy cut back! And it all comes from that 50-50 battle. I don't know if you saw it, Kai Havertz came out. It was a low percentage chance that he was going to win the ball. Suddenly meant that Virgil van Dijk had to basically become a left back. Next thing you know, space appears down, as you mentioned. It's an easy cut across. It's a clever pass. And it's now a 2-goal cushion again that Abu Maka seemingly always gets into these scenarios where he's always in front and his opponent's just chasing him.
Oh, just that lunge there as well from Konate, I think it was. Just meant that there was another defender out of position. Both of these guys are so good at taking advantage of any minor mistake, or what might not even be your mistake. It could be an AI mistake. As soon as there's that gap, both of them seize the opportunity and they punish you for it. And Abu Maka reinstates that 2-goal lead now, and time suddenly is not really on Manu Bajore's side here. He needs to make this possession count. I know we have 9-minute halves. Also elsewhere, Web Nasri ties us up. He's not down and out just yet. There is still life in that one.
Web Nasri 2-2 in that game. Back over to Manu Bajore. Haaland will turn, he'll score 3. He's so good at isolating that movement of Erling Haaland. Forget the headers for now, Dan. Game on again, and there is still 15 in-game minutes left.
If you're an FC purist, right, and you like football, this has been a brilliant game. Because both players have demonstrated how to just pass and move and take space accordingly. But it's hard to decide who's been the better player. I mean, a couple of corners going in favour of Abu Maka has really given him the advantage here in what has been just flooded full of goals in this game. But now, as I said, in that possession, we had to see him get a goal, and he did. Speaking of goals, it's Bonanno taking the lead in the 54th minute.
Wow, Weghorst of all people coming on there, potentially keeping Bonanno alive in the Esports World Cup. Featuring FC24. Remember, loser of that's eliminated. The winner of this game qualifies to the top 8 tomorrow. And you will be rewarded with a matchup against Nicholas. Manny Pachore, what a chance this is. Frimpong fresh off the bench. Is there a cutback? There it is. Oh, he's done so well just to shift it from left to right. It's the star boy, Bukayo Saka. Tying it all up. And for the first time in this one, he is back in the tie. Actually, he's always been in the chasing scenario where he's been 1 or 2 goals down. 6-6.
I mean, what a game this has been. If you're not entertained from this one, I don't know what will entertain you. This has had absolutely everything. And what I love is it hasn't been a complete corner fest, right? Both of these players have been breaking open their opponent's defense. And when Frimpong has this much space, it's just a matter of looking, where's the pass, where's the player? And he saw Saka with just a little bit of room, and one of the benefits of having that Saka item, he's so quick with the ball at his feet, you can just get that shot away. Just like real life, one of the best players in the world. Scored today as well in real life, just might add.
I don't think you support Arsenal, do you, Dan?
Nah, just a Saka fan.
Wolves fan, weren't you?
I was a Wolves fan seeing them lose, but amazing to see this game go to 6-6 now as we go into the final 10 minutes.
Big sub as well that came in and made a big mark there. Was that 99 rated Frimpong item. Update over here. Webb Nasri. What on earth is that for a goal?
I love it. Webb Nasri just always finds a different way to get that ball in the back of the net. Like I said, it was all training ground stuff from him. And he's really been picking apart his opponents.
This would be huge as well for Manny Pachore. Always been down in this game, never been in front. Can he change now? Haaland will shift onto his right boot. Unfortunately enough, the deflection there for the defender just took the sting out of the shot. Can really feel where the momentum's gone now.
And this is where pressure comes into the equation. I feel like you mentioned those 3 back-to-back games that Abu Maka lost. He was in cruise control. It was looking like he was going to qualify for knockouts from groups, and then he just lost one after the other, where maybe that expectation on his shoulders became a little bit too much. Is this going to be the same scenario here? Or can he put this game to bed, maybe with this attack?
Pull it. Clever pass. There's the knockdown on a play. Massive save. Thibaut Courtois may have just been the hero, but he has to stop this corner because we know where it's headed. Goes all the way through again for a second time in a row there. Has the composure to play out from that scenario. That's twice now, Dan, that Haaland has not even got anything on that cross.
Get him off. Get someone from the bench. He's not doing his job. Peter Crouch, bring him in, 2 meter Peter, but more impressively, the composure you spoke about from Pachore at the back. But speaking of, he's giving the ball away.
Is he building in for this last attack now, Abu Maka? A win here would send him into the final 8 tomorrow. Into a quarter-final. And really amongst the prize pool, the $1 million prize pool, which the EA FC tournament does offer. 300k will be going to one lucky player tomorrow. Taking all the time he needs. Added time to follow any second now. How much will it be? It's 3 minutes. We might see 1 or 2 attacks.
Well, this is very much his game plan. I was going to say it might be quite a long time to hold on for the last attack. This is a risky ball, by the way.
He's going to keep that in. No, he's not. He's won the ball. 3 minutes managed time. Back to you, Manny Pachore.
I mean, that's frustrating. Abu Maka, all he wanted was the last attack. And then the switch of play is not quite good enough. And now Pachore can do exactly what he's just done to him. Will Abu Maka regret not going forward a little bit sooner?
A fresh Frimpong with all the pace in the world. And Mbappe might have the legs to pull away there. Can he outsmart Virgil van Dijk, Alphonso Davies, all amongst it? It's about moving it into the centre of the pitch now. Look at the runs of Haaland. R9 just pinning the defenders, waiting for a ball to maybe come through. This will be the last chance of the tie, or not. I think we could be on our way to extra time. Yes, we will. 30 more in-game minutes needed.
A 12-goal thriller, Brandon. Sends us into extra time, and Abu Maka, I mean, how is he going to be feeling? This game was in his hands. He had a 2-goal lead several times. But for Pachore, he shows the resilience of a champion. By the way, Bonanno versus Webb Nasri, a 4th goal for Bonanno as he takes the lead. And Webb Nasri could be on his way home, but every time we've said that, suddenly we flash back to another replay and Webb Nasri's found another goal.
Yeah, page out of Nicholas's book, I think that finish there, just going down the byline and someone getting through the goalkeeper's legs. Well, 12 goals or 90 minutes wasn't enough to separate these two. 30 more minutes might just do that. If not, it will be dreaded penalties. You could even argue a $50,000 penalty shootout to determine who's going to be going through. Webb Nasri!
What did I say?
I tell you what, as this tournament unfolds, you are getting more and more confident. Back to our main featured game. Emre Match makes it 7-6.
This tournament reminds me of Bucharest, and you'll know what I mean by that. And so will a lot of members in this community, where we had absolute goal fests. But the goals I'm seeing being scored here by some of these players, where they're just able to absolutely carve apart their opponent's defence.
It just was a bit like Bucharest as well, that buffet, wasn't it? A bit of this, a bit of that, a corner,
a finesse,
a power shot. The list
everything
goes
you
on.
could want.
You could have everything. You could fill your play, and you could go again. This is where extra time's been for us.
There's just so many ways you can score, and it's terrifying to try and defend here. As Abu Maka is ahead again.
Quick word on Webb Nasri as well, Dan. How it's getting better as the tournament's gone on. As the games have got more difficult, we're seeing an unbelievable player. Manny lofts it into Haaland, who can't win that battle.
Well defended. Yeah, Webb Nasri, I mean, yes, he scored a lot of, corners that we've seen, free kicks, finding Haaland's head, but it's that moment of magic in the box where suddenly he starts to feel a little bit spicy and decides he's going to pull out all the skills, and I think his opponent gets surprised by it. And that's exactly what happened to Bonanno, as they're tied up now in that game. And we, of course, wait for more updates, and I can't wait. I'm eagerly awaiting that update, as maybe it could be extra time in that one as well.
Pass has to be perfect there from Mbappe. Oh no, and about 2 or 3 players around him. Only 10 minutes already gone to the extra time period. Remember, winner of this goes into the top 8 tomorrow to play Nicholas. And a match that's worth 40,000 extra dollars. You win that, you get 90,000 guaranteed for being in the top 4.
Abu Maka just needs to be careful with some of these switches. It happened just before the final whistle previously. Tries to target that left-hand side. It is going to work out this time, and he's got a lot of space.
Davies around the corner. Abu Maka, massive chance now to go into the half-time break with that familiar 2-goal cushion again. There's Mbappe. Can he buy his time, or Torch will dive a few tackles? Haaland, what a save. It should go out for a goal kick, and it will.
Great innovation, though. Again, trying something a little bit different, trying to surprise Bajore. There's been a goal, though. Bonanno takes the lead in the 84th minute against Webb Nasri. Does Webb Nasri have one last magic trick for us?
He'll be thinking, surely no more from Webb Nasri. There's 6 in-game minutes left, but you never know. Look at Mbappe, bottom side of your screen there. Just rushed it slightly there, Abu Maka.
And that happens sometimes when you see those runs being made. You just want to play that pass. And sometimes you're a little bit quicker. Your brain's quicker than your fingers.
Saka. Oh, no, not. Haaland all involved in that attack. At a time of 1 minute, if he can win the ball back now, but sure you'd have one more attack, or instead of that, Abu Maka, far hand side. Is he on, Alphonso Davies? Yes, he was. Half-time, 50 minutes away, Dan, from confirming potentially our 7th of 8 into our quarter-final stages here.
You mentioned earlier as well, Bajore and Bonanno, they played each other like 15 minutes earlier, whatever it was. An hour and 15 minutes earlier. They could be playing each other again here in this elimination bracket if this score and the score in the Webb Nasri-Bonanno game stays the same. I mean, I know it's best of 1 here in Esports World Cup featuring EA FC, but that one is going to feel like a best of 3, best of 5 as you keep playing the same player. But there's still time for Bajore here. But it is Abu Maka who holds the lead going into the break here with 15 minutes left of in-game time. Now, with it being 9-minute halves, there is a little bit more wiggle room here. Maybe a few attacks for Bajore to work with, but it just depends on how Abu Maka approaches this one. If he can hold on to possession, if he can eat away at that clock a little bit. But we have seen that bite him in the backside a couple of times already this tournament.
Well, we should be getting an update as well on the other game. Any second now, really, of what is going on. Is it a full-time result with Banana? Has he gotten through? Has Webb now been eliminated? We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure there'll be a Haaland header that will come up in about 30 seconds, and Webb Nasri would have equalised again. 15 in-game minutes. Manny Bachour, back to you, my friend. What can you show us from here? John Stones taking matters into his own hands. Oh, what a ball. Cutback angle just wasn't there.
Here's where we're going to learn a lot now from Abu Maka and how he approaches this particular possession. Does he go forward? Does he look to score? Or is he just going to try and eat away at time? It looks like he wants to try and kill this game off.
You see the subs that we made as well. Hansen comes on as well. I believe Footy's recent upgrade as well will come onto the pitch to try and shake things up. Certainly will freshen up the attack. One idea that could have been for a through ball. Instead it goes to Bukayo Saka. Where's that pass? Mbappe must score. What a block, Van Dijk.
What a block. That's so huge from Van Dijk as match finished. Confirmation. Bonanno will be moving through to the next round of this particular resurrection stage, and Webb Nasri will be eliminated and his key will be crushed. But what a tournament it's been from Webb Nasri. Take your hat off to that man, because he's put on a show.
Absolutely. Again, many, I think, expected him to maybe not get past the group stages. He went even further than that, getting his biggest payday in his esports career so far. I'm sure we'll be seeing that man again. Commiserations, Webb Nasri leaves the competition. That's player number 7 that's been eliminated here from the original 60. What a ball that is. Hansen, all the time in the world for Manny Bachour, has to score. What a save, Pejcek! How on earth has he got there?
I mean, the goalkeeper movement from Abu Maka actually opened up the gap, encouraged the shot, but I still didn't think that a keeper would be able to get back. But Czech, this particular item of Czech is incredible, and now this could be the final nail in the coffin.
Game, set, and match. Bukayo Saka, it's all on you. Oh, that could have been disastrous.
Abu Maka, he's just given away the perfect chance to get through to this next round.
Thought that was going to be an own goal there, potentially from Konate. Quarter comes in, play short. He needs to be smart in possession now. Doesn't need to go and really score again. Of course, it would be welcome, but look after possession. It's $50,000 on the line and the space in the top 8 tomorrow. As I can assure you, there'll be a huge outpour of an emotion. To those Saudi fans, if their Team Falcons representative can get over the line. 1 minute, probably about 1 minute of added time as well added if they're lucky. Is he going to try and get one more goal? No, he's not. Very mature with these last couple of in-game seconds, Dan.
Got to hold on to it. It's only 1 minute of added on time. Bachour now needs to just dive on in and try and win this ball back.
Clever, very clever indeed. Abu Maka, top 8 in the FC Pro World Championship, top 8 in the Esports World Cup featured FC24. What a year and what a season the Saudi Arabian is having.
And what a moment it is for him as well in front of the fans as he salutes. He's put on a show, and those fans can come back tomorrow to cheer him on. $50,000 guaranteed, and he'll get to play for his lion's share of $1 million here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. As for Manny Bachour, it's still hope for him yet. He will drop into the elimination side of this bracket, where he has a date with Bonanno again.
Well, look at those scenes there. Abu Maka has got every single one of those Saudi fans on his feet. And guess what? He'll be back tomorrow to get these fans excited once again.
What a game, Brandon. I mean, he had a little bit of everything there. Just when you thought, though, that Bachour was going to get back into it, Abu Maka showed great resilience. We've seen so many players historically throughout this game crumble in those scenarios where you've thrown away a 2-goal advantage. And to do it in front of a home crowd as well, it's going to be such a special memory, a core memory for him, I'm sure.
Well, we won't tell him just yet, but I'm sure we'll know as soon as he leaves the stage. He's going to be playing against Nicholas tomorrow, which is A lovely quarter-final matchup. It's a straight knockout bracket tomorrow as well. There are no second chances. Nicholas was superb in his Group B, topping at 18 points. That'll be a matchup coming up tomorrow. Massive result there, as we said. For Manny Bashir, you can just see him deflated in his chair. It's a long old road. It's a stressful road to get to the top 8. He knows that more than most. He was one of the first players to get his ticket to the Esports World Cup in DreamHack Dallas. He'll be back on that main stage in about 15 minutes time, taking on Matthias Bonanno. But for now, let's head down to Milos, who is with our recent top 8 quarter-finalist, Abu Bakr.
And here we are, our first winner to make it to the quarterfinals from Resurrection stage, representing Team Falcons, Abu Bakr. Congratulations, a massive, massive win. Mabruk ala ribh. How does it feel like to make this here? You're interacting with the crowd all the time. You're loving every bit of it. How is it like for you to be here?
أول شيء الحمد لله أنا سعيد إني وصلت لدور الثمانية. كل بطولاتي هالسنة العالمية قدرت إني أوصل دور 8 دور ربع النصف النهائي. أطمح بكرة إني برضو أفوز إن شاء الله. بدعم الجماهير اليوم قدرت أرجع بعد 3 خسائر أمس. رجعت فزت أيضا على مانو باتشوري، يعني السنة الماضية هو فاز علي برضو في الرياض، فكان معايا شوية مشكلة، لكن الحمد لله قدرت أفوز، وإن شاء الله بكرة ألعب مستوى أفضل ونحاول إنه نوصل لأبعد مكان في البطولة بإذن الله.
Thankfully, today was a huge achievement, making it back into quarterfinals. I've been hitting quarters internationally over the past year or so, and it's good to keep it rolling. Here in Riyadh, I want to get back and higher just like I did last year and beyond, which is exactly what happened. And with the crowd behind me, really gets me on. 3 losses yesterday really made it tough, but when we were here, we make it happen, and that's how I got it into the quarters and past that post. Now, after this, you get to play against Nicholas. It's not an easy game at all, but how do you expect that to go? How's your preparation going to be like overnight?
انت قصدك انه انا العب ضد نيكولاس يعني؟ نيكولاس اكيد 8 كؤوس عالم، لكن اذا انت تبغى تفكر في صنفه ما حتعرف تلعب. نيكولاس باتشوري كلهم اسمهم فيهم الخير والبركه. انا احاول اني استعد بالشكل المضبوط واني استعد لبكره والعب بافضل طريقه ممكنه اللي تخليني افوز سواء على نيكولاس او على اي خصم في البطوله ان شاء الله باذن الله.
Of course, Nicholas is one of the best players in the world of many championships under his belt, but you know what? That's just, you cannot keep thinking about that. You have to get into the game, take it one by one, and just, I'm going to do my best to prepare for it and get ready for it. Again, Abu Bakr, congratulations. Mabruk ala fawzak hon في الرياض. نشوفك بالربع النهائي. We'll see you in the quarterfinals, but for now, we'll give it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Milos, there, and he's absolutely right in saying that, Dan. He's got a difficult opponent, tomorrow Nicholas, but he's just beaten a world champion in Manny Bashir. But the form he's showing, why not go into that quarterfinal tomorrow? You never know what's going to happen.
I mean, crazy to look back at these highlights, and Bashir took the lead in the early stages, and he was looking like he was going to be ruthless. But then Abu Bakr answered back with goal after goal. But then the resilience of Manu Bashir to continuously find another goal to get back into the game by breaking apart the defense, finding that space, finding Haaland time after time. But also then on the flip side, Abu Bakr, as he saw Manu Bashir continuously get back into this game, he always had an answer. He always had something else up his sleeve. Any small mistake that was made in this game was exposed by both of these players because they both seem to be at the top of their game at the moment, and you need to be in this tournament if you want to get into the last 8.
Just counted there as well, Dan. 3 times in that game that Manny Bashir was down with a 2-goal deficit until this point there when he came back into the game at 6-6. Then there was the 7th there from Bukayo Saka, and this is the reactions that we saw. We saw all different celebrations as we have done across these last few days from our team Falcons players playing on home soil here in Saudi Arabia. Well, that is player number 7 qualified into tomorrow's top 8. Abu Bakr is through. I mean, look, we've had some great games, Dan. We will be ending day 3 on Manny Bashir against Matthias Bonanno. Yes, believe it or not, one will be eliminated and one will be going into our top 8.
The trilogy continues with Bonanno versus Bashir. I'm very excited to see how that one concludes. But, I mean, Bashir's already been able to get one over Bonanno recently here in the Resurrection stage. But now we're going to see Bonanno go over some VOD potentially. Think about what went wrong. How can I actually reassess this and approach this in a different way? I think this is going to be a very different game here. And I mean, if it's a goal bath like we just saw previously, I can't wait for it.
Yeah, it's been a long day as well for those players. It didn't, unfortunately, get it done in the group stage. They've had to go through the resurrection rounds, as we're calling it. There is one more, as we said, to come. It comes after this short break. Manny Bashir, world champion, will take on Matthias Bonanno of Manchester City. Don't go anywhere. It comes up after this.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Even with the step overs, we gambled a bit. What I really want to do is I want him to do the mistake so that you open a 100% chance. And that's why, like we see on the wing, like 3 times in a row, we lose the kind of ball that we lost yesterday as well. So really, really play clean, 100% ball. You don't have to be stressed or anything. Right now, the game is in our favor. Get the mic.
I'm just stressed because of the gameplay, that's it.
I know, but it's the same as yesterday, so we can not make the mistake as yesterday. Come on.
I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you go. We've been here before, so go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, regretting all the texts you're sending. Heard other lines before. I roll my eyes when I see that you're typing, so go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, 'cause this is just getting boring. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the secondary stage after another resurrection match in the lower bracket between Matías Bonanno and Webb Nasri. Unfortunately, Webb Nasri did fall to Matías Bonanno in the lower bracket, meaning that concludes his tournament here at the Esports World Cup. We do have to hand it to him, though. He did come into this tournament as the underdog and fought until the very last minute. We're actually going to go have a word with Matías Bonanno's coach, Edu. Edu, tell us about how you prepared for this match in the lower bracket and how you're preparing for the last match to qualify to tomorrow.
Before this game, we really didn't know about Nasri, because we didn't play him, but he was playing really good and he beat one of the favorites, Johnny, for example, who won the Champions League this year. So we're really now looking forward to the last game, and hopefully we can win and get the spot into the final 8.
Are you changing anything going into the next game, or just same old? You have to do what you have to do.
I think we got the first win after a few changes, so we're sticking to it and keeping the same plan.
Amazing. Well, best of luck to you and the team, and we will see what goes on in the next match on the main stage between Matías Bonanno and Manu Bachoy. But for now, I will pass it back to Rachel and the boys in the studio to get some updates from them.
one more round still to come today. But before that, we have a quick interview with Webb Nazary. Unfortunately, he has just crashed out of the competition. But Webb, congratulations on such an incredible tournament. You took so many big scalps already, the likes of Johnny, Young, Emre. You know, your unexpected, I guess, revelation coming into this. Can you, I know it's raw, sum up your tournament so far?
とてもいい大会お疲れ様です。敗退しましたけれども本当に強い選手と勝ってジョニーさんとかエムレさんとかヤングさんなんですけれども多分みんなびっくりしたほどうまくいきましたと思うんですけれどもこの大会についてコメント一言お願いしたいです。
招待されてから3ヶ月4ヶ月ぐらいずっとこのためだけに練習してきたのでこの大会でどう勝つかっていうのをずっと考えてたのでそれがうまくはまったかなと思います。
So yeah, I've been practicing specifically for this one tournament for the last 3 or 4 months. I really got into it. I got fully focused on this one performance. So I really wanted to win as much as I could.
We can tell you were excellent, Mike. I know you've got a question too.
We've seen you for the past 6 years at the highest level. How have you stayed so consistent and had continuity throughout that period? Because in this community in particular, it's very rare that pros get to compete at the highest level the past 3 or 4 years.
もう6年、ナスリさんはもう6年間ぐらいずっとトップレベルで競争するんですけれども、今のゲームなんですけど、2、3年まではいけるのはちょっと難しいと思うんですけれども、ナスリさんはもう6年間なんですけど、どうやってその長い間ずっとハイレベルのプレーができるでしょうか。
僕たちアジアなんでヨーロッパとか南米とかそういうレベルの高い、アジアより全然レベルが高いとこの地域の選手の真似をしていろいろ盗んで勉強してでモチベーション高くやってるっていう感じです。
So compared to like South America or Europe or like West in general, they have like very high level. So what we do is we usually in Asia we just kind of follow them and practice by just watching them, and like just watching this high level play on other regions give us like a lot of motivation to just push ourselves forward all the time.
Yeah, fantastic. Really, you've been on such a high level for the past years. I played you back in 18 twice. At the playoffs first, where you beat me.
Hey, how'd that go?
5-3 to Nazary. And then also we faced each other at the World Cup, where I actually 3-3 draw. But difference here, you're still playing and beating these best players, and I'm here casting, so a bit different. But I have a question though about your team, because there was a bit different choices as a left back. Instead of using like Frimpong or let's say PTG Stones, you play with the Keteler. Why?
So, すみません。長い間も競争するんですけれども、前にワールドカップで対戦して、ナスリさんは勝ったんですけれども、聞きたいのは今のチームの選び方について聞きたいと思うんですけれども、ちょっと珍しいチョイスがいっぱいあったと思って、例えばレフトバックならフリンポング、ストーンスじゃなくて他のプレイヤーを選んだんですけれども、これはどうしたんでしょうか。
まずエアリアルプラスっていうプレースタイルがあるっていうのと、あと左利きであるっていうのと、ある程度守備力があるっていう選手を選びたくて、でカイ・ハバーツとかいろいろそういう選手もいると思うんですけど、うまく自分にマッチしたのがそのデケテラーレだったっていう感じです。
So for me it was mostly about the playstyle I have. It's about like zonal press that I want to have. So it's also like for me it was very important to have particular players on the left and the right. There's somebody that can play with the left foot on the left side. So it's basically something that really matched my playstyle. That's how I choose the players for this particular role instead of like maybe the rating.
Well, commiserations for exiting now, but you've been fabulous, and we hope to see you in your 7th competitive high-level year next year in EA FC 25. Well done. We're going to now turn our attention to the next match as well, and we can have a look at some of the highlights as we build up to this one as well. This one is Manny and Banano. Here we go. An epic matchup, guys. We're seeing them for the 3rd time today, and this is just how Banano dispatched Webb Nazary, who we had the pleasure of chatting to just then.
It's got to be said, if you're a fan of Banano, maybe you're saying his time is coming. He's faced off against the same opposition 3 times today, from the group stage to the knockout stage. This is going to be the decider on who's going forward or who's going home. Maybe the tides will turn, or maybe this is just your bogey player.
So difficult, quickly to do that 3 times, get a win over the likes of Banana, right?
Super difficult, yes. I mean, that is one of the world's best players. And to beat him twice today, in the same day twice, I mean, that's huge, 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 huge. And to beat him then 3 times, I think possible, but that'd be something special, really.
Anything different we're going to see from these two players as we just count down quickly? Anything change? Quick, 10 seconds.
When Manu Bouchour's played him, it's been a lot of long shots.
Okay.
You got to stop the long shots.
See if we can stop the long shots. I'm not even going to ask predictions. We're going to get to this, the final matchup here. Enjoy.
Thank you, guys. Wow, what a game we just saw here in the Gdynia Arena. A 13-goal thriller, which sent Abubakar through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. I mean, what a turnaround for him in this tournament. We do need to say that Webb Nasri, unfortunately, has been eliminated, but you know what? A really impressive tournament from him too, right?
He's out. There's key. He's done. It has been impressive though, regardless, because coming into this tournament, a lot of people would have said, you know what, Webb Nasri, this is not a name or a player that we're really thinking about that can do damage here, but that was definitely not the case, either in groups or in resurrection stage. There's a lot that happened. It's great in general in international events to have so much representation, especially from, in football, I would say, underrepresented regions in Japan and East Asia. But hey, we have to move on because there's still one more key to crush today, Nicole.
Yeah, this is the final game of the resurrection stage, and we are ready for it.
We absolutely are. Our players are all also here and all ready to go. Let's introduce them to the stage. Manu Bouchour! And there he is, rocking up on the stage. Our Flying Dutchman has made it here into our resurrection bracket. One more game separates him from the quarterfinals tomorrow. It's a late one, but it's for all the marbles in this matchup. Can he make it count? When it does.
Yeah, and his opponent, representing Man City Esports, it's Banano! It's not been an easy route here, but he has fought his way through the resurrection stage. Can he do it one more time? He needs to win. Will he rise to the occasion? We are about to find out. This is going to be good, Milosh.
There's a lot happening in this game. Remember, when you're done with this, you got to play Yafonso afterwards, but your focus is on this match and to end it right here, right now.
Okay, let's head straight to our casters.
Thank you so much, Nicole and Milosh. This is not just a $50,000 game, it's the biggest game here in day 3 in the resurrection round. Our last matchup coming from our 3rd day of action here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. Only one of these two will continue their journey through to a championship Sunday, we'll call it tomorrow, where only 8 of the best players can get there, Dan.
And as I mentioned, it's the trilogy of Manu Bouchour versus Banano, the 3rd time they'll face each other today, let alone in this tournament. And Manu Bouchour has been able to get the better of Banano in both times here. But Banano, if he can get it done now, this is the one that matters.
Yeah, you just saw there, getting your predictions in stcplay.gg. You mentioned they played 3 times today. I don't know where you'd predict this one. So you at home, get your predictions in and see if you can predict which way this game is going to go.
Obviously, we see this a lot from Banano as well. Doesn't sit down at his seat until the game is ready. And I think this is brilliant. When you talk about mentality of players, you talk about staying focused. I think being able to separate yourself from the game until it is ready, rather than sitting down and then, a potential delay. We've seen that happen. It's very intelligent. You can see some of the crushed keys there. Even Webb Nasri's has joined the fray. They're very quick to crush.
Well, I think he started sort of the E-Champions League this year, Matthias Banano, where he would sort of do this. He would just walk around the stage, get his bearings, get himself into the zone, before then lock it in, jumping into the in-game match lobby. But they must be thinking, my oh my, how many more times do we have to play each other in this competition? Played twice, so they played in the last game in the group stages between the two. They played again in the resurrection rounds. Matthias Banano must be thinking, surely, not again.
Well, it was 4-2 in the group stages. It was 3-2 in the resurrection stage previously, both in favour of Bouchour. But Banano's been getting 1 goal closer each time, and if he can take it to extra time, maybe this is one of those games that will go the distance. Certainly we had goals galore between Bajore and Abu Maka. And sadly, Bajore wasn't able to get over the finish line here, but he still has a second chance to get into the last 8. For Bonanno, it's been a different story. Such a good and impressive start to this tournament. And then he's kind of fallen off a little bit, but now he's back on his feet. Can he get the job done here in this final game?
Bit of a topsy-turvy group stage, isn't it, for Bonanno? Lost his last 2 games before coming in to the resurrection stage. He's had such a good day one, picking up 9 points, but it comes down to this one now. Manny Bajore against Matthias Bonanno. Only one of them can book a spot in the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup. Manny Bajore kicking from left to right. Matthias Bonanno in that Manchester City Esports orange strip from right to left here. Seemingly not a fan of R9 either, as he doesn't feature in this team. It's Johan Cruyff that leads the way alongside Kylian Mbappe.
Certainly going to be heartbreaking for either player here. Both of them would have expected to get into that top 8. But it's such a stacked tournament that we will have to see one of them eliminated here and now. And it is early possession for Bajore.
It's sort of been whispered about Matthias Bonanno of him potentially going on the full way to become champion here. What a ball that is over the top. Keeper comes a long way, does Thibaut Courtois. Can he chip the keeper? Maybe he can. It was asking a lot. I love that fact he still timed it green from Mbappe on the half-turn, because Matthias Bonanno has got better and better as this year has gone on. Good run in the Champions League, of course, getting to the latter stages there. Got his space in this competition through the Jönköping DreamHack qualifier, where he went actually and won his bracket alongside picking up one of those 6 tickets to the Esports World Cup. That one, you might not want to see again. Gives away a corner. Now dangerous corners are. Quilly whipped into the box. There's Haaland, and it all comes from a misclick of a button. Matthias Bonanno finds himself 1-0 down.
Those are the fine margins of error that can really flip this game in your opponent's favour. And just like Bajore did against Abu Maka, he finds a lead through a corner in the early stages.
I'm sorry, Dan, but I don't know what happened there in terms of misclick of a button. I don't know how that corner even happens. It looked like he was going out for a throw-in. He gives away a corner. You do everything you can in this game right now to never give away a corner, especially that easy.
Also worth noting, Bonanno not starting Erling Haaland. As far as I can see, it looks like Weghorst is up front, and that is definitely a tactical decision to use the fatigue of Weghorst to begin with and then bring Haaland on in the latter stages of this game, maybe to take advantage of players that are a little bit more tired toward the end of the game.
Is that not a big risk, though?
It is. We'll see if it pays off, Con.
Weghorst will be the 6'5+ giant. Bukayo Saka, that's clever Bonanno. What a block on the line from John Stones.
Man, that's great vision from Bajore, just to recognise that there was going to be the opportunity. He could get a player there fast enough, but Bonanno probably thought it was job done. Did so well to beat the keeper.
He's probably thinking, I've done enough. I've taken around the goalkeeper. I've got an open, gaping goal looking at me. And suddenly I might be 2-1 down. John Stones down the other end. Surely not. What a pass. Erling Haaland makes it 2-0 from clearing it off the line down one end to being the provider down the other. John Stones could do it all, apparently.
John Stones has been the surprise of the tournament for me. Scoring goals, stopping goals, assisting goals. He's been here, there and everywhere on this pitch. 5-star John Stones, by the way. Insane item.
Well, I think Matthias Bonanno may have just found his kryptonite, because at the moment, Manny Bajore could be on for a three-peat tonight. 3 wins just in day 3 of the competition here. I don't think I'll ever want to play against him again, or at least for a long while. 9.5 though, still so much time.
Yeah, I think that's important to recognise. There is a lot of time here for Bonanno, and he doesn't have to get too worried. Don't get too anxious about the scenario that's in front of you. Because Bajore, even though he has beaten Bonanno twice today, he'll certainly be thinking, is the third just one too many here? How many times do I have to beat him kind of situation?
We've seen how good the likes of Kai Havertz has been in the left back, but you're absolutely right there, Dan. John Stones has been incredible. There's coach Edu Castellano there, just watching on his player in Matthias Bonanno. Renzo on the opposite side. Had to choose which player was going to coach this time around. Normally, would coach Levi de Weerd. With Team Liquid and Team Hullet having 3 different players in, the coaches had to share themselves out. He is the only player that remains from Team Liquid in the competition as it currently stands, Manny Bachor. "20 minutes played here. 2023 world champion is in cruise control. Could be on for a third. What a ball into Hullet! The goalkeeper movement wasn't so rash. It might have been a goal. Could still be a chance. Haaland. Free kick. That's dangerous. Pause has been cued.
I'd love to see a direct free kick. We don't see them as often nowadays. But you mentioned it, the goalkeeper movement was everything there. Otherwise, that was 3-0. And I mean, maybe Pachore will be a little bit frustrated that he didn't hit it near post. Because realistically, the goalkeeper movement, if you're trying to outthink your opponent, you always go across goal.
This free kick, though, Dan, we've seen them in these areas before. If you can strike them right, they're as good as a penalty. And they seem unstoppable half the time. I mean, Team Hullet have always been known for getting all the smaller, finer details right in this game. What have they got from us for a free kick just on the edge of the box? Coach Renzo, I'm sure we'll be telling him, look, what an opportunity this is to go 3-0 up in 30 in-game minutes.
My question is, when do you bring Haaland on? Especially as you're representing Man City too. I mean, it seems strange not to have him on the pitch, but there's definitely reasoning behind it.
Well, jumping over to this one now. Free kick. Surely this has got to go in. Direct shot. Who's over it? Toni Kroos or Ruud Gullit? Toni Kroos is going to strike it. Toni Kroos is going to score! 3-0 in 21 minutes. It's perfect football from a world champion who's done it all before here in Riyadh.
It's a beautiful free kick. The pause just allowed him to think extra time of, how am I going to put this one in? Has a chat with the coach. Who do we think's best to step over it? A flawless free kick, and as you mentioned, when they're in those areas, they're so dangerous. We haven't seen as much this tournament as I would have expected. And maybe that's just because we haven't seen them in those areas. And now Bachore, a 3-0 lead. And I just wonder, is he the kryptonite to Bonanno here? Because he hasn't had an answer to him in these early stages.
Well, well, well. Matthias Bonanno now needs to really dig deep to get himself back in the right mind space. That's nice from Mbappe, who ducks 1 or 2 tackles, eventually does give himself a free kick. This will not be shooting distance. Whipped in deep. There's Weghorst. Off target.
Would Haaland have scored there? It's the questions you start to ask yourself. And those fine margins. I'd want to see Haaland at half-time, it has to be said. He's been far too influential as a player on the pitch to not be played.
Such a big risky decision alongside that as well. No R9 in the team. Don't get me wrong, that young Cruyff item is good enough to do the job. Massive switch of play. At the moment, Manny Bachore is all in control of this game. Fakes a power shot on the edge of the box. I don't think he was going to take that off Osselu. Kroos. Maybe lofting this one into the box. Can he recycle it all the way around the cross? R9 finds Hullet, time green! What a 30 in-game minutes this has been. He has simply not put a foot out of place.
This is vintage Bachore. This is the world champion that we saw last year. This is the man that should be in the knockout stages. Maybe already should have been in the knockout stages if he was playing this way. He was just biding his time, waiting for his moment to pounce. Pass after pass until finally found that space. But it was the patience that was leading up to this one. Osselu on the right-hand side saw that he had to just go a little bit further out to the edge, and then Hullet, green-timed, almost from the edge of the box there. And Bonanno just had no answer, and 4-0 down. Now, we have seen players come back from 4-0 in this tournament. But Bachore doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon.
The fact that he's brought this level of performance down late into the night here in Riyadh after a difficult day in the resurrection rounds, and he's had to play against this player for a third time. You've had to bring something different to the table, because surely you start to understand what he's going to do. Does a great job there, Manu, as well, of getting into the box where you've got 4 Manchester City shirts. When you're trying to play a switch between 4 players, that close together, at good speed to stop a shot coming in, you are really asking for something special. Here's Bonanno. You need a miracle right now. But so did Nicholas yesterday, after he was 4-0 down against MS Dossary, won that game 5-4. There's a lot of time left, but a goal for half-time is so needed.
Yeah, it's definitely not impossible here for Bonanno. Could do something here from Mbappe.
Could this be the start of it?
No, it's not going to be. But there is going to be a free kick, so this could be it. Similar area with what we saw before.
Hello, edge of the box. Who's going to hit this one? Cruyff! Off the woodwork. I think there may have been a hand on it from Thibaut Courtois. That goes in. We're looking at a different game already.
And again, I mentioned the fine margins. On Bajore's side, he absolutely buries it. Bonanno is off the crossbar, and it's mere centimetres that could have him with 1 goal back into this game. He is starting to press more, though. He is starting to create more opportunities, but with that, will leave gaps at the back that Bajore can take advantage of.
You can just see the player keys there. When you are eliminated here at the Esports World Cup, your key is crushed. As we have seen for 7 players already today. Remember, only 8 can go through to our finals day tomorrow. Mbappe, Mateus. Taking her time there. Thought maybe even a finesse could have been on the option from that far out. Haaland finds R9. And it's all about decision making when you get around here. Who's going to be the player to take the shot on goal? Was for a free kick the opposite way.
There was a moment I was worried that was a dodgy penalty, but thankfully for Bonanno, he's still got a chance in this game. You feel at 5 down, it might just be a little bit too much of a stretch here. I do love the way Bajore's been attacking, by the way. He's always happy to turn his back towards the defenders and walk back towards his own goal. Wait for Bonanno to bring out one of the defenders just slightly, and then he takes that gap from him. Either sending that player on a run or just a simple pass into his path as well.
What ball that could be. Mbappe, can he time his run? Canate does enough to delay that original pass. Mbappe, Toni Kroos into Cruyff. This has to go. It just isn't. I mean, regardless of the angle there, Dan, it wasn't even greened.
And that can be pressure sometimes. That can be the nerves kicking in when you are 4-0 down and you know what a big moment that is. You've already seen the free kick collide with the crossbar. And you're thinking, how many more chances am I going to get here to get back into this game? There's been a couple of times Bonanno's had so much width but hasn't necessarily used it. On that occasion, it actually benefited him because I think Bajore expected us.
Absolute. Can't do anything. Half-time, Mathias Bonanno will honestly go into the break with Edu, his coach, and they'll be thinking, how on earth can we turn this around? For Manny Bashir, it's, look, what a half. Probably my best so far since I first kicked a ball here in Riyadh.
And for Bajore, it's now about how do I hold on to this lead? How do I not fall into the same trap that we've seen players fall in this tournament, like Dossary that you mentioned against Nicholas with a 4-0 lead, like Abu Maka who had a 4-1 lead as well. You need to stay on top here and just carry on with the same kind of pattern of play. Patience in front of the box, happy to retreat slightly, recycle if you need to, and wait for the mistake to happen, wait for that gap to appear, and then you just jump down your opponent's throat. And I wouldn't be adverse to a couple of long-range shots from Bajore as well as Bonanno steps off, because you're going to get corners. And corners in this tournament have meant goals.
A lot of goals. The last few words now to work out how we're going to turn this around.
Are we going to see Erling Haaland? That's the real question. And the answer is yes. There he is. He's on the pitch for Bonanno in the second 45.
I really want to ask Bonanno about that. Probably not straight after the game if he was to be eliminated, but why? What is that game plan all about?
I mean, I can understand the logic of Haaland is far more punishing against players who don't have the stamina in the second half, but you don't expect to be 4-0 down.
Haaland on the opposite side, who has played all 48 minutes so far. We wondered what we were speaking about. Well, of course, was the starter in this team for Bonanno. One of the few players that didn't back 99 footies Haaland. Speaking of, a chance for him. Canate could defend it. Remember, this is our last game tonight. The winner of this will play against Jafonzo tomorrow in the quarterfinals. If you didn't catch those other quarterfinal matchups, it's Young against Anders Vergang. PH in. Could be a chance. We'll speak more about that in a minute, because Bonanno's made it. Not Bonanno. Bashore has made it 5-0. Unfortunately for Bonanno, he finds himself 5 goals down in what is just an impossible mountain to climb, it feels at the moment, Dan. He hasn't offered anything in the game.
And I mean, I do wonder, just as we look back at the replay of this one, it's Erling Haaland, who hasn't been on the pitch for Bonanno. How much of it is somewhat egotistical, right? Because I know that some players don't want to play the style of Erling Haaland. I get that. But are you putting yourself at a disadvantage not having him on the pitch? Are you trying to prove a point to someone to say, I can do it without Haaland? Is this the time to be doing it? Again, I do understand that there is potential benefits of doing it, waiting to bring Haaland on for the second 45. He can be an absolute game changer, but that's only if the game's close. When you're 5-0 down, I don't even think 99 Haaland can save you.
Not even a goal so far in this game. The best chance he had was the one that was cleared off the line by John Stones in the first half. John Stones went back down the other end to set up Manny Bashore second or third. As we were saying, Jafonzo will take on the winner in this game. PH in takes on Mark 11 tomorrow. Anders Vergang will take on the Brazilian Young.
Got the ball.
Nicholas will take on Abu Maka. Corner comes in. 6-0. Manny Bashore. Matthias Bonanno just has not been able to play in this game.
And just rubbing salt in the wounds with another Haaland goal as well. I hate to harp on about it, but it's going to be something that Bonanno is definitely going to have to look at when he looks back at this tournament. 6 goals to the good. Bashore is going to be going through to the quarterfinals as it stands, and unless we see one of the best comebacks in the history of this esport, it'll be Bashore having an incredible matchup against Jafonzo.
The crazy thing is, Dan, as well, we're late into the night here. He's had to play quite a few games, Manny Bashore, but he's not made any mistakes this game, has he? He's really played one of his best games of the tournament in the most important moment.
I mean, there definitely could have been goals for Bonanno. He's hit the crossbar, he's had a goal line clearance, but it has been such an impressive game from Bashore. From the free kick to his patience in the final third, he's looked like a world champion.
He certainly has, and he will be in the hunt to go and do it again here in Riyadh. $300,000 he won last year on a penalty shootout in a grand final against Mark 11, who is still in this final 8, remember. And there is a world where they could actually match in the semi-finals tomorrow. Looking at how the bracket is playing out. He'll be taking on Jafonzo, who has looked so good since he came through the last chance qualifier just a few days ago.
Oh, Jafonzo's looked incredible. And it really has been amazing to see the rise of his success throughout the last couple of years.
You can't ask for a better season, Dan. I mean, you were out in America and you followed the MLS Cup run that he had, champion there. got a top 4, as we said, in the FC Pro World Championship, as Banana makes it 7-0 and just gives out a bit of emotion because he knows now, believe it or not, at 7-0, it is definitely game over, job done, $50,000 in my back pocket tomorrow, and a chance to become champion again.
But even for all those accolades you've just put behind Jafonzo, right? A performance like this from Bachore, it just screams, I'm ready, I'm prepared, and I'll take on the world here. And it is going to be one heck of a matchup in that quarterfinal. Every single quarterfinal is mouth-watering tomorrow. And you mentioned it. You're almost doubling your money from quarterfinals to semi-finals here at the Esports World Cup featuring EA FC. Is there maybe a consolation here? And actually there could be, as it will be a penalty for Banana.
Well then, 66 minutes, he won't get a better chance of this from the spots. Cristiano Ronaldo does score. And unfortunately, it'll be nothing more than a consolation.
It's just too late. You'd love to try and big up the chances of a miraculous comeback, but it is just not something you're going to see, especially against a player of the caliber of Bachore. Because if he had to, let's say he concedes another 3, right? And the game starts to look a little bit dicey. You just hold on to the ball. You just start playing the possession game a little bit more. And for Banano, I think there'll be a lot of what-ifs. What could he have done differently? He started his tournament with such a successful run, but then sadly is going to bow out in the resurrection stage. Still has had moments of promise, but back to the drawing board, I think, for Banano.
A tough way for him to end this season as well, Dan, because it's been a great season for him, but he looks back and, yes, he won the qualifier in Sweden, but he didn't get a trophy for that. He hasn't really, I know he won the Premier League, but he hasn't really, by his own standards, picked up any silverware for the placements that he's had. He's won some great prize money, don't get me wrong, but he would be wanting gold.
It's just such a competitive game. So many players who could be hoisting that trophy, and that's why it's one of the best esports to watch, if I'm completely honest. So difficult to predict.
So as I think different winners.
I think Banana was also on the talent predictions for someone as well. And I know who that someone was. It was Richard Buckley. And I laughed because I predicted Levi David. So we're seeing players that were considered potential winners for this tournament eliminated in group stages and resurrection stages. And it just begs the question of who is going to go on to win this thing, because you mentioned it, every single quarterfinal is going to be a brilliant one tomorrow. And I can't wait.
And what's been more impressive as well, Dan, is that they've played 3 times tonight. And Manu's won every single game.
It would have felt unfair, I feel, if Bachore had gone on and lost this one after beating Banano twice, but sometimes you can only play the format that is in front of you. But it just seems like playstyle-wise, Bachore has just got his number as he puts yet another one on the board here and makes it 8. At this point, Banano just wants to save face.
8-1. Manny Bachore, you are going through to the quarter-final stages, if you didn't already know. He'll be taking on Jafonzo tomorrow. In not just any game, a quarter-final worth $90,000. And he'll have one thing in mind, to defend that status of being a world champion.
It's an exciting matchup. Bachore versus Jafonzo. It's not really a matchup we've ever seen. Only an online cup they played once. And Bachore was able to win that one 6-2, but that is not the Jafonzo that we've seen this year, right? You mentioned it, EMLS winner. Top 4, then moving into international competition. To put EMLS on the map, by the way, alongside K1 John, his fellow competitor.
I feel like I can't even call him like Rookie of the Year Jafonzo as well, because he's been in the space for quite some time, but he's had such a good year. Regardless of what he does tomorrow, Dan, he's had the placements he's had is huge.
And the way he's done it as well. At EMLS, it was dominant in the final against K1 John. It was 6-0. I've not seen anything like it. But he's going to need to find some of that dominance if he's to beat Bachore in this form.
Oh, no. 9-1. Manny Bachore, you can't stop now. You're going through. 9-1 he leads, and there's still 12 minutes on the clock in this game.
I mean, if this was Weekend League, you know full well your opponent's already quit by this point. Unless they're really just trying to waste your time, but just like in real football, here in competitive FC tournaments, you can't just walk away, you have to play it out. And Bonanno can just look on and shake his head. It's another Erling Haaland goal.
Just a case of seeing the clock out now for Matthias Bonanno. You know, unfortunately will leave us as our 8th player eliminated as we lose half of the competition here in Riyadh.
And the question is, who does become the favourite now, right? You've got Jafonso versus Bachore, PH-Zin versus Mark, Young versus Vergang, Nicholas versus Abu Maka. Could be another one here, by the way, and will be.
10-1. Manny Bachore is having a performance to remember.
I mean, talk about kicking someone when they're down. This will be a tough pill to swallow for Bonanno. This is character building, though, I will say. This could be the beginning of his villain revenge story. Next year, Bonanno comes back, different haircut. Looking to take down Bachore.
He'll remember this game as well, I can assure you that. You've already beaten me and you just keep scoring and scoring and scoring. We're not playing groups anymore, we're not trying to get goal difference.
Who did you predict to take this tournament? Anders Vergang?
Anders Vergang. But if I could change my prediction right now, I think I'd say Nicholas.
I mean, the Iceman has looked cold. As Bonanno gets a chance for a second goal here. Oh, and it's saved by Bachore.
Sums up the game for him, doesn't it, unfortunately.
You can't even give him that. This has been a ruthless and dominant performance from Bachore.
He's not going to get 11th, is he?
I can't believe he's in double figures.
10-1 in a qualification game. Team Liquid will have a player in the tournament still that could pick up some vital club championship points, although Team Falcons have won it already. Team Liquid can still chase second place. There's some serious prize money on the line there. Big win back. I'll be on for goal number 11 from Manu. Finds Erling Haaland. Power shot comes in, wins a corner. It would just be typical FC to end on a Haaland goal. Power shot from the edge of the box. Power shot comes in. Added time. Don't be 3 minutes. It's going to be 3 minutes, isn't it? 3-2-1.
Just to try and give him something else.
There you go, 3 minutes.
I mean, of the quarterfinalists that Bachore has already faced so far, he did beat Nicholas in the group stages, but he lost to PH-Zin and he lost to Anders Vergang.
Chavella.
And it could be a rematch in that semi-final against PH-Zin if the bracket plays out that way. If Bachore were to go on and beat Jafonso and PH-Zin were to beat Mark. But again, if you can try and predict this bracket, you'd be a genius.
Well then, Manny Bachore, take a bow, my friend. What a win, what a statement here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. 10-1 win against Matthias Bonanno. He knocks out the Argentine of Manchester City and books a space in the final 8 tomorrow. Speak about coming into form at the right time. He'll be thinking, I want to play my quarterfinal game now.
Oh, I think if Bachore was let loose on any of these quarterfinalists after that game, he would be feeling on top of the world. But he will have to go to bed, he'll have to rest, he'll have to think about how he wants to approach a matchup against Jafonso. Jafonso, by the way, through the LCQ, finds his way into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, just a few days ago in Riyadh. Anyway, that is it from us on the commentary booth. It's been a pleasure, Dan Gaskin. We're back tomorrow for more. For now, it's over to Nicole and our latest quarterfinalist.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I am here with Manu Bachore. Oh, my word. Unbelievable performance. 10-1. I mean, talk to me. How do you feel right now? Because I know it's been a tough day, but you must be on top of the world.
Relieved, honestly. Yesterday I told Renzo, I said like, it doesn't matter how, we're gonna get through. I don't know how, I don't know against who, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna go through. We're gonna be in the quarterfinals. It happened. Thankfully, I think the score in this game was a bit too much because I think good things happened in good moments for me. Where, like at the start of the game, he was missing a few chances when my keeper made good saves. So yeah, that game, I already beat him today twice before this game, so that probably affected his confidence, which I could capitalize on, thankfully.
You're being very humble, which is really nice. We must ask you, of course, you face Jafonso tomorrow in the quarterfinals. He's been very good. How are you feeling about that, and how do you prepare for that game?
Yeah, I didn't know it was Jafonso, but thanks, now I know it. No, it's obviously an opponent which proved in past competitions that he can reach a very high level, but at the same time I know that I can reach a very high level as well. So we'll have to learn from our mistakes today, because even though I qualified, there are still plenty of mistakes. Obviously watch him, and but the most important is just to believe in yourself and play with courage. That's the most important.
And do you have the confidence that you can go all the way now? I mean, after that was one statement performance.
Well, yeah, it's close now, quarterfinals. If you're there, you can go all the way, of course. At the moment, just really happy, relieved, and yeah, full of confidence.
Okay, well done. I'll let you go and chill out and get ready for tomorrow. Incredible performance. Right, guys, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nicole. Always lovely to hear from a winner, especially when he goes through to tomorrow as well. Highlights here, guys. 10 goals. I'm not sure if we're going to see them all. Where are we starting? Where we are starting at number 1, so maybe we're going to see 9.
We're going to be here for a minute. I mean, that was an offensive onslaught. I felt offended. This goal was beautiful. Love it. You don't always see the direct free kicks. Yep. Tony Cruz, perfect. He waits for the goalkeeper to move as well. If you had that just slightly earlier. Times it impeccably. Rude hole it through all the defenders' bodies. He opened up the body for the finesse shot. I was doing some stat lines here just against Matias Medano. I think I flipped that up. Matias Medano. We had 17 goals, which is 5.6 per game or per matchup against Matias Medano. So it's pretty remarkable the amount of goals that he's been scoring. And he beat him not once, not twice, but three times in one day. And I mean, I'll tell you what, Boris and I have been through a lot of these types of competitions. When you beat somebody and you match up with them again, it doesn't tend to go your way afterward. There's something with the FC gods that are speaking to it, and you don't get the bounce that you need.
Yeah, he kind of felt beaten even before this matchup. I mean, his confidence was down, as also, of course, Bashore mentioned that he beat him twice on the same day. And yeah, Bonanno, he had a great start this tournament. He was 9 points day 1, and maybe had too much time to think about what if I can win it. You know, I'm playing great, top of my group stage. I'm first place. Maybe I could make it. While Bashore was just flying below the radar, and yeah, without pressure. And as he also said here, you have to have courage. I think that is the main thing: confidence and courage. I think Bonanno was a bit in his gameplay, a bit locked, a bit like stiff, while Bashore was just here flying. Courage.
Yeah, well, that happens, doesn't it, if you've been beaten 3 times by the same person. Yeah. And at one point there, he just looked like he had given up as well. And we see Bonanno crash out then 10-1. You can see that at the bottom of your screen. But the 2 qualified players now are Abimaka and Manny Bashore, who do live to fight another day. And tomorrow looks like this. Quarterfinals, we just booked that last quarterfinalist. That is Manny Bashore taking on Jafonso. He came through that last chance qualifier on Monday night, and he topped his group. Same story at the bottom of the group as well. Nicholas, exactly the same as Jafonso, takes on Abimaka, who qualified just a few moments before Manny Bashore. Then it's PH Zin, Mark 11, runner-up at the World Cup last year. And then Young and Vergan, who got a world title just 1 month ago. Which one jumps out there for you both?
I want to watch Young and Vergang. I know they both go forward. Young is also known as a player that's a little more fluid, so that just should be all sorts of offensive action everywhere.
Yeah, picking one for yourself as we watch Manny Bashore go and crush a key with builder Milos. Why has he got a hard hat on? Is it dangerous, this operation? I would think maybe I'd put some gloves on. Oh, Milos is having the gloves on as well.
It
but
seems dangerous.
It's a dangerous operation here.
Yeah, I mean, there is plenty of power there. If you get your hands in there, it will be injuries for sure. Now, matchup, I'm looking forward for, of course, every matchup, but I think that matchup with Abumaka and Nicholas with a chance for, well, Abumaka to get a bit of revenge on his teammate, MS Dossary, who actually lost then to against Nicholas 5-4 after that massive comeback from Nicholas.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure we had Manu there crushing Banano's key. And I mean, he should have had to actually crushed it 3 times because that's how many defeats today he's got against it. He looks like he really enjoyed that one, didn't he, Mike?
If Manu takes this to the house, if he's able to come out on top and add to his championship tally, there is no way he's not keeping that and putting it in that trophy build-up with you know, the build-out or whatnot. It's got to be there.
Has to be there for sure.
Yeah, a real special day for Manny Bashir. Obviously struggled a little bit in the group stages, but has come back and found something extra. From what you saw, not particularly in the 10-1 one, but what do you both think possibly changed over the course of today as a whole from him?
I mean, he played better, plain and simple. First 2 days, he's kind of shaky. He was inconsistent, conceding and scoring. I mean, that sounds good on paper, but a lot of these guys live by being able to play quality defense, big interceptions, and being able to create those easy opportunities for the counterattacks. And today he was more fluid, more confident. You said courageous. I like that. I think I'm going to go with it. He was more courageous with taking opportunities. And the reality is, he has Matias Bonano's number. I've never seen Bonano look like that against any opponent, and yet alone 3 times in one day. I know we keep stressing it, but it just doesn't happen.
Composure as well.
Yeah, composure, but yeah. I mean, attacking-wise, he's one of the best players definitely, Bashir. He plays so fast, and he has plenty of skills with, I mean, skill moves, timing. He has the free kicks, as we saw, and I think also he has actually here the best corner kicks. I mean, they all score plenty of them, but I think no one scores as much as Bachore. I think he scored probably in this tournament, I'd say surely over 20.
Yeah, well, 24 goals in the last 4 games and 17 against Banana, like Mike just said as well. Ridiculous statistics to end out day 3 here. But we do have some giddier plays of the day from day 3, and there were so many to pick from as well. Where are we starting? Oh, well, a big one. Abumaka, Emre Yilmaz.
Abumaka here comes forward with, I think that is Boteas, yes, a nice little skill move. Good timing, goes fast, and yeah. Oh, that was Emre Yilmaz, sorry, my bad. Nice goal, and then after this, we have again a chance, and this is in the blue kits. Emre Yilmaz, again, he was flying in his first rounds, good timing, and a nice shot cancel, and that is lovely.
You love a little
That was a tough game as well, wasn't it? Teammates on the big stage. You really didn't want to watch that one. Someone had to go home, and it was that man there, Emre.
I mean, we talk about it time and time again. This is the web goal for sure. Diving.
I love that.
You just don't see that.
That's rare.
It's so difficult to get enough repetition to kind of practice some of these set pieces that aren't corners, that aren't direct opportunities on goal. So to pull that off, he knows what he's doing, and then you get the full extension, diving header. Makes you feel a certain type of way. I don't have that in my locker, so that's why I get into it.
Well, we love your energy, and we love the fact that you'll go home and practice that and get it in your locker
Tonight.
for next time. Tonight, exactly.
Yeah. Right after this, Yvonne and I we've got
They're going to play paddle as always. Guys at home, we've loved having you interacting with us. We love bringing you this competition, and we hope you love it as well. But if you have any feedback whatsoever, even if it's for us or if it's just for how EFC can work better next year at the Esports World Cup, just let us know, and we'll make sure we do all the amendments that you so desire. That's what I'm going to say there. But final thoughts, guys, as we get a chance for anyone to give us any feedback here. Hope it's not personal. Don't be personal. No, I'm joking. Quick recap on today. 8 names out now. 8 still going tomorrow. I'm just looking at some of the names here which we didn't expect. Banana, we've spoken about him a lot. Johnny. E-Champions League champion. Levy. Emre Yilmaz, massive upsets, and obviously the king of the jungle, who upset question mark next to him just because he's had such a lengthy career and is now chairman of Falcons. He's not really an upset, possibly.
And maybe to on the final touch here too, is all of these 8 competitors are in the big money. Now you've got $50,000 guaranteed, which I don't care who you are. If you've been in the scene for a minute, your pockets are getting stuffed the front, the back. You might even need a baggie when it's all said and done.
Maybe.
Carry out some extra, weight.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a very tough tournament, of course. It is a 16 of the finest players. The competition is super tough. And yeah, it might sound, of course, a bit like generic, but someone has to get knocked out, and this time, unfortunately, these guys didn't have enough skills, perhaps.
I think possibly it was Levy, just because he actually got knocked out first as well. He didn't actually make it to the resurrection stage, and he has gone to social media as well and kind of expressed his disappointment and just said he wasn't good enough for this championship. It's been a long, long road, hasn't it, for EA FC 24, that's for sure. But we have one day still to come, and that is tomorrow. And this is what it looks like if you are joining us. This is exactly who is playing tomorrow. Big quarterfinals coming your way. Jafonso, Manny Bashaw, undefeated Jafonso up first. PH in Mark 11, Young, Vergan, Nicholas, Abu Maka. Really tough ones to call there, especially the final one when you got the Iceman up against the Falcons, home hopeful. We know what's going to happen in that giddy arena there.
Maybe we should have talked about Nicholas as the standout story. He just keeps doing it. There's never been a player more consistent. And if he's able to take this down, add it to the resume, I think it's undisputed the greatest player we've ever had in the scene.
Yeah, I say so.
I don't know how you make a counter argument. I don't know. I'll listen, but
I mean, he's been on such level and being up there, like top 5 in every game since probably 17. So that's like 8 years in a row. He's been, well, a standout player, and he just keeps doing it. And again, against the best players here, he's guaranteed top 8, and potentially as well could go all the way.
Well, reviewing the years, we've seen him win LQEs, domestic titles, La Liga, Champions League, 2v2 competition, 1v1 competition. You name it, he shows up.
He's got it all, just not maybe this one.
Runner-up last year. He needs something happening.
Destined to be this year. Well, obviously we do have more matches afterwards as well. Obviously big blanks there at the moment because they'll be filled in once those quarter-final matches are completed. And let's just give you a quick rundown as well. Money. All the final 8 get $50,000, like we said. Then it goes up to 90, then 150 for the runner-up, and then $300,000 for that winner. I'm going to go again, finally, on total predictions tomorrow night. About 12 o'clock, we're going to have a new world champion. With that in mind, some of yours have already gone home. Are you going to change tact and join me with Anders, or are you going to go a bit left field over there?
I don't think I'm going left field. If anything, I'm more convinced that Nicholas is ready. He's been playing fantastic in Saudi. He got here through a last chance qualifier, and he's looked phenomenal in the group of death. We said, wow, what a difficult group. We have 6 former champions in one group. He topped that group. He's sitting pretty. He knows the big stage well. He's not shown any emotion. He knows the job's not done.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be a stan here, but I kind of want it for the narrative at this point.
Boris, who did you have, by the way?
Emre Match.
Okay, so you can't, I was going to say, can you stick or twist?
Now.
You can twist now.
I can twist now.
Yeah.
I think we have to go with the same storyline. Nicholas, we mentioned he won, well, almost everything besides one thing, and that's a world title.
Yeah.
That's the last
I
thing
can't believe that.
Just as Messi.
Yeah.
Argentina. I think this might be his moment now.
Oh, I love that narrative. Could it be written in the stars? Well, come back to find out tomorrow. We started with 16. We've cut them in half. We are now down to our final 8. The quarterfinals come your way tomorrow. We cannot wait for you to join us then. But for now, guys, it's been a long one for us. These two are off to play paddle, and I'm off to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.